Chapter 11:23. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li saw Hao San's corpse from afar. The two of them strode over, and saw even more clearly that Hao San had been struck in the head with a palm, and was forcibly shaken to death. Neither of them knew Hao San, but they were sure that he was Bai Yanqing's subordinate. "It doesn't look like my brother and Gu's handiwork. They can't be that fast," Tang Li muttered to himself as he squatted down to check. Gu noticed that the blood flowing out of Hao San was very strange. He quickly grabbed Tang Li's hand and said, "Be careful, he might have been poisoned." "Could it be my sister-in-law?" Tang Li was shocked. "It's possible." Gu Beiwe said seriously. They really did not think that Bai Yanqing would kill his subordinate. "So did my sister-in-law escape?" Tang Li asked again. Gu Beiwe had already found the stone room with the door open. He said, "To be exact, she should be escaping." He walked into the stone room, and Tang Li quickly followed. They found a medicine pot in the stone room and some medicinal herbs that had not been decocted yet. Gu Beiwe took a look at the medicinal herbs and immediately confirmed, "The princess is trapped here. She must have left not long ago." The dregs in the medicine hut had not been cleaned up, so he estimated the time it took for the decoction to be decocted. Based on the time of Hao San's death, it must have been just now. They mistakenly thought that Hao San was killed by Han Yunqi. It could be considered a coincidence. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li looked at each other. They did not say anything and rushed out of the door at the same time. There were only two paths here. One was to the left, which led to the passage to the cliff. The other was to the right. It was dark, and they could not see where it led to. Needless to say, Han Yunqi must have escaped to the right. Otherwise, she would have been trapped in the formation. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li chased to the right. They did not go far before they saw several corpses. They were all poisoned to death, and they died not long ago. As a result, they were even more convinced that Han Yunqi had just escaped from the stone room. What a coincidence! If she had escaped a little later, she would have bumped into them. Soon, Tang Li and Gu Beiwe's figures disappeared into the darkness of the passage. At first, they were still walking straight ahead. Later on, they encountered a fork in the road. The original road split into two. They did not know which path to choose, so they could only choose one path. But who would have thought that after walking for a while, they would come across two crossroads? They had no choice but to continue to choose one path. After a while, Gu Beiwe realized something was off. "Tang Li, let's turn back. There's something wrong with this path." Formation? Tang Li also found it strange. Why were they still in the passage after walking for so long? The stone walls on both sides were very similar. They could not tell if they had walked this path before. It might be a maze. "I hope it's not." Gu Beiwe said seriously. Gu Beiwe left a mark. He and Tang Li turned back to the original path and changed to another intersection. Who knew that after walking for half a day, they would actually see the mark they left behind? "It's a maze," Tang Li said angrily. "Don't stop. Keep walking. If the princess was not caught by Bai Yanqing, she should also be in the maze. Maybe we can meet her," Gu Beiwe said seriously. His words immediately cheered Tang Li up. His sister-in-law might be with Ning Jing. Perhaps his sister-in-law knew where Ning Jing was locked up. Tang Li and Gu Beiwe walked in circles in the maze. At the same time, Long Fei Yi and Gu were also walking in circles. Gu had always been impatient. He handed over Mo Xie's sword. "Let's just break these stone walls." Long Fei Yi glared at him coldly. "You'll have to bear the consequences if you act rashly and alert the enemy." Gu hurriedly put away Mo Xie's sword. "Then what should we do? Perhaps Bai Yanqing's watching us from the shadows and laughing at us?" Long Fei Yi looked at him and said, "If you're impatient, then get out." "You." Gu was furious. If he was impatient, would he have waited until now? Long Fei Yi ignored him and did not continue walking. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the spot. They had already walked a few rounds. They had been walking around the same spot. After going around in circles, they returned to the same spot. Instead of walking in circles and wasting their energy, it was better to sit down and think of a strategy before taking action. Seeing Long Fei Yi sit down, Gu looked like he wanted to say something. However, he hesitated for a moment and turned his head to the other side, ignoring him. Quarreling at the slightest disagreement and Cold War at the slightest disagreement. This was probably referring to the two of them. Gu sat down not far away from Long Fei Yi and began to think about how to get out of this maze. He thought that there was a trick, but Long Fei Yi had already confirmed that with their abilities, there was no trick to getting out of this maze. They could only eliminate the obstacles one by one. Long Fei Yi suddenly turned to look at Gu. "Hey!" Gu immediately looked over and narrowed his eyes at him without saying a word. "Stay guard. I need to think." Long Fei Yi's tone was no different from an order. "What are you thinking about?" Gu asked again. Just how much did Long Fei dislike talking to Gu Qishao? If he could avoid talking, he would try his best not to. If he had to, he would also not talk about it. He didn't answer Gu. Instead, he leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Gu only felt that his bottom line had been challenged. However, in order to save Poison Lass, he had no choice but to endure it. He secretly swore that in the future, he would speak less with Long Fei Yi. If Long Fei Yi asked him anything, he would exchange his own life for his own. Long Fei Yi closed his eyes and seriously recalled the paths and intersections that they had just walked through. Since they had entered the maze, they had gone around in circles and returned to their original spot 6 times. In these 6 times, they had not gone one round and they had met 7 to 8 three-way intersections. Once they chose a junction, they would face 7 to 8 more intersections. If they didn't choose one of the intersections, they would face 5 to 6 more intersections. Sometimes the intersections would lead back to the original junction. Sometimes they would walk a few rounds before coming back. In short, it was very complicated. Long Fei Yi carefully recalled the paths they had taken. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly bit his finger and used his blood to draw a map on the ground. Seeing this, Gu was astonished and immediately came over to take a look. He saw that Long Fei Yi had drawn a few hexagons on the ground that were close to each other. It looked like a beehive. Gu couldn't understand it, no matter how he looked at it. Long Fei Yi's eyes were cold as he stared at it seriously. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Gu waited for a while, but Long Fei Yi didn't make a sound. Hence, he threw his lofty aspirations to the back of his mind and asked anxiously, "What happened to you? What are you drawing?" Long Fei Yi ignored him and continued to focus on the bloodstains on the ground. If he guessed correctly, the maze in the underground palace should be a beehive maze. It was made up of countless hexagons. The 6 corners of each hexagon were three-way intersections. The maze was very big, so sometimes they went astray and took a long detour before coming back. Other times, they didn't go astray and walked a small detour before coming back. When they took a big detour and came back from a different direction, they couldn't see the sign from before. When they took a small detour, they could see the sign after going back from where they came from. If it was confirmed that it was a beehive maze, Long Fei Yi naturally had a way to solve it. However, he couldn't be completely sure. Hence, he still had to walk a few more rounds and do a few more experiments. Long Fei Yi got up. He didn't bother to greet Gu and walked forward. Gu had no choice but to follow him with a gloomy face. While Gu Beiwei and Tang Li were walking in circles and Long Fei Yi and Gu were doing experiments, Bai Yanqing was looking for Han Yunqi everywhere. Yes, although Bai Yanqing knew how to get out of the maze, he couldn't completely control the entire maze. After all, the maze was too big and there were several levels. He didn't have enough manpower. Han Yunqi and 4th young Mistress Rin disappeared after entering the maze. Bai Yanqing and several guards couldn't find them. The more Bai Yanqing searched, the more irritable he became. The entrance formations on both sides had been broken. If Han Yunqi met Long Fei Yi and the others, and they escaped, How much effort would he have to put in to catch them again? After Bai Yanqing searched around the maze, he finally stopped and said coldly, "Go and bring Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu out for old man." These two hostages could still be put to good use. Bai Yanqing quickly disappeared into the maze. After an hour, Long Fei Yi was completely sure that this maze was a beehive maze. He took the initiative to tell Gu, "This maze has many levels. It's a man-made beehive with many exits. However, this kind of maze usually has many traps. It's safer to hide the hostages inside the maze than behind it. We should be at the top level now. There's no other way but to go down level by level. Remember, don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Looking for them floor by floor." Based on Long Fei Ye's estimation of this maze, coupled with his and Gu's speed, they should be able to walk through every path in about 2 days and 2 nights. Who knew? Just as Long Fei Yi and Gu were about to move forward, a familiar voice suddenly came from the right. This voice was a sharp woman's cry, as if she had been greatly frightened. "Ning Jing!" Long Fei Yi recognized this voice. He had heard it once in General Mu's residence. Right. Gu immediately identified the source of the voice. The two were about to go over, who knew that another scream would come. It was actually Su Xiaoyu's voice. "Left," Long Fei Yi said. "What happened? Why were Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu on the left and right sides of the maze? Why did they scream at the same time? Where was Han Yunqi?" Gu and Long Fei Yi had a rare tacit understanding. The two of them stood still and waiting for Han Yunqi's voice. However, they waited for a long time and did not hear Han Yunqi's voice. Instead, they heard Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu shouting a few times on the left and right sides. Their voices were so loud that it resounded through the entire maze. God knew what they had experienced. At this moment, Gu Beiwei and Tang Li, who were far away at the other end of the maze, also heard the voices. Tang Li did not hesitate to chase in the direction of Ning Jing's voice. Gu Beiwei had no choice but to chase after him and lead him forward quickly. Long Fei Yi and Gu were really calm. They waited for a while. When they did not hear Han Yunqi's voice, Long Fei Yi said, "Let's find Su Xiaoyu first." Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing were in trouble. Something might have happened to Han Yunqi as well. The voices were so loud that Tang Li must have gone to find Ning Jing. Therefore, they could only choose Su Xiaoyu. They ran very fast, afraid that the voices would stop. Unexpectedly, not only did the screams not stop, but they also continued. Finally, Long Fei Yi stopped. "It's a trap." Chapter 11:24. It's a trap. There were sounds of hostages in both directions, and it was continuous. It didn't seem like Bai Yanqing was torturing the hostages. Instead, it seemed like he was deliberately making the hostages make sounds. Otherwise, why would he imprison them in different directions in the maze and torture them at the same time? If there were only 1 or 2 shouts, perhaps Long Fei, you wouldn't have thought so much. The shouts continued, and they were probably interrogating someone. As soon as Long Fei said it was a trap, Gu Qishao stopped as well. He felt that something was off as well. "Long Fei, this isn't a plan to lure the snake out of its hole, right?" "Who is he trying to lure out?" Long Fei Yi asked. Gu leaned back against the wall and crossed his arms. He slowly narrowed his eyes and looked at Long Fei Yi. Judging from his posture, he seemed to have guessed something. But unexpectedly he said to Long Fei Yi, "What do you think?" Long Fei Yi had the urge to throw this guy to Tang Li and get Gu Beiwei instead. He didn't answer Gu. Instead, he said, "Go to Ning Jing, quick!" If Bai Yanqing wanted to lure the snake out of its hole, there were only 2 possibilities. The first was that Bai Yanqing already knew that they had barged in, but because of the size of the maze, he couldn't find them. The second possibility was what he hoped for the most, and that was that Han Yunqi had escaped from Bai Yanqing's restraints. Bai Yanqing could only use the hostages in his hands to threaten Han Yunqi again. No matter which possibility it was, they would be luring the snake out of its hole if they endured it to the end, so their best option was to ignore it. As long as Bai Yanqing didn't achieve his goal, he would definitely not let the hostages die. However, they had to hurry over to Ningjing now, because Tang Li would definitely not be able to hold himself back. Gu Beiwe wouldn't be able to persuade Tang Li either. At this moment, Tang Li and Gu Beiwe were probably chasing after Ningjing's shouts. Instead of letting the two of them face Bai Yanqing alone, it would be better for him and Gu to go together. If they couldn't find Han Yunqi, it would be better to subdue Bai Yanqing first. Thinking of this, Long Fei Yi deliberately looked back at Gu and said, "Cold Gu, Gu, it's time for you to make your move." Any time. Gu wasn't stupid. Although he didn't think as deeply or as thoroughly as Long Fei Yi, he more or less knew that this was a trap. However, their best option was to meet up with Gu Beiwe and Tang Li. It was just that he was too lazy to think about it. The biggest advantage of following Long Fei Yi was that he didn't have to think about so many complicated things. Scheming against each other, trying to figure out people's minds, and scheming were all too complicated and tiring. In any case, Long Fei Yi would definitely think of everything that he could think of, but he might not be able to think of anything that Long Fei Yi could think of. He only had one goal in entering the underground palace, and that was to fight. If he saw Bai Yanqing, he would fight with all his might. Although he wasn't a poison goo human that was raised, and although he still didn't know why he was immortal, he knew that he was much younger than Bai Yanqing. In fact, Bai Yanqing was an elder and he was a junior. He wanted to see who could take a beating better, him, the young immortal, or that old immortal, Bai Yanqing. Although Ningjing's voice wasn't continuous, it still didn't stop. Although they were in the maze, with everyone's hearing, they could still accurately distinguish the source of the sound. Long Fei Yi and Gu moved forward as quickly as possible, while Gu Beiwe and Tang Li also moved forward quickly. Although there were situations where they took the wrong path, they still circled back and continued moving forward in the end. One of them was in the west, and the other was in the east. They were getting closer and closer to Ningjing's position, and the closer they were, the less likely they would take the wrong path. Han Yunqi and fourth young Mistress Rin, who were hiding somewhere in the maze, had already heard Ningjing and Su Xiaoyu's screams. Fourth young Mistress Rin was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. Han Yunqi leaned against the wall, listening carefully while thinking. It had to be said that she, who was usually decisive, was hesitating this time. She hesitated for a long time and didn't know what to do until now. She knew that Long Fei Yi and the rest had solved the riddle and should be coming over. Otherwise, Bai Yanqing wouldn't have questioned her about the prescription. However, she didn't know that Long Fei Yi and the rest had already arrived at the underground palace and were in the maze. Bai Yanqing's motive for doing this was to lure her out. As long as she didn't go out, Bai Yanqing wouldn't dare to do anything to Ningjing, Little Yu, and the rest. She could even take the opportunity to escape from the maze. Bai Yanqing wouldn't let the hostages die. She knew that the best choice was to take the opportunity to escape. Perhaps she could meet up with Long Fei Yi and the rest after escaping. This way, it would be the best way to save Ningjing and Little Yu. However, Ningjing and Little Yu would suffer. What should she do? Fourth young Mistress Rin was pulled along by Han Yunqi as they ran for their lives. She still hadn't recovered from her shock and was still trembling with fear. She sat on the ground and hugged her knees. Han Yunqi exhaled and asked casually, "Fourth young Mistress Rin, Bai Yanqing wants to lure us out. What do you think we should do?" Fourth young Mistress Rin raised her head. Han Yunqi was helpless and didn't pursue the matter. Medical practitioners, especially doctors who were involved in clinical operations, had a stronger psychological quality than the average person. However, no matter how strong a person's psychological quality was, there was a bottom line. Fourth young Mistress Rin, who had never experienced fighting and killing, had not broken down until now. Han Yunqi should have comforted her, but she really wasn't in the mood. She was anxious. Only God knew what Ningjing and Little Yu were going through at this moment. At this moment, fourth young Mistress Rin said timidly, "Princess, I won't do anything. It's just that I don't understand why the voices are coming from two different directions. These words immediately reminded Han Yunqi. Almost as soon as fourth young mistress Rin finished speaking, Han Yunqi blurted out, "Our reinforcements have arrived at the maze!" It must be. If Bai Yanqing wanted to lure her out, he could have used one hostage. Why did he have to use two hostages at the same time and from two different directions? No matter how capable Bai Yanqing was, he couldn't possibly have the ability to split himself into two. He could only be with one of the hostages. If he was with Su Xiaoyu, wouldn't he be afraid that she would look for Ning Jing? Although Bai Yanqing's subordinates were all highly skilled in martial arts and poison, they wouldn't be able to defeat her even if they joined forces. Bai Yanqing was asking for trouble. The only possibility was that Bai Yanqing not only wanted to lure her out, but he also wanted to lure the others out and split them up. These others must be Long Fei Yi and the rest. Fourth young mistress Rin was just curious and didn't know much. Han Yunqi hesitated for a moment and said seriously, "Fourth young mistress Rin, stay here and don't move. I'll go over and take a look." Fourth young mistress Rin held Han Yunqi's hand nervously. She seemed to want to say something, but didn't dare to. In the end, she let go of Han Yunqi's hand. Han Yunqi knew that fourth young mistress Rin was worried that she wouldn't be able to come back once she left. Han Yunqi squatted down and looked at fourth young mistress Rin seriously. "If I leave now, I might not be able to come back for a long time or even forever." "I know." Fourth young mistress Rin lowered her head and didn't dare to look at Han Yunqi. "If you follow me—" Before Han Yunqi could finish her sentence, fourth young mistress Rin interrupted her. "We'll be in more danger, and I'll be a burden to you. I choose to stay." Fourth young mistress Rin took out a poison pill and said seriously, "This is a slow-acting poison. It won't have any effect on the body before it acts up. It will only act up after a year. Take it first, and I'll be able to find you when the time comes. I'll be able to find the poisoned person quickly." There were so many labyrinths. Although she was sure that this was a huge honeycomb labyrinth, she didn't know where they were in the honeycomb labyrinth. Once they were far away, it wouldn't be easy to come back to find them. She could only rely on the detoxification system. It would take a year for the poison to act up, which was enough insurance. Because if she couldn't come back after a year, she wouldn't come back. Han Yunqi thought that fourth young mistress Ren would hesitate, but she actually took the poison pill and swallowed it. Han Yunqi saw this and felt grateful. She was so afraid that fourth young mistress Rin wouldn't be able to bear the risk and would cry and beg her to save her. The person Gu Beiwe chose was really reliable. No matter what, she had to try her best to protect fourth young mistress Rin. A woman like her would definitely have a bright future in the medical school. After settling fourth young mistress Rin down, Han Yunqi hurriedly set off. She was afraid that Ning Jing's voice would stop. If that happened, it would be difficult for her to find her. Unfortunately, after Han Yunqi ran for a long distance, Ning Jing's voice stopped abruptly as she got closer to her. Not long after, Su Xiaoyu's voice stopped as well. Han Yunqi was so angry that she wanted to kick the wall with her foot, but she forced herself to hold back. She couldn't expose her whereabouts even if she couldn't find her. The voice stopped. Could it be that Long Fei Yi and the rest had found her? Han Yunqi didn't hesitate and continued to walk forward cautiously. She didn't dare to walk too fast or go too far, for fear that she would choose the wrong fork and go in the wrong direction. She really hoped that Long Fei Yi and the rest were around so that she wouldn't go in the wrong direction if there was any movement or sound. At this moment, Long Fei Yi and the rest had gathered together and were standing at the door of a stone room. Ning Jing's voice clearly came from inside, but when they arrived, there was no one in the stone room. Long Fei Yi personally grabbed Tang Li's arm. Otherwise, Tang Li would have already rushed in. It was obvious that there was a trap in the stone room. Bai Yanqing was hiding in a dark corner of the stone room. cold as he stared at the group at the door. He'd wanted to lure Han Yunqi out and scatter the group in different directions. But who knew that these four fellows would come looking for him together? There wasn't even a trace of Han Yunqi's shadow. Since everyone was here, he didn't mind having a few more hostages in his hands. He didn't mind imprisoning Long Feiyi as well. Now that the situation in Cloud Realm had settled down, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi, their two masters, were missing. The Eastern-Western Qin factions would definitely have a good show to watch. The world would never be peaceful again. Long Feiyi and the rest lingered at the door of the stone room. Bai Yanqing's lips curled into a cold smile as he pushed open the mechanism and walked down from the stone wall. He chuckled and said, "Young people, long time no see." Chapter 11:25. Long Feiyi and the others could clearly see that Bai Yanqing had come down from the mezzanine of the stone room. Then, were the hostages also trapped in the mezzanine? "Where's Ningjing?" "Bai Yanqing, return Ningjing to me, otherwise I'll fight you." Tang Li was already half out of control. When he did not hear Ningjing's voice, he was still calm. But when he heard Ningjing's shouts, he could not control himself. Anger, excitement, nervousness, worry, fear, and etc. All kinds of bad emotions filled his heart. If he did not see Ningjing, he did not know when he would go crazy. It was a good thing Long Feiyi was holding on to him. Otherwise, he would have been taken down by Bai Yanqing. "Return Ningjing to me, do you hear me?" For a grown man, other than kidnapping women? What else do you know? Tell me. If you have fucking guts, let them all go. Father will fight you one-on-one. Do you dare? Bai Yanqing, you coward. Bai Yanqing allowed Tang Li to curse and berate him as he wished, but didn't spare him a glance. All of his attention was on Long Fei. Their sweetheart had been kidnapped, but Long Fei's reaction was completely different from Tang Li's. Cold as he looked at Bai Yanqing, not moving at all. It was hard to see through him. This kind of calmness, Bai Yanqing admired him very much. It seems like the East Qin Crown Prince does not care about the life or death of his sweetheart. Bai Yanqing said with a cold smile, "She will not die." Long Fei's voice was as cold as ice, filled with certainty. Bai Yanqing disliked Long Fei's attitude the most, this kind of aloof attitude that seemed like everything was under his control. He coldly said, "It's too early to say. Don't regret it later." What a joke. Long Fei's tone became even more sarcastic. "Bai Yanqing, you just want the two of us to fail in our dual cultivation and kill each other. You just want the Eastern and Western Qin sides to continue fighting. You won't kill her. You have to take good care of her. Otherwise, why would you find her medicine to prevent miscarriage?" Long Fei was actually anxious in his heart, but he had already calmed down after such a long time. A little while more wouldn't make a difference. The hostage must be in the stone room. At the very least, Ningjing must be there. There must be a trap in this stone room. Therefore, they must not enter unless absolutely necessary. Even if there were no traps, it would be easy for Bai Yanqing to poison them in a confined space like the stone chamber. However, it would be difficult for them to avoid the poison in time. The wisest choice was to waste time with Bai Yanqing and look for flaws and countermeasures. He didn't believe that Bai Yanqing would be able to escape now that he was right in front of him. Bai Yanqing didn't care that his scheme had been exposed. At this point, he no longer had the patience to play with this group of young people. Today, he was determined to imprison Long Feiyi. Bai Yanqing finally looked at the furious Tang Li. However, he pointed at Long Feiyi and said, "We can have a one-on-one duel, but he'll come. Those who don't dare are cowards." Long Feiyi was about to answer when Gu suddenly laughed, wildly. "Old man, you don't even dare to accept Tang Li's challenge. What right do you have to fight Long Feiyi?" Bai Yanqing wasn't so easily provoked. He ignored Gu and looked cold at Long Feiyi, waiting for Long Feiyi to accept the challenge. Other than Long Feiyi, who else had Gu's cheap mouth lost to? Bai Yanqing's indifference didn't discourage him. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. He said, "Oh, right. I forgot that you're a coward. Poison Girl said she was going to castrate you, but you didn't even show up." At this point, Bai Yanqing had already glanced at Gu from the corner of his eyes. Aside from Long Fei and Han Yunxi, he'd never really considered anyone else worthy of his attention. As for Gu Qixiao, he only knew that the man was a test subject who'd survived a calamity thanks to medicine. Ouch! Gu suddenly slapped his thigh hard. The sudden and intense reaction made Long Fei and the others look at him, wondering what was wrong with him. Bai Yanqing finally looked over as well. Gu Qixiao said, "Long Fei, this old man suddenly remembered something. TSK, why didn't I think of it back then?" "What is it?" Long Fei asked. Although he didn't know what Gu was up to, he was very sure that Gu was putting on an act. He was very willing to play along. Gu narrowed his eyes and looked like he was deep in thought. He said seriously, "Long Fei, do you think this old thing is a eunuch? Otherwise, why wouldn't he dare to show up when Poison Girl threatened to castrate him?" As soon as he said this, even Tang Li, who was still struggling, suddenly quieted down. The spacious corridor was completely silent. Which man could stand this kind of provocation? Bai Yanqing wouldn't be a man if he kept quiet. He said angrily, "Shut up!" Gu was a very strong-willed person. Since Bai Yanqing had ignored him earlier, he couldn't be bothered with Bai Yanqing now. He didn't even look at him. He chuckled at Long Fei and said, "Ticking, no wonder. Poison Girl has always suspected that this old thing isn't her father. She said that they weren't related by blood. Maybe he really isn't Poison Girl's father. He could not do such a thing. No wonder Madame Mu Xian followed someone else." "Gu, shut up." Bai Yanqing was thoroughly enraged. Mu Xian had always been his greatest weakness. Any topic related to Mu Xian could touch his sensitive nerves. Gu smiled carelessly, his face full of disdain. When he was investigating Han Yunxi's identity, he had thoroughly investigated the rumors about Mu Xian and the poison sex orphan. He had heard several versions of the rumors. Judging from Bai Yanqing's sinister actions and the fact that Mu Xian had left the poison sect to marry Hong Kongan, there must be some grudge between Mu Xian and Bai Yanqing. Perhaps Bai Yanqing was tormenting Poison Girl like this to get back at Mu Xian. Thinking up to here, Gu turned back to Bai Yanqing. He rubbed his chin and asked seriously, "Old thing, there's no one else here besides us men. Tell me the truth, is it because you can't do it that Mu Xian abandoned you and even settled for trash like Hong Kongan?" "Gu, this old man will kill you," Bai Yanqing exploded. "Kill this old man? You're neither male nor female, an immortal and indestructible thing. You think you're worthy?" Gu scoffed. Bai Yanqing immediately raised his sword and charged out. Gu shot a look at Long Fei and Gu Beiwe before fleeing down the stone corridor. This was the first time in his life that Bai Yanqing had been humiliated like this. He was so angry that he swung his sword and chased after Gu. Gu hadn't actually run far. He had started fighting with Bai Yanqing in the corridor behind the right fork. Long Fei had captured Tang Li and hadn't moved from his spot. He was basically betting on the left side of the corridor to prevent Bai Yanqing from escaping. Gu Beiwe had already entered the secret room and quickly searched for hidden passages on the walls and floor. Ning Jing's voice had come from this room, so the hostages must still be here. "Brother, let me go. Let me in," Tang Li said anxiously. "Try making noise again," Long Fei said sternly. His line of sight had always been in front of him. Although he couldn't see the situation on Gu's side, his attention was focused there. The reason why he let Gu Beiwe enter the stone room alone was because Gu Beiwe was fast. If there were any traps, he would be able to escape quickly. Long Fei let go of Tang Li, and Tang Li really didn't dare to make any more noise. He had to be scolded before he could calm down. He looked into the stone room and prepared his hidden weapons, guarding against situations that could happen at any time. In front of him, the sounds of fighting were getting louder and louder. Gu and Bai Yanqing were locked in a fierce battle. Gu's swordsmanship wasn't as good as Bai Yanqing's. However, with the sword spirit of Emo Xie's treasured sword in his hand, in terms of martial arts, he and Bai Yanqing were on par. He had also shown his trump card at the beginning and only fought with Bai Yanqing. Now that they had fought for more than 10 moves, there was still no clear winner. Bai Yanqing wasn't so patient. He had to vent his anger on Gu. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down. Suddenly, he put away his sword and faced Gu's sword head-on, closing in on Gu. A complicated look flashed past Gu's eyes. He suddenly retreated all the way to Long Fei Ye's side. At this time, Gu Beiwe just came out of the stone room. Other than the mezzanine where Bai Yanqing had hidden, he didn't find any other mechanism. Gu Beiwe wanted to talk to Long Fei Yi. Seeing that Gu had fled back and Bai Yanqing had chased after them, they became alert and didn't dare to be distracted. Long Fei Yi frowned slightly. Why did Gu run back? Didn't he know to buy more time? Although Gu Beiwe didn't find any other mechanisms in the stone room, it didn't mean that there were no mezzanines or traps in the stone room. Many of the Tang sect's hidden weapons were small mechanisms. He often stayed in the Tang sect. Although he didn't learn, he knew a little about mechanism design. In order to prevent others from discovering many traps and secret rooms, the activation mechanism would be hidden outside and guarded by specialized people. Tang Li's attention was all on Ningjing. Otherwise, he would have thought of it long ago. If he led Gu Beiwe around the stone room to find the mechanism, they should be able to find it very quickly. Gu lured Bai Yanqing over like this. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li couldn't move. They could only wait and see. Brat, don't run if you have the guts. Bai Yanqing said angrily. Which eye of yours saw me run away? Gu retorted. He turned around and said to Long Fei Yi and the others, there's a poisonous aura behind you. It should be a group of poisonous snakes. Be careful of the poisonous gas. It turned out that Gu had specially come over to warn them. The group of snakes was behind them. Even with their hearing, they didn't detect any movement. It seemed that not only could this group of poisonous snakes spit out poisonous gas, but they were also silent when they crawled. Bai Yanqing used poison as expected. Gu Beiwe immediately took out his small golden knife. Tang Li was also on guard, holding his hidden weapon. When facing a group of poisonous snakes, they could only attack from afar. It would be troublesome if they were entangled by the snakes. The group of snakes hadn't come close yet. Long Fei Yi was relieved to leave his back to Gu Beiwe and Tang Li. He looked at Bai Yanqing coldly. Haha, Gu, you're right today. Bai Yanqing is a coward. After Gu's previous no comment, Long Fei Yi's coward was even more insulting. Long Fei Yi was obviously doing it on purpose. Bai Yanqing was completely enraged. Long Fei Yi, just you wait. After I take care of Gu, you'll be next. Chapter 11:26. Deal with him? Long Fei Yi sneered disdainfully. Bai Yanqing, you can't even deal with the 4 of us with your immortal body, and you still have to use poison. If you're not a coward, then what are you? Gu's eyes lit up, as if he had heard something. He quickly said, Long Fei Yi, let's not argue with a coward. Even if he uses poison, we're not afraid of him. Bai Yanqing could tell that he was trying to goad him, but he couldn't take it lying down. He immediately blew a whistle, and the snakes that were approaching immediately retreated. This group of people didn't know that Han Yunxi, who couldn't find anyone, had already activated the detoxification system to detect the presence of the venomous snakes, and was about to come over. In the end, the venomous snakes scattered, and her direction was completely messed up. She could only slowly search around. Bai Yanqing said angrily, All right, old man doesn't need to use poison. Do you want to come one by one, or all of you together? Long Fei Yi was waiting for him to say that. If Bai Yanqing didn't use poison, they would be much safer. Even if Han Yunxi wasn't around, they could still tie Bai Yanqing up, one by one, lest you lose and say that we bully you with numbers. Gu was in a good mood, and he replied with a smile, In your dreams. Bai Yanqing didn't understand where this group of youngsters got the confidence to say such things. Were they trying to trap him? That was simply wishful thinking. He suddenly flew towards Gu. Gu didn't dodge, and he swung his sword fiercely at him. Even if he couldn't kill Bai Yanqing, he definitely wouldn't miss any chance to hurt him. He wouldn't die, right? It was good that he wouldn't die. He could keep him and slowly torture him. Gu's sword slashed Bai Yanqing's arm, leaving a deep cut. Bai Yanqing was indifferent, and he clawed at Gu's neck. Gu Qishao was naturally on guard and quickly dodged out of the way. He threw a punch at Bai Yanqing's face. Bai Yanqing dodged to the side and drew his sword to stab Gu's abdomen. Gu narrowly avoided it. He retreated again and patted his chest. "You scared me to death." Bai Yanqing did not give him any chance to catch his breath and continued to chase after him. Gu once again raised his sword and ruthlessly stabbed forward. Bai Yanqing still didn't dodge, and allowed the sword to pierce through his abdomen. He still attacked Gu head-on, and the tip of his sword was close to Gu's heart. Gu still wanted to escape, but Bai Yanqing suddenly rushed forward. In an instant, Gu's entire sword pierced through Bai Yanqing's abdomen. Bai Yanqing also forced himself in front of Gu. He drew a dagger from his sleeve and pressed it against Gu's heart. He didn't stab it, but Gu didn't dare to move. "You've lost." Bai Yanqing's eyes were cold, and he stared at Gu. Gu didn't answer him, and his eyes turned cold. In an instant, the surrounding thorny vines rose up crazily and surrounded the two of them. Bai Yanqing laughed. "Brat, you're trying to trap me with thorny vines?" "Can't I?" Gu sneered. "Let me go, or else I'll make sure you can't escape for the rest of your life." Bai Yanqing snorted and drew his sword with his other hand. With a fierce swing, he cut off a large patch of thorny vines. "Old man can leave your corpse intact, as long as you admit that you're a coward." If Bai Yanqing didn't want to fight for his dignity, why would he bother with Gu? He would have made a move on Long Fei long ago. Gu looked at the broken thorny vines, and then lowered his head to look at the blade pressed against his heart. He pretended to be terrified. "This, old Bai, actually the one who wants to kill you is Long Fei, not me." "Cut the crap. Are you going to talk or not?" Bai Yanqing didn't have much patience. I'll talk. If I say that Long Fei is a coward, can you let me go?" Gu asked anxiously. Before Bai Yanqing could react, Long Fei's eyes immediately shot out murderous intent. He drew his sword and released an unusually sharp sword aura, which directly slashed at Gu's head. "Gu, you're asking for death." The sword aura was so sharp that it was unstoppable. It really chopped down on Gu's head, and even Bai Yanqing was affected. If he hadn't grabbed Gu's sleeve, he would have been sent flying. As for the thorny vines surrounding them, they were all destroyed and fell to the ground. Bai Yanqing was dumbfounded. What was going on? Long Fei actually made a move against Gu Qishao? After all, Gu was the only one among them who knew poison. Long Fei was crazy? Tang Li, who didn't know the truth, was also stunned. "Brother, blood slowly flowed down along Gu's hairline, flowed to his long eyelashes, and dripped down. The whole place was silent. Bai Yanqing looked at Gu in disbelief. For a moment, he was a little confused and didn't know what was going on. However, Long Fei's anger hadn't subsided. If he didn't give Gu a few slashes, this guy would become bolder and bolder. It was bad enough that he didn't end the battle quickly with Bai Yanqing, but he actually had the mood to take the opportunity to scold him. "Gu, there won't be a next time." Long Fei said and slashed down again. The sword aura still hit Gu's head. "Brother, are you crazy?" Tang Li roared. Gu Beiwe leaned against the wall, lowered his head, and smiled helplessly. Gu took 2 slashes in a row and squatted down in pain. From Bai Yanqing's point of view, he probably couldn't hold on and was about to collapse. He looked at the furious Long Fei and was about to speak. Who knew? Long Fei raised the profound frost sword for the 3rd time. At this moment, Gu, who was supposed to be lying down like a corpse, actually touched his head and jumped up. He spat fiercely. Long Fei, are you fucking done? It hurts. Although Gu wasn't lying down like a corpse, but when he jumped up, it felt like a real corpse. Long Fei and Gu Beiwe, who knew the truth, didn't have much of a reaction. However, Tang Li and Bai Yanqing were shocked, especially Bai Yanqing. He was stunned and stared at Gu, dumbfounded. A sense of fear slowly crept into his heart. Could it be? Gu wiped the blood off his face and glanced at Long Fei. 2 slashes, I'll remember it. Try talking nonsense again. Long Fei, you wasn't afraid of him. Gu immediately turned to look at Bai Yanqing and suddenly flew over. Bai Yanqing regained his senses and immediately retreated. He questioned loudly, Gu, who are you? If you admit that you're a coward, I'll tell you. Gu snorted. Don't even think about it. Bai Yanqing immediately went up to him. He didn't believe it. He definitely didn't believe that Gu was also immortal. It must be that Long Fei Ye's 2 slashes had some kind of secret hidden in them. He had already used up all the herbs to raise the poisonous Gu human. It would take thousands of years for it to grow again. There definitely wasn't a second poisonous Gu human in this world. There definitely wasn't. He was the one and only. He pulled out his dagger. Seeing Gu coming towards him, he immediately stabbed the dagger into Gu's heart. Go to hell! Gu allowed the dagger to stab into his heart. He looked down at him from above and then kicked him away. If you can kill me, I'll call you my lord. Looking at Gu's chest that was covered in fresh blood and seeing Gu standing perfectly fine, Bai Yanqing couldn't help but believe what he saw with his own eyes. He said angrily, Who are you? How did this happen? I'm your lord. Gu didn't hesitate anymore. He pressed his hands on Bai Yanqing's shoulders. In an instant, thorny vines shot out from his arms and bound Bai Yanqing's body a few times. Bai Yanqing was shocked. He tried to break free from the thorny vines, but couldn't, so he used poison on the thorny vines. He struggled violently, and the poison powder scattered from his body onto Gu and the thorny vines. It's useless. Gu snorted. He retreated and used the thorny vines to wrap Bai Yanqing a few times, trapping Bai Yanqing tightly. Bai Yanqing couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that he would be tricked like this. He stopped struggling and stared at Gu in a daze. He still couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Long Fei, you made a prompt decision. Gu Beiwe, take Tang Li to find the mechanism and save them. Asking Bai Yanqing where the hostage was equivalent to asking for nothing. Finding the hostage himself was the best way. Tang Li and Gu Beiwe were about to leave when smoke suddenly came out from the cracks of the surrounding stone walls. Oh no, it's poisonous, Gu shouted. Long Fei and the other 2 immediately held their breaths. Soon, a group of poisonous snakes came from both sides. It was the group of poisonous snakes that could spit out poisonous gas. There are a lot of snakes, Gu said with a serious face. Not to mention that Long Fei and the others couldn't hold their breaths for long. The number of poisonous snakes was enough to catch them off guard. Moreover, only God knew what other poisonous tricks Bai Yanqing had left. Coward! You said you wouldn't use poison. Tang Li scolded. Bai Yanqing remained unmoved. If he knew Gu Qishao had an undying body, he would have used poisons against him. How long had he waited for this day to make Eastern and Western Qin turn against each other? Today, no matter what kind of provocation, he wouldn't stop. Gu couldn't figure out what kind of poison the gas was, and he couldn't detoxify the snake's poison. He frowned and looked at Long Fei, waiting for Long Fei to make a decision. You'd better hold on. Once you're poisoned, Old Man guarantees that you'll die within the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. Long Fei also hesitated. What was the point of trapping Bai Yanqing but losing their lives? Suddenly, Tang Li widened his eyes and gestured vigorously at Gu Beiwe and Long Fei, as if he wanted to say something. Long Fei didn't understand, but Gu Beiwe immediately understood. The princess was also in the maze. As long as they held on for a while, the princess would definitely be able to find them by following the poison. There were so many poisonous snakes here and there was also a large area of poisonous gas. The princess would definitely be able to find them soon. As long as the princess came, Bai Yanqing wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Wait, this was the only solution and also everyone's way out. Although Long Fei Yi didn't understand, when he saw Gu Beiyue's expression, he knew that they could hold on. At this moment, a poisonous snake suddenly flew towards Long Fei Yi, and then all the poisonous snakes launched a group attack. Gu was restraining Bai Yanqing and couldn't make a move. Long Fei Yi raised his sword and waved a large group of poisonous snakes back. Gu Beiyue and Tang Li immediately made a move, using Tang Li's hidden needles. They had to keep a certain distance from the poisonous snakes, and then kill them to avoid being poisoned. Seeing this, Bai Yanqing only sneered. Gu rushed over and said angrily, "I'll make you wish you were dead." Gu was about to make a move, but Tang Li suddenly raised his hand and found that the skin on the back of his hand had turned black again. "Brother, I've been poisoned." Tang Li blurted out and gave up holding his breath. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Only Bai Yanqing sneered. How could his ambush be blocked just by holding one's breath? Bai Yanqing looked at Gu with a smile. They don't have much time left. Their lives are in your hands. Chapter 11:27. Bai Yanqing's undying body wasn't what Long Fei Yi and the others were most afraid of. What they were most afraid of was Bai Yanqing's poison skills. Seeing Tang Li's blackened arm, Gu knew that Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiyue couldn't escape either. He said angrily to Bai Yanqing, "Antidote!" "Let go of me," Bai Yanqing said slowly. Tang Li suddenly remembered something and exclaimed, "Brother, seventh young master, my sister-in-law has already escaped." "My sister-in-law has escaped. She's in the maze. She'll be here soon, as long as we hold on," Tang Li said anxiously, but as soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned and fell to his knees. His entire face was black and he couldn't speak. The poison is acting up. Gu was shocked. Han Yunqi was in the maze. The poison here was so thick. She would definitely be able to find her way here soon. But they didn't have time. Tang Li's life was at stake. Long Fei Yi bent down to help him and found that his palm was also starting to turn black. He looked at Gu Beiyue and saw that Gu Beiyue was looking at his palm. There was no doubt that the poison was about to act up. Gu had no choice and didn't have any more time to waste. He said to Bai Yanqing, "Give me 2 sets of antidotes out of the 3 of us first. Otherwise, how can I trust you? If you want to bargain with old man, you can wait for Han Yunqi to rush over." Bai Yanqing sneered. He knew that Han Yunqi would be able to find her way here, but at this point, he was very willing to take a gamble. Gu Beiyue suddenly fell to his knees and couldn't hold on anymore. Only Long Fei Yi was still holding on. Gu glanced at Long Fei Yi. He had no choice but to let him go. The vines immediately loosened, and Bai Yanqing immediately retreated. Gu chased after him, and Bai Yanqing really threw out the antidote. However, when Gu caught it, he realized that there was only one portion of the antidote. "Bai Yanqing, you're shameless." Gu was furious. Just as he was about to attack, he saw a woman running out of the darkness behind Bai Yanqing. The woman had one hand on the wall and the other on her waist. Although her dress was loose, it was obvious that her belly was bulging. Except for Bai Yanqing, who did not know what was going on, everyone was stunned. Even Gu Beiyue and Tang Li, who were kneeling on the ground, raised their heads. Long Fei Yi was the most stunned. His handsome face, which had always been cold, showed panic and helplessness that he had never shown before. This woman in front of him, this pregnant woman, was Han Yunqi. Who else could she be? His gaze slowly moved down from her face and finally landed on her slightly bulging stomach. His gaze seemed to be locked by something and would never be able to move away. At this moment, Long Fei Yi must have forgotten the dangerous situation he was in. He must have forgotten that he was poisoned. Perhaps he even forgot who he was. Although he knew that Han Yunqi was pregnant, knowing and seeing were 2 completely different experiences. Especially when he saw that she was standing perfectly fine, he was even more at a loss. He did not know what to do or what to say. Unknowingly, he smiled. Looking at Han Yunqi's belly, he smiled foolishly. Bai Yanqing quickly realized that there was someone behind him. Just as he was about to turn around, Gu's thorny vines attacked again. With the experience of being tied up just now, Bai Yanqing immediately dodged and quickly realized that Han Yunqi was coming. Abominable! He cursed as he charged at Han Yunqi. When Han Yunqi saw Long Fei, she wanted to pounce on him and give him a good hug, but she could not. She quickly dodged. At the same time, she threw the antidote to Long Fei. Gu did not dare to use the antidote that Bai Yanqing gave him. He threw the antidote to Bai Yanqing and the thorny vines attacked again. Seeing that Bai Yanqing was about to catch Han Yunqi hurriedly dodged to the side. At the same time, the thorny vines also hit the stone wall and rebounded towards Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing could only dodge again. Han Yunqi took this opportunity and landed beside Long Fei and the others. The first thing she did was to scatter a circle of powder around them to make the poisonous snakes retreat and not dare to come close. Long Fei was taking the antidote. Han Yunqi glanced at him and whispered, "The children, and I miss you." She did not delay, not even for a moment of tenderness. As soon as she finished speaking, she squatted down to feed Tang Li and Gu Beiwa the antidote. If it was not resolved soon, the two of them would die. Moreover, this poison could not be cured immediately with the antidote. Her antidote could only temporarily delay the time of death from the poison. Long Fei looked at her without a word, but his gaze was extremely warm and soft. "Long Fei, all of you sit down. I have to perform acupuncture immediately. You don't have much time," Han Yunqi said seriously. After seeing Han Yunqi cure the poison, everyone knew what was going on. Long Fei also sat down. Han Yunqi looked back at Gu and saw that Gu and Bai Yanqing were still fighting. After Bai Yanqing was guarded against Gu's thorny vines, it seemed that it would not be so easy for Gu to trap him. "Don't worry, he's fine," Long Fei said lightly. Han Yunqi had clearly found poison in Gu Qixiao's body as well. But why hadn't the poison flared up yet? She did not have time to think too much. Gu alone could not deal with Bai Yanqing. She had to quickly save Long Fei and the rest. Only if she joined forces with Long Fei could they restrain Bai Yanqing. "Raise your hand. Right hand," Han Yunqi said seriously. Long Fei and the rest did as they were told. Han Yunqi did not detoxify them one by one, but the three of them detoxified the poison together. Because the time was really too short, the process of acupuncture was also the process of detoxification. In any case, it could buy some time. If she detoxified them one by one, it was very likely that the last person would not be able to be saved. That hateful Bai Yanqing, the poison he chose was really vicious. Han Yunqi was urgently detoxifying the poison when a sword aura suddenly came from behind her. She subconsciously turned around and saw Bai Yanqing's sword slashing towards Gu's head. Han Yunqi was shocked. "Gu." She instinctively wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. The sword aura came down at full speed, and fresh blood flowed from Gu's forehead. Han Yunqi was so shocked that she could not speak, and the needle in her hand fell to the ground. This should be the first time she was so careless in detoxification. "He won't die. He also has an immortal body. Detoxify quick." Long Fei had no choice but to tell the truth. Although Gu had once hoped that he could kill Bai Yanqing alone when Han Yunqi was not around, it seemed that his hopes were going to be dashed. "What?" Han Yunqi looked back in disbelief. "Detoxify quick. Gu can't trap him," Long Fei said anxiously. Han Yunqi looked over again and saw that Gu was really fine and was fighting with Bai Yanqing again. Only then did she come back to her senses. Even though she was full of confusion and shock, she could not be bothered with it for the time being. She picked up the needle and continued detoxifying at a faster speed. As she applied the needle, she whispered, "There are only 3 needles left. 7th young master must hold on." Her heart raced. Her stomach was starting to feel uncomfortable from squatting for too long, so she simply knelt. Seeing this, Long Fei Ye's heart ached, and he wanted nothing more than to carry her. But he could not. Not only could he not carry her, but he could not disturb her. Looking at Han Yunqi kneeling in front of him, he secretly swore that in this life, no matter what, even if this woman betrayed him, he would never treat her and their child unfairly. Gu and Tang Li immediately moved closer to make it easier for Han Yunqi to apply the needles. Soon, another needle was done. There were only 2 needles left. She continued to search for acupoints on the hands of Long Fei Yi and the other 2, and applied the needles one by one. The second needle was also done. There was only 1 needle left. At this moment, Gu used a thorny vine to shoot out from behind Bai Yanqing and bind Bai Yanqing's waist. Long Fei Yi and the other 2 were overjoyed. Long Fei Yi whispered, "Quick, Gu has trapped him." But who knew that Bai Yanqing would fiercely pull the thorny vine over and at the same time pull Gu over and grab his neck. Gu let him grab him. The thorny vines on his hands shot out crazily and wrapped Bai Yanqing tightly. He raised his head and an unbridled smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had won. Although he wouldn't die, he had still won. He had trapped Bai Yanqing. He would leave the rest to Long Fei Yi and Poison Girl. They would definitely take their revenge. At this moment, Han Yunqi finally finished the last needle. Long Fei wanted to pick Han Yunqi up, but he didn't dare to be as domineering as before. Instead, he carefully helped her to her feet. Gu Beiwei and Tang Li surrounded the right side, while Long Fei Yi held Han Yunqi's hand and blocked the left side. At this moment, Bai Yanqing and Gu were hugging each other. Both of them were bound by thorny vines. Gu yanked Bai Yanqing's hand away and tilted his head to look at Han Yunqi. He smiled brightly. "Poison Girl, isn't she brother powerful?" Han Yunqi and the others didn't dare to let down their guard. Even Han Yunqi didn't dare to ask about Gu's body. They had to find a safe way to truly trap Bai Yanqing. Tang Li quickly took out a coil of rope. This was the work of the Tang sect elders over the past few months. This rope was made of a special material. It was very similar to the hidden thread, but much thicker. It was used to bind people's limbs. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to break free. The name of this rope was given by Mrs. Tang. It was called the Death Reaper rope. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei took the rope and were about to act when Bai Yanqing suddenly stomped his foot. "Careful!" Tang Li was the first to react. He instinctively grabbed Gu's hand. Unfortunately, it was too late. The place where Gu and Bai Yanqing were standing suddenly caved in. The 2 of them fell down. It seemed to be very deep. Tang Li immediately rushed down to take a look, but he couldn't see anyone. "There are many traps here. Everyone be careful." Long Fei Yi held Han Yunqi's hand tightly. "What's going on?" "Gu." Han Yunqi couldn't hold it in anymore. "Brother, Gu, he's also a poison Gu human?" Tang Li asked anxiously. He had wanted to ask just now. "I only know that he has an immortal body. As for whether he's a poison Gu human, that's up to him. He won't die. He might even be able to trap Bai Yanqing for a while. We have to find hostages immediately," Long Fei Yi said seriously. "Yes, we don't have to worry about 7th young master. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu are in different directions. It's best if we don't split up. We don't have much time. Sect Master Tang. There should be a secret chamber in the stone room. Let's hurry and find it," Gu Beiwei said anxiously. Han Yunqi knew the situation was urgent, but she couldn't take her eyes off the pitch-black hole beneath her feet. She was too shocked by this truth. 7th young master won't die? Chapter 11:28. She stared at the deep hole beneath her feet, her heart stuffy with an indescribable discomfort. No wonder. No wonder Gu always said that he wouldn't die. It turned out that "I won't die" wasn't a joke, nor was it Gu's arrogance. It was his truth. Was he a poison Gu human? A poison Gu human raised by Gu Yuntian? But the medicine used to raise poison Gu humans was long gone. If Gu was a poison Gu human, he should know Bai Yanqing very well. A terrifying thought flashed through Han Yunqi's mind, and this thought made her even more upset. What would be at the bottom of such a deep hole? Even if Gu didn't die, he would still be in pain. "Don't worry," Long Fei said indifferently. "Princess, seventh young master, should be fine. It's more important to find him," Gu Beiwa also advised. Tang Li was anxious about Ningjing and had already started searching to the right. He circled around the stone room. The mechanism must be in this circle. Han Yunqi knew that the situation was urgent. She restrained her thoughts and said, "Follow Tang Li, don't let him go alone. There are a lot of poisonous creatures and traps here." Gu Beiwa chased after him. Long Fei held Han Yunqi's hand tightly and followed behind. Where Gu and Bai Yanqing went, and how long Gu could trap Bai Yanqing, everything was still unknown. Rescuing the hostages was the most important thing. Otherwise, even if they caught Bai Yanqing, they would definitely be restrained. Tang Li walked very carefully and didn't miss any places where there might be hidden mechanisms. Gu Beiwa stood guard behind him, his entire body on guard in case anything unexpected happened. Han Yunqi and Long Fei followed closely. However, not long after, Long Fei could not take it anymore. He suddenly stopped and pulled Han Yunqi into his arms and hugged her. His words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't have time to say them. He didn't know what to say either, so he simply said, "Yunqi, I'm sorry." Han Yunqi was slightly stunned. She could clearly hear the sobs in Long Fei's voice. How serious was this apology? She originally thought that he would question her about why she didn't tell him that she was pregnant. She even wanted to explain that she was confused about the situation. Who would have thought that he didn't reprimand or question her at all? He only said, "I'm sorry." She was both touched and distressed. Just as she was about to hug him tightly, he immediately let go. The hostages had not been rescued yet, and everyone was still in a dangerous situation. What right did the two of them have to hug? What right did he have to hug her for so long? They still held hands and followed Tang Li and the others forward while paying attention to the movements around them. However, Han Yunqi couldn't help it. She suddenly stopped and turned to hug Long Fei. It was only for a moment before she let go. Long Fei wanted to hug her again, but he couldn't. "Idiot, it's not like it's your fault." Han Yunqi spoke in a low voice as she gently placed his hand on her stomach. "If we're sorry, then it's us who've wronged this little fellow. When he's born, we'll properly apologize to him." As soon as Long Fei touched Han Yunqi's swollen belly, he immediately tensed up. He was so nervous that he couldn't keep walking forward. He was so nervous that he didn't even listen to Han Yunqi's words. Han Yunqi clearly felt his hand tremble slightly when it touched her belly. Heavens! This fellow had never seen so much of the world. Just how nervous was he to make his hand tremble? Although his hand was trembling, he didn't let go when Han Yunqi tried to remove his hand. Instead, he gently placed his hand on her belly. This guy who was as mighty as a god and as cold as an Azura couldn't be a child slave, right? At this moment, Han Yunqi was suddenly very worried that she was pregnant with a girl. If that was the case, she would be jealous of this little fellow. She was still in her mother's womb. Yet Long Fei was already so nervous. What would happen if she was born? Wouldn't Long Fei spoil her to the skies? Han Yunqi decisively pushed Long Fei's hand away and said seriously, "Let's go. Be careful. You owe me first. Let me hug you properly later." Long Fei could only hold her hand and continue walking forward. He wasn't giving in, but he was enduring. After all, this wasn't the time for a family of 3 to be affectionate. Suddenly, Tang Li stopped and said in surprise, "It's here. There's a switch." He carefully lifted up a brick and saw that it was hollow under it. There was a wooden valve. Tang Li immediately went to pull the valve, but Long Fei Yi stopped him. "Wait, check it first." Tang Li immediately stopped. There was bound to be an ambush near any switch. Tang Li must have been overjoyed. He turned back and smiled at Long Fei Yi. "Okay, I'll check it now." How long had it been since he had seen Tang Li's good-looking and pure smile? Tang Li was so happy that he almost screamed. When he thought about how he would be able to see Ning Jing after activating the switch, he was excited. When he saw Ning Jing, he would definitely tell her what was on his mind. The words that he had been hiding in his heart for a long time, and the words that he had been preparing for a long time. He wanted to let her know how much he loved her. Tang Li was both nervous and excited as he searched around the valve for a long time. Finally, he found a very thin line. Just as he was about to pull it, Han Yunqi quickly pulled him away. "There's poison, be careful. Sister-in-law, this is a double switch. This line has to be activated together with the valve. If the valve is activated alone or this line is activated alone, the hidden weapon hidden in the wall will shoot out. The wall here is not thick, so there should be hidden needles," Tang Li explained. "There's poison on the line. You pull the valve and I'll pull the line. I'll count to 3 and we'll pull it together," Han Yunqi said seriously. The two of them pulled the switch at the same time, and a rumbling sound came from the stone room. Tang Li was extremely surprised. He ran into the stone room in a flash. Gu Beiwei watched him closely, almost like a shadow. Han Yunqi wanted to chase after him, but Long Fei Yi stopped her. "Don't run, I'll carry you." Although they could not be intimate in this situation, Long Fei Yi still had to take care of Han Yunqi, who was pregnant, no matter how urgent the situation was. "It's okay, I'll use Qigong, I won't run. It's been more than 5 months, and it's basically stable. 4th Miss Ren's miscarriage prevention medicine is very effective. Don't worry," Han Yunqi said. Gu Beiwei had already determined that she had completely recovered from the miscarriage. Otherwise, Long Fei Yi would have directly carried her and not let her go. Long Fei Yi did not answer her. He held her waist and wanted to use Qigong to carry her away. However, when he held her waist, he found that Han Yunqi basically did not have a waist. If it was in the past, his arms would wrap around her from behind, and his big palm would wrap around her flat waist tightly, and he would immediately be able to carry her away. However, at this moment, his big hand was not covering her beautiful waist, but the slightly bulging edge of her lower abdomen. The moment Long Fei Yi touched this place, he became nervous again. He did not dare to use any strength, not even a little bit. Han Yunqi felt that his big hand was stiff and snickered. He took her hand away and said seriously, "It's okay, I know what I'm doing. Trust me." Long Fei Yi stretched out his leg and said coldly, "Step on it and hug me." His tone was commanding, and his gaze was even more so. At this moment, Tang Li's voice was heard. "Brother, sister-in-law, come and see." Han Yunqi had no choice but to step on Long Fei Yi's right leg and hug him. Once she hugged him tightly, Long Fei Yi exerted force with his other leg, and in an instant they were in the stone room. Han Yunqi had to admit that it was faster to let him carry her. Although she could use Qigong, she did not dare to use too much force, which affected her speed. Otherwise, she would have rushed over as soon as she detected the poison. As soon as Long Fei Yi landed, Han Yunqi hurriedly got down from his leg, afraid that she would hurt him. After all, she was not alone now. She was also carrying the weight of a child. In the stone room, Gu Beiwei and Tang Li were looking at a mezzanine on the wall. "What's going on?" Long Fei Yi walked over. "There's a secret room inside." Tang Li's eyes were obviously disappointed, but he did not give up. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi walked closer and found that there was a hole at the bottom right of the mezzanine that could only accommodate one person. From the looks of it, when Bai Yanqing was fighting with them, Ning Jing had already been taken away by his subordinates. Let's hope the seventh young master can still trap Bai Yanqing, Gu Beiwe said seriously. I'll go down first and take a look. No, I'll go down. Tang Li stopped him. Everyone knew he wanted to save Ning Jing personally. However, he could not take the risk in an unknown hole like this. After all, Bai Yanqing and Gu had also fallen into a hole, and the two holes were extremely close to each other. Who knew whether they were connected or not? It's too dangerous. I'd better go down, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Stop struggling. There's no poison down there. Bai Yanqing and Gu should have fallen extremely deep, as I can't detect the poison in Gu's body anymore. North Moon is faster, so let's let North Moon go down, Han Yunqi said. Her casual mention of North Moon added a sense of familiarity and intimacy. No one noticed it, and Han Yunqi was even more unaware. However, Gu Beiwe noticed it. He said nothing. He picked up the lantern on the wall, glanced down and jumped down. Tang Li still kept an eye out. He inserted a needle and thread into Gu Beiwe's sleeve, just in case he got lost. From the thread in Tang Li's sleeve, the hole should be extremely deep. After quite a while, the thread that was constantly being pulled down finally stopped. It's extremely deep. Long Fei Yi was very surprised. He called out, Gu Beiwe, how's the situation? It should be safe. This is a passageway. You can come down, Gu Beiwe answered loudly. Tang Li jumped down first, while Long Fei Yi directly pried open the rock at the entrance. He carried Han Yunqi, and the two of them jumped down together. At the bottom of the hole was a secret passageway that was wide enough for one person to pass through. It was around the height of a person. For someone of Long Fei Yi's height, they would even have to bend over slightly. Moving around here was not convenient at all. In other words, if someone wanted to launch a sneak attack on them right now, it would be extremely easy for them to succeed. Of course, Han Yunqi had always been cautious. Before she came down, she had scattered a ring of poison powder around the entrance. Bai Yanqing could nullify her poison, but the poison masters under Bai Yanqing's command were definitely trash before her poison. Forward. Long Fei Yi pondered. It should be the entrance to the secret room. Long Fei Yi's sense of direction was definitely unmatched. It could not be wrong. Gu Beiwe smiled. Your Highness, I'm afraid I've gone in the wrong direction. I landed facing the entrance to the stone room. I'm sure of it. Everyone was rather doubtful. Was this secret passageway the same one that Bai Yanqing and Gu had landed in? Let's go. Everyone be careful, Long Fei Yi said seriously. Gu Beiwe walked at the front. The four of them formed a straight line and carefully walked forward. What would they encounter? Chapter 11:29. Long Fei Yi's group of four walked forward. They had only taken a few steps when Han Yunqi whispered, There's poison in front, but it's not very strong. It seems like someone has been poisoned, but it doesn't seem like it. Danger? Long Fei Yi asked. No, it's not poisonous gas. It's not a big deal. It's the same poison that you were just poisoned with. Let's go and take a look. Han Yunqi said seriously. As they walked forward, they could faintly smell a foul stench. What's that smell? Tang Li turned around. Sister-in-law, is this smell not poisonous? No. It smells a bit like the smell of a rotting corpse. Han Yunqi was also puzzled. This smell was very strange, but the detoxification system did not remind her. Gu Beiwe, be careful in front. Long Fei Yi said. About the distance of the stone room, Han Yunqi and the rest found a fist-sized hole on the right side of the secret passage. Gu Beiwe carefully poked his head out to take a look and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly looked back. Princess, it's not poison. There's a big situation inside. What's going on? What did you see? Han Yunqi was a little uneasy. She was afraid that something had happened to Gu and Ningjing. This secret passage was too narrow. It could only accommodate one person at a time. They could only see what was going on if Gu Beiwe continued to walk forward. Gu Beiwe immediately used his fist to smash open the stone wall. Who knew that with this smash, the wall collapsed inwards. Inside was a small circular secret room. Light shone down from above. It turned out that this was the place where Gu and Bai Yanqing fell. It was indeed connected to this secret passage. Everyone was shocked when they saw the scene inside. Rather than calling it a secret room, it was more like a terrifying trap. There were 6 large iron pillars in the sealed secret room. Countless scissors were tied to the pillars, and the blades were all facing outwards. It looked like a huge cactus. The 6 large steel blades formed a circle in the circular secret room, maintaining the same rhythm and rotating at an extremely fast speed. In this way, the entire secret room, whether it was the area within the circle formed by the 6 iron pillars or the area outside the circle, was constantly swept by countless blades. In other words, this secret chamber was a terrifying meat grinder. No matter what intruded, it would be instantly chopped into pieces. "Look at the wall," Tang Li exclaimed. All 3 walls were stained with blood, and countless pieces of flesh were stuck to them. There were pieces of flesh of all sizes. It was obvious that some of the blood and flesh on the wall were fresh. In other words, someone had just been torn to pieces here. Han Yunqi looked uncomfortable. She couldn't help but want to vomit several times. Tang Li, on the other hand, suddenly screamed and threw up on the side. He probably wouldn't dare to eat meat for a long time. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe were very calm. They seriously looked around the secret room. Han Yunqi resisted the nausea and once again activated the detoxification system to check carefully. She confirmed that the poison had come from these pieces of flesh. It was no wonder that the detoxification system couldn't make an accurate judgment. It could only determine that someone had been poisoned. This result made Han Yunqi's heart inexplicably panic. She asked very seriously, "Long Fei Yi, are you sure that Gu he has an immortal body?" "Yes, you saw it with your own eyes just now." Long Fei Yi was very sure. But someone was just torn to pieces here. That person was also poisoned. "It's the same poison that you were poisoned with," Han Yunqi muttered. Bai Yanqing's subordinates must have taken precautions. The only ones who wouldn't be poisoned were Long Fei Yi and the other 3. She was too afraid that the person who was torn to pieces on the wall wasn't someone else, but Gu. When she said that, Long Fei Yi and the other 2 looked at each other. He could even withstand the profound frost sword's sword qi. What more these blades? Long Fei Yi asked seriously. At this time, Tang Li suddenly exclaimed, "Ning Jing!" "Ning Jing!" Just now, the poison gas came from the wall and spread throughout the entire area. If Ning Jing was nearby, it was very likely that she would also be poisoned. Could it be that after Bai Yanqing used Ning Jing, he threw Ning Jing into this meat grinder secret room? Tang Li looked at everyone in shock. Everyone didn't react for a moment. Tang Li suddenly shouted and was about to rush into the secret room. Fortunately, Long Fei Yi blocked him with his body and pushed him to the opposite wall. Coldly he said, "It's just a suspicion. Why are you in such a hurry to die?" This was such a terrifying meat grinder. Once he broke in, death would happen in an instant. No one would be able to save him. Suspicion. It's just a suspicion. Tang Li muttered to himself. Han Yunqi stood beside Tang Li. She had to admit that she was also a little flustered. Whether it was Gu or Ning Jing, she couldn't accept this cruel reality. She only hoped that this was just a misunderstanding. Gu Beiwe threw out a few small flying knives. Although the flying knives were small, their strength was great. One by one, the 6 iron pillars were all knocked askew and hit the wall. As a result, the iron pillars stopped moving. This terrifying meat grinder array was also broken. Gu Beiwe walked in carefully. Seeing that there were no traps, he turned around and nodded to Long Fei Yi. "It's okay. Gu Beiwe and Long Fei, Yi still remained calm and collected. Let's go up and see if it's connected to the hole that Gu fell from, Long Fei said seriously. If Gu and Bai Yanqing really fell here, how did they disappear? It was unlikely that Gu would let go of Bai Yanqing. Two people tied together in this secret room. How could they walk out? Who was the person who was hanged? Where were Gu and Bai Yanqing? They had to figure out these two questions. Gu Beiwei immediately flew up. Long Fei Yi pressed a hand on Tang Li's shoulder to prevent him from doing anything stupid. Seeing Han Yunqi's frown and worried expression, he finally couldn't help but frown. The only people who could make him worry were his younger brother Tang Li and his woman Han Yunqi. Of course, now there was another little girl. He rubbed Han Yunqi's brows and said seriously, "Both of you cheer up. Gu won't die. Bai Yanqing didn't kill the hostages before, so there's no reason for him to kill them at this juncture." Han Yunqi and Tang Li didn't answer. They couldn't understand. If it wasn't Gu and Ningjing, then who was the one who was hanged after being poisoned? Bai Yanqing wouldn't be so stupid and cruel as to poison his own subordinates to death. Soon Gu Beiwei came back. He said seriously, "It's this cave." "That's right. It leads to the door of the stone chamber." "Tang Li, go and see if there are any traps in those 3 walls. Long Fei," he said seriously. If the entrance to the secret chamber was only the one above their head, then the pieces of flesh on the wall were too strange. If there were other entrances, then it wouldn't be surprising. Han Yunqi pulled herself together first. She patted Tang Li's shoulder and comforted him. "Tang Li, your brother is right. Bai Yanqing wouldn't kill the hostages at this juncture." Tang Li exhaled deeply and strode into the secret chamber to check carefully. Gu Beiwei stood beside him and used a small golden knife to pry open the disgusting pieces of flesh on the wall. Tang Li soon came to a conclusion. The 3 walls were completely sealed. If they weren't broken, they wouldn't be able to enter at all. "Step back. Let me take a look at this wall," Tang Li said in a low voice. The wall that was destroyed by Gu Beiwei had almost collapsed, but this didn't stop Tang Li from checking. He fumbled around for a while and finally came to a conclusion. This is a movable door. The people who were hanged probably came in through this movable door, Han Yunqi said. Gu tied Bai Yanqing up like that. How did they get out of the secret chamber when they fell? How did they continue to move forward? Bai Yanqing made a guess. Bai Yanqing broke free from the thorny vines. His subordinates came to attack Gu and were thrown into the secret chamber to be hanged. Bai Yanqing's subordinates couldn't have been poisoned, right? Tang Li immediately retorted. At this moment, Gu Beiwei, who had been examining the pieces of flesh, opened his mouth and said, "Look, what is this?" His expression was very serious. He held a small golden knife and picked out a copper coin from a pile of sticky flesh. There was a red string tied to the copper coin. "What is this?" Tang Li didn't understand. If it was a normal copper coin, there wouldn't be a red string tied to it. This should be a pendant. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi recognized it at a glance. Han Yunqi strode forward and took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood off the copper coin. There was a flame imprint on the copper coin. "It's Gu's." She was very sure. This was given to Gu by the old man of alchemy. Gu had returned it back at the medicine requesting cave. Later on, when the old man of alchemy went to the Tang sect, he asked the shadow guard to return it to Gu. At the time, Gu wanted to give it to her, but she rejected him. Did this copper coin fall from Gu's body, or... Han Yunqi was looking up when Gu Beiwei picked out a piece of red silk from the pile of flesh. Gu Beiwei's brows were heavy as he said seriously, "This material is top-grade, heavenly cicada silk. It's warm in the winter and cool in the summer. I've only seen it on 7th Young Master." Bai Yanqing's subordinates were all dressed in black. Where did this red silk come from? Moreover, how could Bai Yanqing's subordinates have such a luxurious item? Even if they had money, they might not be able to get it. This red material was the material of Gu's demonic red robes. Han Yunqi and the others fell silent. Even Long Fei Yi, who had always been at odds with Gu, revealed a worried expression. Could it be that the clothes and copper coins fell from the top during the fight with Bai Yanqing? Han Yun suddenly asked. However, even she herself found it laughable when she said it. Long Fei Yi and the others didn't answer her either. Long Fei Yi began to doubt his own guess. Gu had gone to great lengths to trap Bai Yanqing. How could he let go so easily? Gu wasn't stupid. This was Bai Yanqing's territory. Once he let go, he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he still had to trap Bai Yanqing to buy time for them to rescue the hostages. Those thorny vines grew from Gu's arm and absorbed Gu's blood. Just like Gu, they couldn't be burned, poisoned, or cut off. Bai Yanqing wouldn't be able to break free either, unless something happened to Gu. Chapter 1130. Gu Beiwa had been inspecting for a long time. In fact, he had not only seen the copper coins and red silk, but also something else that could definitely prove that it was Gu's. Although he was very unwilling, Gu Beiwa still picked out a small section of the thorny vine hidden in the pile of flesh and placed it in his palm. Seeing this, Han Yunqi immediately covered her mouth and looked to the side. It was as if the thorny vine would not exist if she did not look. However, the truth was the truth. Gu Beiwa wanted to check the bloodstains to make a final conclusion. Gu's blood was different from ordinary people's, so he could still recognize it. However, the blood was contaminated by poison, so he could not do anything about it. Now, there were only 3 things in front of him: the copper coins, the red silk, and the thorny vine. The thorny vine and Gu were one. If the thorny vine was destroyed, then what about Gu? I don't believe it. Han Yunqi suddenly rushed into the secret room. She directly used her hands to check the piles of mangled flesh and blood. After checking 2 large piles, she did not find the red silk or the thorny vine. This gave her hope, and it also gave Long Fei Yi and Tang Li hope. They followed Han Yunqi to check, ignoring the dirt and disgust. As long as Gu was fine, no matter how dirty or disgusting it was, it did not matter. However, the results were disappointing and even devastating. They created a pile of broken thorny vines, found a large pile of red silk fragments, and even found a pile of broken bones. Suddenly, Tang Li screamed. He dug out a head with disheveled hair from a pile of bones that had been there for a long time. When Han Yunqi turned back, she saw a face whose features had been completely disfigured beyond recognition. Ah! She screamed and subconsciously turned around to escape. Long Fei Yi quickly protected her in his arms. He did not know how to comfort her. Han Yunqi has seen and examined corpses no matter how disgusting and unrecognizable they are. She is born to be a doctor, so she is not afraid of these things. What she was afraid of was she was afraid of recognizing something familiar from that frightening face. She was afraid that she would recognize Gu's face. Han Yunqi buried her head in Long Fei Ye's arms. She did not want to continue searching. She did not want to. She asked in a choked voice, Long Fei Yi, how did you know that Gu is immortal? There are only a few herbs that can be used to cultivate Gu poison. How did Gu become a poisonous Gu human? I can't kill him. Long Fei Yi replied indifferently. Gu Beiwa's tone was incomparably heavy. 7th young master is not a poisonous Gu human. His body's abnormality must be related to the medicine he started using in his mother's womb. Perhaps Gu Beiwa tried some medicine and accidentally caused it. Gu Beiwa had actually wanted to study Gu's constitution for a long time. It was just that he did not have the time, and Gu might not be willing to do so either. He did not want to research an elixir of immortality. He just wanted to figure out what was going on with Gu's body. After all, Gu was the only one who discovered that he was immortal. There was no clear evidence. Even Gu himself was not completely clear about his own body. Perhaps he would grow old, but it would take a longer time. Perhaps he would fall sick, but he had not encountered a virus that could cause illness. Perhaps he would also die, but he had not encountered a way to kill him. Perhaps this meat grinder secret room would not leave his corpse behind. Even a poisonous goo human like Bai Yanqing could be neutralized by the perplexing butterfly illusion, let alone goo. Han Yunqi glanced at the collapsed steel pillars and muttered, "If the perplexing butterfly illusion can destroy Bai Yanqing, then can it destroy Shao Qi? Long Fei, you can't kill him with one slash? What about 100 slashes? 1,000? Han Yunqi was choked with sobs. Each of these 6 steel pillars was densely packed with at least 100 sharp swords. Even 1,000 cuts couldn't compare to this, right? Long Fei Yi did not reply. Just like Gu Beiwe, he was also asking himself the same question. If the perplexing butterfly illusion could kill Bai Yanqing, would this 1,000 cuts be able to kill Gu? Tell me, tell me. Han Yunqi finally could not control herself and roared angrily. You all know that Gu has an immortal body. Why didn't you tell me? Do you take me for a fool? Why didn't you tell me? Why? Han Yunqi pushed Long Fei Yi away and glared at them. If she had known that Gu had an immortal body, she would have brought Gu to Medical City and had Gu Beiwe examine him properly. She would have gone to the prison and interrogated Shao Qi about what drugs he had used on Shao Qi back then and why he had turned Shao Qi into such a monstrous body. At least they had to figure out whether Gu was truly immortal and indestructible, and whether Gu had any misgivings or weaknesses with such a body. Even a poisonous Gu human has a fatal weakness, let alone him. Han Yunqi's eyes were red. Why didn't you tell me? Why? Sister-in-law, I don't know either. I don't know either. Gu must have prevented my brother and North Moon from telling you. That must be it. Tang Li comforted her in a hurry. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. It's not good for the baby. Or maybe it's really like what my brother said. The clothes might have fallen off. The copper coins might have fallen off too. The bramble vines, the bramble vines. When Tang Li mentioned the bramble vines, he could not even continue. He could not explain. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe could clearly explain, but neither of them said anything, allowing Han Yunqi to interrogate them. Long Fei Yi had promised Gu, while Gu Beiwe had always known that Gu was unwilling to publicize this matter. As a matter of fact, when they entered the maze, Gu had even lamented to him in private. If only he could encounter Bai Yanqing first and trap him, he would not have to expose his secret. They did not explain, as they knew Han Yunqi was only upset. She did not actually blame them. Han Yunqi had only yelled at them a few times before settling down very soon. She was so quiet that tears streamed down her face. She looked at her blood-soaked hand, and tears slowly streamed down her face. Long Fei Yi did not try to persuade her. He looked away. His heart also felt particularly heavy. The room was silent. Only the stench of decay fermented in the air, becoming more and more unbearable. However, the 4 people present had all overlooked it. They had even overlooked their dangerous situation. Gu Qishao was dead? He was gone? Han Yunqi refused to believe this reality, but her blood-soaked hand had already blurred in her vision. She could not find an excuse to refute the cruel reality. Tears streamed down her cheeks without a sound, while Long Fei and the rest were silent and somber. None of them could speak. However, it was exactly this silence that allowed a sound that had always been there to gradually become clearer. Dong, dong, dong. Long Fei Yi was the first to notice the sound. He quickly brought Han Yunqi out of the secret room and signaled to Gu Beiwe and Tang Li with his eyes. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li also quickly noticed that something was wrong. The sound was coming from underground. Han Yunqi also noticed it, but she only took a glance. She really could not think of anything right now. She really wanted to bury her head in Long Fei Ye's arms and have a good sleep. Perhaps when she woke up, she would realize that everything was just a dream. Everyone was still fine. Tang Li listened carefully and said in a low voice, "It's not the sound of a mechanism. Someone is knocking on it. There's a secret room below. Long Fei Yi was suspicious. If that was the case, the person knocking on the wall was definitely not Bai Yanqing's people. It was very likely that one of their people was asking for help. Who could it be? Could it be Ning Jing? Tang Li quickly went in to look for the mechanism. He had just checked the 4 walls, but he forgot about the floor. Tang Li spent a lot of effort and finally found the mechanism. This mechanism was an 8 trigrams mechanism. He said in a low voice, "Brother, come over and help me." Long Fei Yi did not go over. Instead, it was Gu Beiwe who walked over. Long Fei Yi was still protecting Han Yunqi, who was extremely disappointed. Han Yunqi just looked at him blankly and did not move. Tang Li wiped away the bloodstains on the ground. A yin-yang 8 trigrams diagram was revealed on the circular ground, and the 2 dots on the 8 trigrams were where the mechanism was located. Tang Li and Gu Beiwe each pressed on one of the dots. With a light press, the yin and yang on the 8 trigrams moved to the left and right. They stood on both sides of the yin and yang and were then moved away. There was indeed a small secret room underground. To be exact, it was a small cave that could only accommodate 1 or 2 people. They saw Gu squatting down there with his head raised. He waved at them and smiled at them. Tang Li and Gu Beiwe were stunned. They were so surprised that they could not speak. Tang Li suddenly turned to look at his brother and sister-in-law. He could only smile. "Is that Ning Jing?" Long Fei Yi asked. Tang Li shook his head. Although it was not Ning Jing, he was still very, very happy to see Gu. If it was not Ning Jing, could it be Gu? Han Yunqi exclaimed. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Qishao rose to his feet and jumped out. He was wearing a thin white undershirt and looked very pathetic. Instead of saying that it was a white undershirt, it was better to say that it was a bloody shirt. His whole body was full of cuts and bloodstains. There was almost no unscathed skin on his body. It was obvious that he had been injured by the knives on the metal pillar. Still, he stood there as tall as ever, his smile as beautiful as a flower. He chuckled at Han Yunqi and said, "Poison lass, do you think Chi Gij is dead? TSK, if Chi brother's death could be exchanged for a few tears from you, it would be worth it." Han Yunqi stared at him in a daze. She rubbed her eyes carelessly to see more clearly. She was afraid that she had seen wrongly and that this was not real. Shao Qi was not dead. As for Long Fei Yi, although he secretly heaved a sigh of relief, he was already rolling his eyes. But when Gu Qishao drew closer and took a closer look at Han Yunqi, he saw that her eyes were red and swollen. Immediately he grew anxious. "Poison lass, Chi Gij is perfectly fine. He won't die. Don't cry for real." Gu pulled at his blood-stained sleeve to help Han Yunqi wipe her tears, but Long Fei Yi immediately kicked him away. Long Fei Yi would never admit that his heart had been heavy just now. He asked coldly, "Where is Bai Yanqing? How did you end up being locked down?" Han Yunqi was both happy and distressed. She looked at Gu's wounds and murmured, "Seventh young master, it hurts a lot, doesn't it?" Chapter 1131. Pain? Of course it hurts. Gu was most afraid of pain. Poison lass asked him in tears, "It hurts a lot, doesn't it?" It was enough to hear her say that in this lifetime. It hurts so much. Gu was telling the truth. Unfortunately, he still chuckled. "It hurts so much that I'm almost out of strength. Otherwise, Bai Yanqing wouldn't have slipped away. It really hurts too much." Although he had been enduring and holding on, he still couldn't hold on in the end. What a shameful thing this was. What an embarrassing thing to talk about. He really didn't want to admit it. What exactly happened? Long Fei Yi asked. Gu was about to answer when Long Fei Yi added, "Are you really okay?" Gu's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly ignored it. He pursed his lips and explained. "When Bai Yanqing and I fell down, we landed in the middle of those iron pillars and were slashed by knives. Later, the door to the secret room opened and 2 of Bai Yanqing's servants ran in, asking Bai Yanqing to help them detoxify the poison. It must have been the poisonous gas that leaked down. Everyone was very thoughtful. They didn't expect Bai Yanqing to be such a jerk. In order to kill them with poison, he didn't even care about the lives of his subordinates. Tang Li couldn't help but interrupt while listening at the side. "Seventh young master, have you seen Ningjing?" "No." Gu shrugged. Seeing that Tang Li didn't say anything else, he continued to explain. He and Bai Yanqing had been in the secret room for a while and couldn't stand the pain anymore. There were too many knives. Actually, he would feel pain if he cut the thorny vines. Those knives didn't just cut the thorny vines, but also his body. He really couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to escape from the secret room when he let go of Bai Yanqing and tie him up again. Thus, he first broke the connection between his arm and the thorny vines, and at the same time stopped the vines from absorbing his blood. Unfortunately, the moment the vines were cut off, they were immediately cut into pieces by the knives. His and Bai Yanqing's clothes were also cut into pieces. Both of them were injured all over. Bai Yanqing, once he regained his freedom, he activated the mechanism and trapped him in the underground secret room. As for where Bai Yanqing escaped to, he didn't know. If they hadn't found him, he would probably have been trapped for the rest of his life. Hearing Gu Qixiao's explanation, everyone exhaled. So that's how it was. No wonder he saw so many broken vines and pieces of red silk, as well as the copper coin. The bits and pieces of flesh were probably left behind by Bai Yanqing's poison guards who had blocked his escape route before he tossed them inside. "I'm sorry, hee, I couldn't hold on. If I knew you guys were going to come down, this old man would have held on a bit longer," Gu Qixiao said apologetically, but didn't have the attitude to do so. Actually, he was really apologetic. He had already slapped himself a few times while he was trapped underground. He was just trying to hide his embarrassment and uselessness with an indifferent look. But he didn't expect Long Fei to say lightly, "No one can stand being cut into pieces. It's not your fault." Gu glanced at him suspiciously. He couldn't help but think, if he really died one day, would this guy feel a little bit upset? Han Yunqi handed the copper coin to Gu and said seriously, "Keep it well. This thing is here, you're here." Gu didn't even realize that he had dropped this thing. Although he was trapped underground and couldn't hear the voices above clearly, he could only hear some movement. However, looking at the bloodstains on Han Yunqi's hands and the pile of red silk fragments and thorny vines, he knew what had happened. He looked seriously at Han Yunqi's red eyes, then looked at Long Fei, Gu Beiwei, and the rest. He couldn't help but snicker secretly. Damn, why did he suddenly feel so blessed? Gu felt blessed, but Han Yunqi and the rest had a false alarm. Han Yunqi's heart ached, but she didn't want to joke around with him anymore. She said seriously, "Gu, what's wrong with your body?" Could he run rampant in the world just because he was immortal? Could he be hacked by anyone just because he was immortal? If he didn't figure out his body, his taboos, and his weaknesses, he might not even know how he died. Gu was resentful. Only then did he realize that Poison Lass already knew his secret. He avoided her scrutinizing gaze and coughed lightly, pretending to be relaxed. "I'm just a freak. I won't die, don't worry." Before Han Yunqi could speak, Gu Beiwei took the opportunity to persuade him. "Seventh young master, even poison Gu humans have weaknesses, let alone you." Since the princess knew about this, they naturally had to take this opportunity to persuade Gu to face the fact that he was immortal. Gu Beiwei knew that Gu wouldn't listen to anyone, but he definitely wouldn't reject the princess' request. Long Fei Yi also tried to persuade Gu, but he advised him in this way. He said coldly, "Gu, you have to see a doctor if you're sick." Tang Li also wanted to persuade him, but after hearing his brother's words, he silently shut his mouth. He felt that any persuasion would be superfluous in front of his brother's words. Gu looked over coldly. Just as he was about to quarrel with Long Fei Yi again, Han Yunqi said seriously, "What's wrong with your bramble vines? Why do you feel pain when you're injured by them?" Han Yunqi was puzzled when she heard Gu's explanation just now. When Gu was burned in Qingchuan Water City, he wasn't burned because he used bramble vines to bind himself. She had always believed that he was protected by bramble vines. She also thought that his bramble vines were a special plant that didn't fear fire. Now it seemed that she had been deceived that time. The reason why Gu wasn't burned to death wasn't because of the bramble vines' protection. Instead, it was because the bramble vines had absorbed his blood and possessed the same immortal and indestructible body as him. That was why he wasn't burned by the fire and his body wasn't burned by the fire. Now it seemed that the bramble vines and Gu were completely connected. When the bramble vines were injured or burned, Gu would feel pain. How did the bramble vines' seed end up in Gu's arm? How did they absorb his blood and grow so quickly? Why did they have an empathic relationship with Gu just by absorbing Gu's blood? Would Gu feel pain when the bramble vines were injured? Thinking about it this way, the bramble vines seemed to be a part of Gu's body. If it wasn't the bramble vines, but another plant, would it have the same effect? What did this have to do with Gu's special body and blood? Thinking up to this point, Han Yunqi felt a vague sense of familiarity. She felt like she'd encountered similar problems somewhere before. However, she couldn't think of anything at the moment. Plants. Plants. Han Yunqi remembered that an old professor in medical school once said, "Plants are the real powerhouses of nature. They can live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years." Gu interrupted Han Yunqi's train of thought and said helplessly, Okay. When we get out, I'll lie on Gu Beiyue's consultation table and let him study me however he wants. Is that okay? Let's hurry up and find him." As he spoke, he tilted his head and said to Tang Li, "Are you anxious?" Tang Li nodded vigorously. Of course, Han Yunqi was also anxious to find Ningjing and Gu Beiyue. She just wanted to force Gu to make a promise. She said to Gu Beiyue, "If he dares to escape, you have to bring him back, even if he has to go to the ends of the earth." "Yes, Your Highness," Gu Beiyue said seriously. "Looks like Bai Yanqing escaped from the front. Let's go back," Long Fei said lightly. Bai Yanqing had escaped far away. They weren't familiar with the situation here, and it wasn't wise to chase after someone in such a narrow secret room. Even if they knew that Ningjing had been taken away through this secret passage, they couldn't chase after her. If there was an ambush ahead, they would be in danger. They had to leave this secret passage quickly and discuss how to find her. After a while, Long Fei Yi and the others successfully retreated to the stone room above. Seeing how Han Yunqi's emotions fluctuated so much and how tired she was, Long Fei Yi was truly worried. Just when he was about to ask Gu Beiyue passed him a pill first. "Your Highness, please let the princess ingest this. It'll nourish her body and stabilize her pregnancy, just in case." Gu Beiyue was as meticulous as a needle. He had already prepared the ingredients before coming to Clear Breeze Mountain, specially making a pill that was convenient to ingest. Long Fei Yi passed it to Han Yunqi and said seriously, "Be careful." Sister-in-law, North Moon, and I came from the cliff and saw an old man at the entrance of the stone room. He died from bleeding from his scalp. "Did you poison him to death?" Tang Li asked seriously. Although Gu Beiyue always referred to him as Sect Master Tang out of respect, he had directly called Gu Beiyue by his name a long time ago. "How San? Bleeding from his scalp?" Han Yunqi was surprised. Bai Yanqing should have killed him himself, right? "My poison is fatal, but it's not enough to cause him to bleed from his scalp. This Bai Yanqing has even killed his own subordinates. Is there anyone in this world that he can treat kindly?" Gu Beiyue was angered. "I'm locked up in that stone room, and I'm even hiding forth young Miss Rin. Let's find Ningjing and Xiao Yu, or quickly before going to find her. We have to send the three of them out first," Han Yunqi said seriously. "Xiao Yu and Ningjing were locked up in my stone room before. If Bai Yanqing wanted to lock up the two of them, they should be around the stone room. It can't be too far away. However, those two voices earlier, the two shouts rang out from two different directions. Clearly, Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing had both been taken away from where they were originally locked up. Tang Li looked at the hole that Gu had just fallen into, then glanced at the stone room. He quickly pointed to the right and said seriously, "The path of the secret passage is parallel to this path. We can't go down, so why don't we search along this path first?" Although no one noticed it, Han Yunqi could clearly see that Tang Li was becoming more mature each time. She really hoped that they could quickly find Ning Jing and that Ning Jing wouldn't get hurt again. She believed that no matter how mature Tang Li became, as long as he saw Ning Jing, he would still return to his previous self and make Ning Jing laugh. Until there was no better way, they could only follow Tang Li's instructions. A complicated look flashed past Long Fei Ye's eyes. He waited for news from the entrance of the cave. Since Bai Yanqing knew that Gu was immortal, he would definitely be afraid of them. Perhaps he would escape. As long as Bai Yanqing escaped, the large group of people outside would be able to stop him for at least a few hours. Su Donglin would immediately find a way to send the news in. He had even prepared the explosives. Once Bai Yanqing escaped, he would ask Su Donglin to blow up the entrance of the cave. With such a loud noise, they would definitely be able to hear it from inside the mountain. As long as Bai Yanqing escaped with the hostages, it would be much easier for them to rescue them. Long Fei Yi was pondering this problem when he suddenly remembered the shout just now. He was in a hurry to rescue them and didn't think carefully. Now that he thought about it, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. He stopped and said seriously, "Tang Li shout. The louder the better." Chapter 1132. Long Fei Yi wanted to shout at Tang Li? Everyone was puzzled. Tang Li also had a suspicious look on his face. "Brother, what are you trying to do?" Using this method wouldn't attract Bai Yanqing. It would only make Bai Yanqing hide further away. "Don't talk nonsense. Shout." Long Fei Yi urged impatiently. Tang Li shouted, "Ah!" and even dragged out the last syllable. Han Yunqi and the others covered their ears, but Long Fei Yi listened attentively. After shouting, Tang Li looked at Long Fei Yi and seemed to have remembered something. He immediately turned around and ran back to the stone room. When Long Fei Yi and the others caught up, Tang Li was already shouting in the stone room. His voice was very loud, even louder than the first time. Even so, the volume didn't seem to be enough to travel far. It could only be heard nearby. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei weren't stupid. They quickly understood what Long Fei Yi meant. They were in a hurry to save people earlier, so they didn't realize this. Now that they thought about it, it was really strange. Even if Ning Jing's voice was twice as loud as Tang Li's if she shouted in the stone room, her voice might not have traveled that far, right? Han Yunqi remembered that it took her a lot of time to get here. This proved that she wasn't close to Ning Jing. Could it be that Ning Jing isn't here? But it sounds like the voice is coming from the stone room. Gu Beiwei asked curiously. Tang Li frowned and pondered. Soon he exclaimed, "I get it." He pulled out his sword and looked for a mechanism on the ceiling as he explained, "Ning Jing should be at the top of the stone room. I remember reading in a book about mechanisms that some mazes use special structures and sound amplification stones to transmit sound. In special positions, normal sounds will be amplified and even affect the judgment of the people in the maze." Han Yunqi was surprised by his words. There were plenty of sound amplifiers and silencers in the modern world, but she never expected Cloud Realm Continent to have such a non-electronic design. Sure enough, there were many strange things in ancient times, and the ancient people were smarter than the modern people. "Brother, we might have been deceived. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu might have been together all along. It's at the top of the maze." Tang Li was very excited. Every time he found a clue that could save Ning Jing, he was full of hope. Although his hopes were dashed every time, he never gave up. Long Fei Yi also raised his sword and helped Tang Li knock on the ceiling to look for the mechanism. Gu looked at Tang Li and suddenly realized that this fellow wasn't simple after finding so many hidden mechanisms. Tang Li really wasn't simple. Ever since he was young, he was much more interested in the design of mechanisms and secret passageways than he was in the design of hidden weapons. Because the two had many similarities, he learned the art of mechanisms very quickly. He could understand even the most complicated and obscure ancient texts. Tang Li had never encountered a mechanism that he couldn't find in his life. Soon enough, he touched one of the mechanisms. "Brother, all of you get out of the way. Go to the left and be careful of hidden weapons on the right." He looked back with a serious expression. Looking at Tang Li like this, Han Yunqi couldn't help but feel hopeful. She believed that Tang Li would definitely be able to find Ningjing. As soon as Tang Li activated the mechanism, multiple hidden darts flew from the ceiling to the right side of the room. They were so fast that it was impossible to guard against them. If it weren't for Tang Li, who knew how much danger they would have to go through. TSK, amazing! Gu was never stingy with his praise. Tang Li turned back and chuckled. Of course. He touched the mechanism again, and the two stone slabs above his head slowly began to move. When he looked up, he saw that there was a hidden passage with no end in sight. Tang Li immediately wanted to fly up, but Long Fei Yi stopped him. Long Fei, you wanted to go up, but Gu beat him to it. It was safer for him to be the vanguard. Without needing Tang Li to explain, Gu flew up and attached himself to the stone wall. He shouted down softly, but unexpectedly his voice was amplified. "Gu, quick, look around. Is there a red stone nearby?" Tang Li quickly said. Gu lit a match and looked around. He chuckled and said, "It's not just one, it's a circle. We'll bring them out later." The stones around him were all red and felt very strange to the touch. They were the amplifying stones that Tang Li mentioned. Gu whispered something to the stones, and his voice was amplified immediately. It was louder than before. "I guessed right. Ningjing must be up there." Tang Li was overjoyed. If it were any other time, he would have immediately dug up those amplifying stones. Those were all treasures. However, no matter how good the treasures were, they could not compare to his precious Ningjing. "Brother, I've seen this setup before. This secret passage is very high, at least 10 stories high. Let's go up quickly. Bai Yanqing might still be down there." Tang Li said anxiously, "Gu, go up." Long Fei Yi immediately urged. Gu did not dare to delay, and flew up. Gu Beiwei followed closely behind. Tang Li was in the middle, and Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were still at the back. Bai Yanqing might still be down there in the secret passage. He definitely did not expect them to find this passage. As long as they could find Ningjing before Bai Yanqing, it would be too easy to save her. The 4 of them went up. They were nervous but hopeful at the same time, especially Tang Li. The corners of his mouth were always upturned. He even forgot to be nervous. As long as they could find Ningjing, everything would be fine. As long as they could find her and see her, there was no need for too many words. Gu tried his best to rush up again and again, hoping to be faster. After all, his speed determined the speed of the people behind him. Tang Li was the slowest. Gu Beiwei waited for Tang Li and pulled him up to fly up. Han Yunqi was led by Long Fei Yi. They quickly passed through the secret passage and arrived at a stone room. They came out from the right wall of the stone room and saw that the stone room was empty. There was no one in sight. There was also a hole in the left wall of the stone room. There was a slanted passage in the hole, and they could not see the bottom. There was no doubt that these 2 holes and the passage below were used for sound amplification. They did not guess wrong. Ningjing and Little Yu had been together all this time. The sound they heard was not the original sound, but a sound that was amplified in different directions. Tang Li was disappointed again. However, he no longer needed Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's comfort. Seeing that the stone door was open, he was the first to rush out and saw that there was a passage outside the stone room. Han Yunqi was about to speak, but Tang Li did not chase after them. Instead, he turned back. He did not say a word and immediately began to check the entire stone room. In the end, he came to a conclusion. There are only 3 exits in this stone room, 2 sound amplification passages, and 1 door. They might have escaped through the door, or they might have escaped through another sound amplification passage. Which one do you choose? Long Fei Yi asked. Tang Li looked at everyone with a serious face. He was obviously hesitating. After a while, he said, the sound amplification passage. Long Fei Yi knocked on his head. Impossible. Let's go out and look for them, quick. Tang Li looked calm, but he was anxious. The sound amplification passage was the most unsafe. If they could not control little Yu, and Ningjing, well, the 2 of them would shout a few times inside, and everyone in the maze would hear them. Tang Li did not understand, but he did not have time to think about it. As long as it was his brother's judgment, it could not be wrong. The group did not delay. They immediately went out and chased along the passageway. Han Yunqi and the rest did not take the wrong path. At this moment, Ningjing and little Yu were being escorted in the direction of the exit. Although this level of secret passageway was not a part of the maze, the route was very complicated. There were several intersections that led to different directions. Although they would not go far if they took the wrong path and would only meet with a dead end, it would take a lot of time to turn back. The most depressing thing was that these intersections were not organized at all. There was no pattern at all. Even if someone was familiar with the secret passageway, they would not be able to take the right path. There were only 2 ways to save time and avoid detours. One was to know the route, and the other was to rely on luck. Han Yunqi and the rest could only rely on luck. The 2 men in black who were escorting Ningjing and little Yu knew the route. They had just received their master's order to bring these 2 hostages to the exit as soon as possible. They did not know what was going on. They only knew that their master wanted to take the hostages and escape from this place. Ningjing and little Yu's hands were restrained. They walked in the middle while the 2 guards walked on either side of them. Little Yu deliberately bumped into Ningjing several times. Ningjing understood what she meant. Although they did not know what Bai Yanqing wanted to do, they guessed that the reinforcements should have arrived. Otherwise, Bai Yanqing would not force them to shout like that. Now there were only 2 guards escorting them. Bai Yanqing was not around, and this was the best time for them to escape. Ningjing did not have much strength, and her martial arts were very weak. Although she was helpless, she could only pin her hopes on little Yu. Su Xiaoyu walked and suddenly stopped. You have a stomachache? Haha, stop putting on an act. Go. The guard immediately reprimanded her. No, my stomach hurts. Su Xiaoyu did not leave. Instead, she knelt down. The guard did not care where she was in pain as long as she didn't die. The guard lifted her up and carried her on his shoulder before escorting Ningjing forward. Hurry up. Su Xiaoyu hung upside down on the guard's shoulder. The pair of big eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness, and a dark needle silently emerged from her mouth. If Bai Yanqing was around, she would absolutely not do such a stupid thing like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. But if there were only 2 guards around, even if it was a stupid thing, she must take a gamble. She suddenly spat out the dark needle. The dark needle did not shoot at the guard who was carrying her, but shot at the neck of the guard who was escorting Ningjing. What is it? The guard was shocked and reached out to touch it. Just at this moment, Ningjing suddenly turned around and fiercely knocked the guard to one side before running forward. The guard, who was knocked away, was on his last breath. He was not injured by Ningjing, but by Su Xiaoyu's poison needle. If there was no antidote, he would die in a while. This guard was of course a poison expert, but unfortunately, Su Xiaoyu's poison needle was obtained from Han Yunqi. She had been keeping it until now, so that she could use it on her blade. Not to mention this guard. Even if Bai Yanqing was here, he might not be able to detoxify this poison. The guard who was carrying Su Xiaoyu was not someone who was easy to deal with. He was afraid that Su Xiaoyu would poison him again, so the first thing he did was to throw Su Xiaoyu towards Ningjing. At the same time, he immediately shot out more than 10 poison needles. Chapter 1133. The black-robed guard's strength was too great, and even though Su Xiaoyu wanted to turn her head or land, there was no way for her to do so. After she was thrown out, she crashed heavily onto Ning Jing's body and fell onto the ground together with Ning Jing, falling quite a distance away. Following that were 10 over-poison needles, and the both of them had no time to evade. In the nick of time, Ning Jing suddenly flipped over and protected Su Xiaoyu in her arms. At this moment, 3 to 4 poison needles hit Ning Jing's back, and the moment she was hit, Ning Jing thought of her daughter and also thought of Bai Yuqiao. Su Xiaoyu was greatly shocked and hurriedly struggled. She didn't even bother to check what kind of poison Ning Jing had been hit by, and only hurriedly took out a pill and gave it to Ning Jing. This pill was something that she had asked for from Han Yunqi. If it was just a normal poison, taking this pill would be able to delay the time of the poison's effect, but if it was a powerful poison, it would be totally ineffective. She didn't know if it would be effective, so she could only give it to Ning Jing. She didn't have the time to think as she pulled Ning Jing and used her light body technique to run forward, because the black-robed man had caught up with them. "Sister Jing, think of your daughter. You must hang on. My master and the rest must have come to save us, and they might even be here soon. You must hang on," Su Xiaoyu said as she ran with all her might. She didn't have the time to look at Ning Jing, and she didn't dare to look. As long as she pulled Ning Jing and ran forward, as long as Ning Jing could still run with her, the poison shouldn't have acted up and they should be fine. Ning Jing's lips had turned black. Although the poison didn't act up immediately, but her condition was really not good. Although she had been running madly with Su Xiaoyu, her feet didn't seem to belong to her, and she couldn't feel them at all. In her mind, there was only her daughter's tender face, only her daughter's cries that she had to recall every day, only Tang Li, that young Master Tang who stood at the entrance of one commerce hall many years ago. Outside the door, the mountains were as dark as ink, and Tang Li was a touch of white in the ink. That day, his gentle smile was fixed in the ink painting, fixed in her mind. That day, in the picturesque scenery, Tang Li turned back to talk to her and said affectionately to her, "Jing wait for me to marry you." As if it had happened yesterday, many years had passed in the blink of an eye. Time. "Tang Li, when we first met, you said you were called Changli. Were we destined to be apart for the rest of our lives from the day we first met?" The two of them were running with all their might. Who would have thought that there would be a fire in front of them? After a while, they found that there was a cliff in front of them. There was a cliff and a fire. What was going on? The man in black slowed down. There were only 2 entrances and exits to this underground palace, on both sides of the maze. The cliff in front wasn't an exit, but a dead end in the truest sense. Su Xiaoyu had no other choice but to continue forward. Soon, she and Ning Jing stood on the cliff, and there was a huge fire pit below them. Su Xiaoyu didn't dare to get too close. She pulled Ning Jing tightly and immediately reached out to the approaching man in black. "Your companion's antidote. Let us go and I'll give it to you. Otherwise, I'll throw the antidote down now." Coldly, the man in black smiled and didn't answer. He approached step by step. Su Xiaoyu didn't want to retreat at all. She pulled Ning Jing and suddenly rushed towards the man in black. The man in black blasted them away with a palm. Su Xiaoyu and Ning Jing immediately flew out. However, just as they were about to fall, the man in black grabbed Su Xiaoyu's hand in time. Ning Jing grabbed Su Xiaoyu's other hand and hung it in midair. The man in black grabbed Su Xiaoyu's wrist with one hand and pried open her tightly clenched fingers with the other to find the antidote. Su Xiaoyu had been thrown out previously and had suffered serious internal injuries. Now that she was hit by such a palm, she almost fainted, but she still held on. If she didn't hold on, she and Ning Jing would be buried in the sea of fire. At this moment, Han Yunqi had already detected the presence of the poison. Someone has poisoned not just one person. It should be nearby. Han Yunqi stopped and said seriously, It must be Ning Jing and the rest. It must be. Tang Li was excited. However, at this moment, they were facing a fork in the road. The direction Han Yunqi checked was a wall in the middle of the two forks. Let's split up. Even if we meet by Yanqing, try to find a way to delay him. Long Fei Yi said seriously. Gu Bei Wei, Tang Li and Gu walked together towards the right fork. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi walked towards the left fork. Both groups of people rushed forward. However, after Tang Li and the rest ran for a while, they found another fork in the road. They didn't know where to go. Gu Beiwei had no choice but to go back to find Han Yunqi. Tang Li was so anxious that he punched the wall several times. He was about to go crazy. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi also came to a fork in the road. The detoxification system reminded her that the direction was still a wall. Helpless, they could only walk together and try the right path first. They didn't know that Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu were in a dangerous situation at this moment. However, they knew that this was a very rare clue, and they couldn't miss it. The black-clothed man was using all his strength to pry open Su Xiaoyu's 5 fingers. Su Xiaoyu secretly used all her strength. She didn't discuss this with Ning Jing, and she couldn't discuss it with Ning Jing. She only said to Ning Jing in her heart, "Sister Jing, this is our life and death battle." After saying that, she suddenly grabbed the black-clothed bodyguard's 2 fingers and used all her strength to pull them up. Her mouth reached the black-clothed bodyguard's wrist, and she bit down hard. This was the last poison she had hidden on her body. She had originally wanted to spit out the poison needle and bite him while she was at it. Unfortunately, her speed wasn't fast enough, and before she could bite, she was flung away. After biting down, the black-clothed bodyguard suddenly became ruthless and wanted to fling Su Xiaoyu away. Su Xiaoyu bit down hard and refused to let go. Suddenly, the black-clothed bodyguard stopped. His face turned black, and he suddenly fell towards the abyss. "Ah!" Su Xiaoyu screamed and immediately let go. Her hand slid down the black-clothed bodyguard's body, and she managed to grab hold of the cliff in time, while the black-clothed bodyguard's head fell down from behind her and Ning Jing. So close, but they weren't out of danger yet. Su Xiaoyu had only grabbed hold of a small corner of the cliff, and she was already unable to bear her own weight. What's more, her other hand was still holding on to Ning Jing. Her fingers were obviously moving downwards, bit by bit. She knew that if she didn't think of a solution soon, she and Ning Jing would both die. Su Xiaoyu asked, "Sister Jing, are you all right?" Ning Jing's poison was acting up, and she was feeling terrible. She knew that if she didn't let go, she would drag Su Xiaoyu down with her into the sea of fire. She said, "Little you are, let go." "I'm not letting go," Su Xiaoyu said seriously. "Silly child, Sister Jing's poison is acting up and she can't hold on any longer. It's futile for you to save me. Let go." Ning Jing said helplessly. She had always thought that Su Xiaoyu was a vicious and mean child, but she didn't expect her to be so righteous. "No, Sister Jing, the poison acted up just now and you can still hold on until now. This means that the poison won't kill you so quickly. You just have to hold on until my master and the others find you and you'll be fine," Su Xiaoyu said seriously. "Silly, I can't hold on any longer. If you don't let go, both of us will die." Ning Jing was fierce. "Let go. I have a way. Sister Jing, hold on to my waist, and I'll be able to hold on to the wall with my other hand. Believe me, I'll definitely be able to hold on tightly. You can climb up from my body. You can definitely do it. Hurry up." Su Xiaoyu wasn't joking. This was a way. However, Ning Jing laughed. She didn't waste any more words with Su Xiaoyu. She reached out to pry Su Xiaoyu's hand away. If she really did that, Su Xiaoyu wouldn't be able to hold on, and Su Xiaoyu would be the one to fall. Su Xiaoyu panicked when her little fingers were pried away. She hurriedly advised, "Sister Jing, you still have a daughter and a husband. I have nothing. I'm just an orphan. It's okay if I die. Actually, I should have died long ago. If it wasn't for my master who saved me, I wouldn't be able to live until now. Being able to live for a few more years can be considered a blessing to me." When these words came out, Ning Jing cried. Ning Jing really wanted to tell little Yu, or that she wasn't an orphan. She had an elder sister. Her elder sister was the one who saved everyone by Yu Qiao, but she couldn't say it. She and Ning Qing had promised by Yu Qiao that they wouldn't reveal this secret. "Little Yu, you're not an orphan. You still have us," Ning Jing choked out. "Sister Jing, I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up and come up, hurry," Su Xiaoyu urged. "You still have to take care of your daughter and husband. I don't have anything to do. My master has many people to take care of her. Don't fight with me." "Little Yu, you still have a long way to go. How old are you? You still have a long, long way to go. You still have to get married and have children. Let go," Ning Jing cried loudly. Little Yu, I would never know that she and Ning Qing had promised by Yu Qiao that they would definitely save little Yu, and protect her to grow up safely. When little Yu, got married in the future, they would prepare a generous dowry for her, and she would get married in a grand manner. She and Ning Qing couldn't break their promise to others. The Di clan also couldn't break their promise to others. Ning Jing hardened her heart and pried open all of Su Xiaoyu's fingers. She held her wrist and said seriously, "Little Yu, promise me one thing. When my daughter grows up in the future, you will be her elder sister. Take good care of her and protect her to grow up safely. When she gets married in the future, help me prepare her dowry. It must be a grand occasion. It must be." After saying this, Ning Jing resolutely let go of her hand, and she fell down just like that. "Sister Jing, don't!" Su Xiaoyu cried and shouted loudly. Unfortunately, no matter how loudly she shouted, it was useless. Her vision was all blurred by tears. Gradually, she couldn't see Ning Jing's figure that was getting smaller and smaller. She also didn't see that just as Ning Jing was about to enter the sea of fire, a figure appeared out of nowhere and swept past. Ning Jing's figure also disappeared. At this moment, Han Yunqi and the rest had just rushed out from a fork in the road and saw the cliff ahead. When they heard Su Xiaoyu's cries, they all rushed over like crazy. But it was too late. They didn't even see Ning Jing's figure. They only saw Su Xiaoyu hanging in midair and her little hand sliding down bit by bit. Han Yunqi hurriedly pulled little Yu up. Little Yu immediately wailed loudly, "Master, Sister Jing has fallen down, fallen down!" Tang Li seemed to have been struck by lightning as he stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Chapter 1134. Tang Li stood rooted to the ground in a daze. His face was facing the scorching flames, and little Yu's cries lingered in his ears. Sister Jing fell down. Sister Jing fell down. He really wanted to try harder and stay calm again. However, the cries and the word Sister Jing, and the cries were like a demon that lingered in his ears, trapping his eyes, ears, and heart. Sister Jing fell down. Everyone looked into the abyss and saw that it was very deep. The abyss was filled with raging flames. Once someone fell down, how could they survive? Han Yunqi looked at the fire pit and then looked at Tang Li. She couldn't accept this for a moment, and her mind went blank. The detoxification system had long lost its notification. She didn't know if it was because they were too far away, or if the fire had burned both the person and the poison away. Han Yunqi unconsciously held little Yu, tightly, so tightly that little Yu's hand was about to break. Little Yu didn't feel the pain at all. She kept crying and crying, calling out Sister Jing, as if Ning Jing was really her sister. Gu and Gu Beiwe also stared blankly at the raging flames. They always knew that it wouldn't be easy to save the hostages this time, but they really didn't expect this outcome. She was gone. They hadn't even seen her for the last time. She was gone. Gu had always been a simple-minded person. At this moment, when he saw Tang Li's wooden expression, he suddenly felt terrible. He didn't want to look anymore, so he walked to the side and squatted down. Gu Beiwe was a doctor, so he was most used to seeing death. He pitied any patient, but he felt helpless when it came to death. However, in this short period of time, Tang Li, who was full of hope and spirit, instantly dimmed. This was the first time he felt heartache over death. Long Fei Yi lowered his eyes. He walked in front of Tang Li and pulled him into his arms. In the past, Tang Li did not throw himself on his shoulder and cry like he did when he was young. Tang Li was still standing there motionlessly. His eyes were empty as he stared at the raging fire in the abyss. He tried hard to recall the last time he saw Ningjing. What she looked like, what she was wearing, what kind of hairstyle she had, and what she had said. That was in the three-way black market. She was wearing a loose dress. At that time, she was already pregnant. Unfortunately, he didn't know. At that time, she said, "Men, chop off the young master's right hand." The last thing he said to her was, "Ningjing, you win." He had no choice but to undo the bracelets that bound the two of them together, not allowing them to be more than 10 steps away from each other. "Ningjing, if I knew what you were thinking, I would never undo the bracelets, even if I lost my life, much less my right hand." Tang Li was thinking about the first time they met, when Ningjing was disguised as a man. At that time he didn't know who she was, and she didn't know who he was either. He lied to her and said, "My name is Changli. I'm a disciple of Shuangqing Mountain." She repeated it several times. Finally, she said, "That's not a good name. It's too sad." He was deliberately mystifying, saying that all encounters were long parting. Today's encounter was fate. They might not meet again in this lifetime, so it was a long parting. "Miss, farewell." However, she stopped him and said, "Come up. I'll give you a ride. Then it won't be a long parting." Thinking of this, Tang Li was already crying silently. "Ningjing, if I knew this day would come, I'd rather not get on your carriage. I'd rather pass by you and miss you forever. Is that the only way I won't be sad?" Tang Li was still thinking about that day when he went to Wan Commerce Hall to marry Ningjing. He flirted with the maidservant outside her room. When she closed the door and refused to come out, he blocked the door and warned her, "Oh, Yang Ningjing, if you don't come out, I'll block the door and not leave. I, Tang Li, will only marry you, Ningjing." She even forgot to wear the red veil and rushed out of the room. That was the first time he saw her dressed as a woman. Her hair was tall, and she had beautiful eyebrows. Her eyes were clear and bright, and her lips were red. She was as bright as spring and as beautiful as the autumn moon. She was a feast for the eyes. That time he was mesmerized. For the first time, he realized that she was actually such a beautiful person. As Tang Li thought about it, his face was already covered in tears. Long Fei Ye's shoulder was already wet from his tears. Long Fei Yi hugged his neck, wanting him to lean on his shoulder and give him some comfort. However, Tang Li pushed away Long Fei Ye's hand and said lightly, "Let me be alone. I want to be alone." Be alone, this word made everyone look over, and they all felt uncomfortable. However, Tang Li didn't react at all. He walked to the wall and squatted down with his head in his hands. He kept muttering to himself, "I want to be alone. Let me be alone." Tang Li's face was still full of tears, but his expression clearly showed that he was confused and not sad at all. He was like a different person from before. This Han Yunqi immediately sensed that something was wrong. She quickly walked over and squatted in front of Tang Li. "Tang Li, what's wrong with you?" Tang Li ignored her and kept muttering to himself, "I want to be quiet. I want to be quiet. I want to be alone. I want to be alone." Why did he look so confused? Why did he look like he was in a daze? Han Yunqi became more and more uneasy. She turned back to look at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe quickly came over to take his pulse, but he couldn't see through his illness. Gu Beiwe was very uneasy. He shook his head at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was about to cry. She grabbed Tang Li's hands and asked, "Tang Li, what's wrong with you? Tell me, who is Jingjing?" "Jingjing." Tang Li muttered, "Jingjing? I want to be alone. I just want to be alone. Don't disturb me, okay? Shoo. Han Yunchi cried. She turned her head away, but she couldn't help crying out loud. Tangli, I want to be alone too. I really want to be alone. Tangli, how can you not know who Jingjing is? Suddenly, Gu, who was squatting at the side, jumped up and took out Mo Xie's sword. I'm going to kill Bai Yanqing. I'm going to cut him into pieces. Long Fei Yi looked at the dazed Tang Li and slowly clenched his fists. How could he take this lying down if he didn't catch Bai Yanqing? How could he take revenge? Gu Beiwe, take Tang Li and Su Xiaoyu out first. Long Fei Yi said. Ning Jing was dead and Su Xiaoyu was back. Now, they didn't have any hostages in Bai Yanqing's hands, so they were no longer afraid of him. Little Yu said with a choked voice, I heard from the guards that Bai Yanqing would go to the cliff exit of the maze. The guards wanted to take me and Sister Jing to find him. Sob sob. If I knew earlier, I wouldn't have escaped. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for acting on my own initiative and overestimating myself. No one would blame Su Xiaoyu. Although they didn't say anything, they were all blaming themselves in their hearts. If they had arrived earlier, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Your Highness, it's not easy to get out of here, Gu Beiwe said helplessly. Long Fei Yi glanced at him and didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the dazed Tang Li's side. He steeled his heart and knocked Tang Li out with a palm strike before saying, Come with me. Ever since Long Fei Yi discovered that he had entered the honeycomb maze, he had marked every path and every fork he had taken. Even if he forgot which path he had taken, as long as he found the mark, he could still return to his original place. When he returned to his original place, he could determine how far he was from the cave exit and find a way out of the maze. There were rules to follow in the honeycomb maze. The place he had been at wasn't far from the exit. As long as he followed the rules and walked a few rounds, he could basically get out. Gu Beiwe carried the unconscious Tang Li while Han Yunchi held Su Xiaoyu's hand. The group followed Long Fei Yi back to the original secret room. Han Yunchi thought of fourth young Miss Rin and said, Wait, I'll go find fourth young Miss Rin. Beiwe, you can send her out together. Han Yunchi was also a meticulous person. Not only did she poison fourth young Miss Rin, she also marked the path. Following the mark, the detoxification system notified them not long after. When they found fourth young Miss Rin, her eyes were red and swollen from crying. She looked like a little rabbit. As soon as she saw Han Yunchi, she was so excited that she almost screamed. Shoo! Han Yunchi quickly fed her the antidote and covered her mouth. Bai Yanqing must have snuck to the cliff exit from the secret passage below. Whether he had arrived or not, they still couldn't expose their whereabouts for now. Sending the hostages out was the most important thing. Fourth young Miss Ren immediately nodded, indicating that she knew to keep quiet and not attract any enemies. As soon as she walked out of the secret room, she saw Gu Beiwe, Academy Head Beiwe. Fourth young Miss Rin was pleasantly surprised. Gu Beiwe was as calm as still water. He only nodded. You've worked hard. He was always like this. He looked polite, but kept people at arm's length. Leaving aside fourth young Miss Rin, there were plenty of women in Medical City who openly admired him and secretly adored this academy head, this gentleman. But no one dared to be presumptuous, much less get close to him. He was like a holy god high above the snowy mountains that could only be looked at from afar. With him in Medical City, they were satisfied. Gu, you go out with them as well. Yunchi, and I will go find Bai Yanqing first. I'll leave marks along the way, so you can follow them when you come over, Long Fei said seriously. With Gu and Gu Beiwe escorting the 3 hostages, it was enough. Without any worries, he and Han Yunchi could deal with Bai Yanqing together. Long Fei Yi gave Gu Beiwe a compass and instructed, Go straight down this path. There'll be a mark at every fork. Go to the one with the mark. Go straight to the one without a mark. Go straight to the west. There are no forks in the maze, only 3. If you take one, you'll only have 2 choices. Remember, go west until you reach the first fork and turn right. Then turn left at the second fork. Keep going left and right. You should be able to get out before long. Leave marks along the way. If you can't get out, go back the way you came and turn left at the first fork. Then turn right at the second fork. Keep going until you reach the exit. Long Fei Yi listed out a few ideas that confused Gu, but Gu Beiwe understood and memorized. All right, Your Highness, Princess, be careful. 7th young master, and I will be back soon. Gu Beiwe said seriously. Thus, they split up into 2 groups, one to the west and one to the east. Chapter 1135. Gu Beiwe followed Long Fei Ye's directions and arrived at the exit of the tree hole in no time. He brought the unconscious Tang Li out of the tree hole and returned to help. Little Yu was exhausted, and 4th Miss Rin was also exhausted. As soon as Gu Beiwe came down, Gu seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly carried little Yu away, leaving 4th Miss Rin to Gu Beiwe. There was still a long way to go from the underground palace to the entrance of the tree hole. Gu really didn't want to carry an unfamiliar woman and fly up. Gu Beiwe and 4th Miss Rin would never have thought of this. 4th Miss Rin, please excuse me. Shall I carry you up? Gu Beiwe was humble, even though he was the academy's director. 4th Miss Ren's heart was already beating wildly as she carefully laid on his back. Unfortunately, he was already at the entrance of the tree hole before she could even feel his warmth. His body was warm. However, his speed didn't give off any warmth. Once he put her down, everything would be over. Guarding the entrance of the tree hole were a group of poison guards led by Su Donglin, female mercenaries, and a dozen driving arrow archers personally led by Chu Tianyin. The Chu clan army had been wiped out in western Zhou, and Chu Tianyin was only left with these driving arrow archers. What's going on? Where are His Highness and the princess? Su Donglin hurriedly asked. What's wrong with Tang Li? Chu Tianyin also came forward. The situation in the underground palace is very complicated. Ning Jing died in the Sea of Fire, and Tang Li's situation is not optimistic. Su Donglin, you have to keep a close eye on him. If you can't, tie him up and inform the Tang sect to come over. Remember, Gu Beiwe instructed seriously. Also, send someone to escort forth Miss Rin and Little Yu back. Little Yu, or his internal injuries, need immediate treatment. Su Donglin was stunned. Miss Jing, Gu Beiwe and Gu had no time to waste. Gu Beiwe said seriously, everyone stay alert. Bai Yanqing is very likely to escape. Don't worry, we will definitely guard it well. Chu Tianyin replied seriously. Su Donglin supported Tang Li with a sad face, but he nodded seriously. Yes, sir. Gu and Gu Beiwe were just about to leave when 4th young Miss Rin reminded them in a hurry. Academy head Beiwe, let's replenish some water and rations just in case. The princess is pregnant. She can't go hungry. This was a good reminder. The shadow guard hurriedly brought over some food and water. The big bag of food was not heavy, but the 2 pots of water were very heavy. However, Gu glanced at it and was very dissatisfied. Not enough, not enough. Bring 3 more bags of rations and 2 more pots of water. I want big pots. It's best if it's hot. 4th young Miss Ren hesitated. If it's too heavy, won't it affect you? What are you blabbering on about? Hurry up, Gu said unhappily. Su Donglin immediately ordered people to bring over the items. Gu thought for a moment, then said, Do you have bamboo baskets? Bring one over, quick. The shadow guards who were guarding here were also eating dry rations, which were carried over in a few bamboo baskets. Su Donglin personally went to find one. Gu was overjoyed. He crouched on the ground and packed the rations with a serious expression. He stuffed all the rations into the bamboo baskets and put the water pots on top. He tied the baskets securely and carried them on his back. When he saw that Su Donglin had a large horn-shaped water pot on his back, he snatched it over and slung it over his shoulder. This guy had forgotten that he was still wearing underclothes and was covered in wounds. Gu Beiwe couldn't stand it anymore. He asked a shadow guard, who was about the same size as Gu, to take off his outer robe and put it on Gu. Gu seemed to be able to carry the heavy basket of rations effortlessly. In fact, he was very happy. He shouted, "Brothers, just you wait. When we kidnap Bai Yanqing, everyone will give him a stab each." The two of them returned to the maze. At this time, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were almost out of the maze and had found the cliff exit. Gu and Gu Beiwe followed the secret signal left by Long Fei Yi and successfully met up with them. "Your Highness, Princess, we've successfully sent them out," Gu Beiwe reported seriously. Gu passed the water pot to Han Yunqi. "It's hot." "Thanks." Han Yunqi was indeed thirsty. Long Fei Yi glanced at the bamboo basket of rations on his back and didn't say anything. "There's natural light in front. It should be the exit. Everyone be careful," Han Yunqi said seriously. She and Long Fei Yi had already searched all the nearby passages that could lead to the exit, but they didn't see Bai Yanqing. Perhaps Bai Yanqing was waiting in front. However, when the four of them carefully walked over, they still didn't see Bai Yanqing. Where was he? After saving little Yu, they came down quickly and didn't waste too much time. Could it be that Bai Yanqing discovered something? There's no movement outside. He must still be in the maze. Long Fei Yi said. "If it were me, I would also stay in the maze," Gu said casually. Indeed, the maze was filled with mechanisms. Bai Yanqing was familiar with it, but they weren't. Bai Yanqing would only be able to take advantage of it if they stayed here. What's this maze used for? What's with the sea of fire just now? Han Yunqi was curious. There was no maze in the underground palace of Monarch Descent Mountain. These words reminded Long Fei Yi. He said in a low voice, "Bai Yanqing is very familiar with the mechanisms here." How did he know? There were rules to follow in the beehive maze, but the mechanisms and secret passages hidden in the maze couldn't be found. As long as the distribution of the mechanisms and secret passages didn't conflict with each other, it could be done as one wished. Bai Yanqing was so familiar with the mechanisms and secret passages here. He even knew about the sound amplification stone. Did he find it himself, or did someone tell him? He needs the blueprint. Gu Beiwe said seriously. Then the blueprint should be with him. We still have to think of a way to find him. Han Yunqi said helplessly. Bai Yanqing was probably very far away from them. She tried for a long time, but couldn't sense the little thing's presence. Gu said, "Why don't we do this? We'll search from this exit. After we've searched every passage, we'll destroy the passageways and stone rooms. I don't believe that we won't be able to force him out." What a willful way of doing things. Long Fei Yi rolled his eyes. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe couldn't help but roll their eyes as well. These passageways and stone rooms couldn't be destroyed casually. If they triggered a mechanism that they didn't know about, they wouldn't be able to trick Lao Bai, and they would end up trapping themselves instead. When that happened, wouldn't Bai Yanqing laugh at them? Gu Beiwe hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, "Your Highness, Princess, this place is dangerous after all. The matter of dual cultivation is still delayed. If we're trapped in a secret passage, everything will be in vain. Why don't we?" Gu Beiwe didn't finish his sentence, but Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi understood. Bai Yanqing didn't leave. He must be hiding in the maze, waiting for them. Although the hostages had been rescued and they didn't have anything to worry about, Bai Yanqing still had the upper hand in the current situation. Bai Yanqing was very familiar with this maze. If they were trapped in a secret room and couldn't make it in time for dual cultivation, then it would be too late for regrets. Instead of going inside to search, it was better to wait outside. The two of them could first complete their dual cultivation and then waste time with Bai Yanqing. Even if it took a year or so, they weren't afraid. What's more, Princess's delivery date is about the same as the duration of dual cultivation. If we delay any longer, Princess may not be able to subdue Emosia's sword spirit. Gubeiwa said seriously, dual cultivation only required one night. Long Fei Yi was the main cultivator and Han Yunqi was only an assistant, so it wasn't strenuous. However, subduing Emosia's sword spirit and guiding Emosia's sword spirit to a newly forged treasure sword was a difficult task. These words made Han Yunqi realize that she had to think carefully about this problem. Gu, on the other hand, had a relaxed expression. He chuckled and said, "The three of you stand guard outside. I'll deal with him alone." To say that Gu was smart, Gu was really smart. To say that he was stupid, he wasn't stupid, but he lacked a memory. Long Fei Yi and the other two didn't even roll their eyes at him. They simply ignored him. This guy must have forgotten how he was trapped in the secret room where he was cut to pieces. If they hadn't found that place, he would have spent the rest of his immortal life in that dark pit. Let's go out first. Dual cultivation is more important. Long Fei Yi was very decisive. Han Yunqi didn't have any objections. She glanced into the dark tunnel and then walked out with Long Fei Yi. Gu seemed unwilling and unwilling. He hugged his arms and leaned against the wall. The bamboo basket on his back was against the wall, making him very uncomfortable. He shifted his position. Who knew that when the bamboo basket slid across the wall, it would make a strange sound? Han Yunqi and the others immediately turned to look. Gu was also shocked. This sound didn't sound like bamboo slid across stone at all. Instead, it sounded like... Gu hurriedly shifted a few more times. This time, everyone heard it clearly. "There's a mystery." Gubeiwa strode over and touched the stone wall. At first, he didn't feel anything, but after knocking a few times, he immediately found something strange. "This isn't a stone wall," Gubeiwa said seriously. Long Fei knocked and pressed lightly. He found that this stone wall was the same as the wordless stele on the altar. It was made of imitation stone and wasn't a real stone wall. He took down the entire piece of stone and saw that it was a round Xian gold wall embedded in the stone wall. "It doesn't look like a mechanism," Gu muttered. "Yes, it doesn't look like a mechanism. It looks like a secret room to hide things." Gubeiwa said seriously. Long Fei Yi searched for a long time, but couldn't find a mechanism to open the Xian gold wall. He looked at Han Yunqi. Gubeiwa also looked at her. "Princess, I'll have to trouble you to try." Previously, the Xian gold door in the sky pit was opened by Han Yunqi's blood. This small Xian gold door in front of them might have to be opened using the old method. Han Yunqi immediately bit her finger and used her blood to lightly smear on the Xian gold door. The bloodstains disappeared in an instant. "It's absorbed." Gu was overjoyed. Han Yunqi waited anxiously. Sure enough, the round Xian gold door gradually started to turn, but the Xian gold door didn't open. Instead, as it turned, some parts of the Xian gold disc started to sink and some parts started to protrude. Han Yunqi and the others crowded around to watch. They didn't understand what was going on, but as they watched, they were gradually shocked. As the Xian gold disc protruded and sank, an exquisite, small model gradually formed in front of their eyes. This was a model of a maze. Chapter 1136. Looking at the maze model that was gradually taking shape, Han Yunqi and the others were shocked. They all woke up and stared at it seriously. Soon, a layer of the maze model appeared in front of them. Long Fei Yi glanced at it and said coldly, "Look carefully. This should be the highest layer, the one where Ningjing and Su Xiaoyu are. This is the stone room that the sound amplification tunnel leads to." Everyone looked at it seriously after Long Fei Yi said that. Sure enough, they felt that it was familiar. "The cliff that Ningjing fell off is here." Han Yunqi found the cliff. Just as they were talking, the maze model was raised. It was raised quite high, and the second layer of the maze model appeared. everyone did not say anything. They looked at it quietly and memorized it. The second layer of the maze model was exactly the layer they were on. The distance between the first and second layer of the maze model was quite big. There were countless traps and secret passageways between them. It was too much to take in. Han Yunqi and the others watched without blinking, afraid that they would miss any secret passageway or trap. When the first and second layers of the maze model were completely formed, the second layer was slowly raised, and the second layer of the maze appeared. The distance between the third and second layer of the maze was quite far, and there were all kinds of secret passageways and traps in between, including Gu Qixiao's previous trap of 1,000 cuts. Han Yunqi and the others did not say anything. They all looked at it seriously and memorized it. When the entire maze model was completely presented in front of them, the four of them let out a long sigh almost at the same time. One had to know that throughout the entire process, they had almost forgotten to breathe. Long Fei Ye's judgment was accurate. This maze was a huge, multi-layered beehive maze. The entire maze was hexagonal with a total of 6 layers and 6 sides. Other than the 2 exits on the second layer where they were standing, the other 5 layers all had a cliff trap. These cliffs were not cliffs that led to the outside world, but cliffs hidden inside the maze. They were deep and shallow, corresponding to the 5 major traps of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. It could be said that these 5 cliffs were the most dangerous places on each layer of the maze. The cliff that Ning Jing fell from was the fire cliff. Han Yunqi read it once, but she really couldn't remember it. After all, it wasn't something she was familiar with. It was already good that she could understand it at a glance. Gu and Gu Beiwa were the same. They had already silently watched it for the second time, hoping to remember it. After all, this model only showed the maze and the hidden traps, but did not show where the mechanisms to open the hidden passages and traps were. If he couldn't grasp the mechanism, he could only remember the places where the traps would appear and raise his vigilance. However, Long Fei Yi, who had a photographic memory, had already seen through this model and remembered it clearly. His memory was absolutely outstanding. As long as he looked at it once, he could reproduce the entire model in his mind. Like Han Yunqi and the rest, Long Fei was still staring at the model. However, he wasn't memorizing it, but waiting. In such a huge and complicated maze, Bai Yanqing couldn't have personally walked through every path and tried every trap. Therefore, Bai Yanqing must have also seen this model. Bai Yanqing was so familiar with the hidden passages and traps, which meant that he could definitely find the mechanisms to open and close the various hidden passages and traps from this model. Long Fei Yi was pondering, but who knew that the entire maze model would suddenly operate? All the mechanisms were activated and all the traps and hidden passages were opened and closed again. "Oh my God!" Han Yunqi couldn't help but exclaim. She was worried that they wouldn't be able to gain the upper hand if they didn't know where the mechanisms were. She didn't expect that the entire model would suddenly operate. All the hidden mechanisms would emerge from their hiding places and immediately hide again. As the mechanisms were repeatedly opened and closed, all the hidden passages and traps were also opened and closed. In fact, every 3-way junction in the maze had a mechanism that could be closed and sealed off the passage. "Oh my God!" Gu looked at everyone in disbelief. Gu Beiwa also looked up, his face full of shock. Han Yunqi was even more delighted. Bai Yanqing can't gain the upper hand. Let's go find him. Hide this thing, well, first. If this is exposed, it won't be fun, Gu said with a chuckle. Han Yunqi didn't know how to put away the maze model, but she tried dripping a drop of blood from her fingertip onto its surface. The Xian iron absorbed the drop of blood as soon as it touched the surface. At the same time, the entire model seemed to melt away, gradually collapsing into the Xian gold door and disappearing from sight. Gu picked up the fake stone pieces that had fallen on the ground and set them up. He knocked on it and said with a smile, "All right, we didn't see anything." Since Bai Yanqing didn't have any advantage, how could they let him continue to be so carefree? Naturally, they had to go find him immediately. At first, Han Yunqi was still worried that Bai Yanqing would be involved in the dark and prepare a trap to lure them over. Now, Han Yunqi couldn't wait for Bai Yanqing to do so that they could beat him at his own game. The group immediately walked into the secret room. At this moment, Bai Yanqing still didn't know anything about the model that Han Yunqi and the rest found. He was in a secret room, holding a pot of wine, drinking while talking to Mu Qingguo. He waited at the exit for a while, but the guards didn't send Bai Yuqiao and Ningjing over. He then went to the top floor of the maze using the secret passage and found that a guard had been poisoned to death. As for what kind of poison it was, he couldn't find out. He didn't know that Ningjing had fallen into the sea of fire and mistakenly thought that the poison was Han Yunqi's doing. Han Yunqi and the rest had rescued the hostages. Now that he had no hostages and no one to order around, he remembered Mu Qingguo and decided to return to the labyrinth. So what if Gu didn't die? So what if Han Yunqi wasn't afraid of poison? In this beehive maze, he could still deal with them. Mu Qingguo was locked in the stone room and wasn't tied up. However, at this moment, Bai Yanqing was leaning against the sealed stone door and drinking. He couldn't escape at all. What do you want? Let me tell you, even if I, Mu Qingguo, die, I won't collude with someone like you. Bai Yanqing drank a mouthful of wine and smiled rather calmly. Haha, hasn't your Li clan always been neutral? Why? Even you have your eyes on a Western Qin princess. Mu Qingguo immediately knitted his brows. What did you say? He didn't understand what Bai Yanqing meant. The Li clan? Wasn't the Li clan one of the 7 noble families? Weren't they the military strategists who disbanded an army of 100,000? Of the 7 noble families, he was the most interested in the Li clan. It wasn't because he approved of their neutrality, but because he was curious about their military strategies. When Bai Yanqing saw Mu Qingguo's reaction, he suddenly laughed out loud. Stop pretending. Tianning's Mu clan is a descendant of the Li clan. It's a pity that Long Fei Yi attacked the Tian, an imperial capital, and slaughtered your entire Mu clan. He hung the heads of your father, your beloved little sister, he and your entire clan at the city gates. By now, those heads should be rotting to the bone. Mu Qingguo immediately froze. After a while, he said angrily, Impossible! You're lying to me. Don't even think about lying to me. Bai Yanqing tossed a command medallion to Mu Qingguo. This was General Mu's command medallion with the character Mu carved on the front. Mu Qingguo had seen this medallion before, but he'd never touched it. This was the most authoritative command medallion in the Mu clan's army and was equivalent to a tiger tally. Touch the back and see if there's a Li character on it, Bai Yanqing kindly reminded him. Mu Qingguo didn't believe it, nor did he want to touch it, but he still couldn't control himself. His little finger secretly rubbed against the markings on the back of the medallion. The Li character? That's right. Could it be that Bai Yanqing wasn't lying? The Mu clan really was a descendant of the Li clan. But why didn't father tell him? Why did father hide it from him for so long? Mu Qingguo still didn't want to believe this was true. He carefully examined the medallion in his hand. He'd seen this medallion several times before. It was the same medallion in his father's hand. This medallion could be forged, but there was no mistaking the brown tasseled pendant his mother had personally tied onto it. It seems that there are many things you don't know, Bai Yanqing said mockingly. He told him about the 100 Poisons sect incident. It was the 100 Poisons sect incident that made him suspicious. Duanmu Yao's spies in Western Zhou's palace discovered the truth. Only then did he know that it wasn't Western Zhou's Emperor Kongcheng who led the world to the 100 Poisons sect, but Mu Yuanbo. Mu Yuanbo had sent one of the Chu clan's deputy generals to Emperor Kongcheng through Long Tianma. Only then did Emperor Kongcheng appear to help him. If not for Duanmu Yao's help, he really wouldn't have guessed that Mu Yuanbo was the mastermind behind the incident, not Emperor Kongcheng. To be able to plan a spy in the Chu clan's army and have been a military strategist for generations, Bai Yanqing quickly thought of the Li clan's descendants. Mu Qinggu was dumbfounded. He and Long Tianma had never understood the 100 Poisons sect incident. They didn't understand why his father would do such a thing. They didn't understand how his father could bribe a deputy general in the Chu clan's army when they didn't have any dealings with each other. After hearing Bai Yanqing's explanation, everything could be explained. He'd always thought that his father didn't like war. He'd always thought that his father only helped Long Tianma guard Tian and for his younger sister. He didn't expect that his father was also ambitious. He also didn't expect that the Mu family was the descendants of the Li clan who abandoned the army and fled. Mu Qinggu laughed loudly. His laughter was incomparably bitter and pained. He'd once rejoiced that he wasn't born into an imperial family. If he'd been born into a military family, he wouldn't have had to deal with so many brothers fighting each other, father and son turning against each other, fighting for power and scheming. He'd have been able to be loyal to his country and protect it. When he was very young, his father personally taught him the art of war and told him the history of the military families. Every time he talked about the Li clan who held 100,000 soldiers but didn't participate in the war between Eastern and Western Qin, he and his father would argue until their faces turned red because of their different opinions. He couldn't help but wonder if it was because he looked down on the Li clan and accused them of being deserters. So his father never told him the truth. Thinking of this, Mu Qingwu's heart ached even more. Bai Yanqing didn't mention his deal with Long Feiyi. He smiled coldly and said, "Your father also hoped that Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi would turn against each other. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi personally led an expedition to the south and fought back to the imperial capital of Tianan. He hung the heads of your Mu family on the city gate and threatened the entire Tianan army to surrender." "Young general, enough!" Mu Qinggu angrily interrupted. Chapter 1137. Mu Qinggu angrily rushed in front of Bai Yanqing. "Enough! Don't say any more. I won't believe you. Long Fei Yi isn't that kind of person." This was probably the first time Mu Qinggu had called out the name Long Feiyi so loudly. Before Tianning's internal strife, he had always respectfully called Long Feiyi, "Your Highness Duke of Qin," in front of and behind his back. After Long Feiyi's true identity was revealed, he and Long Tianma both respectfully called Long Feiyi East Qin Crown Prince. That man, that monarch, that crown prince, had always been the most revered and respected person in his heart. Mu Qinggu would never believe that Long Feiyi would do something so inhumane. It wouldn't be difficult for East Qin's soldiers to conquer Tianan. In fact, when Long Feiyi personally led his troops, many of Tianan cities surrendered on their own accord. Long Feiyi had no reason to do something so cruel. Moreover, he wasn't stupid enough to leave a black mark for the people of the world and the historians to condemn. Bai Yanqing allowed Mu Qinggu to close in on him. He calmly stood up and smiled. "Do you know why Long Feiyi massacred the Mu family?" Mu Qinggu immediately backed away. "I definitely won't believe that. You don't need to say anything more. If you want to kill me, then do as you please." He turned his back and covered his ears. He wasn't stupid. Bai Yanqing had imprisoned him for so long without asking him anything. Now he was suddenly telling him so many things. He wanted him to resent Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi and drive a wedge between them. Earlier, he had heard 2 female voices. One of them was a child's voice that he recognized. It was the girl who served Han Yunqi, Su Xiaoyu. He did not know what Bai Yanqing had forced the child to do or what he had done to the child. But he was not afraid. He, Mu Qinggu, had always been upright and upright. He had never done anything wrong, and he would never do it. Bai Yanqing walked over step by step. He went around to Mu Qinggu and stuffed 2 bundles of gunpowder into Mu Qinggu's hands. Mu Qinggu was shocked. What was Bai Yanqing trying to do? It must be known that no matter how good one's martial arts were, it would be difficult for them to escape from gunpowder. Bai Yanqing came to him and provoked him to hate Long Feiyi. What did he want from him? Gunpowder was not easy to obtain. Only the military had it. Moreover, The military did not have a lot of it, and they controlled it very strictly. Ning Cheng had the red barbarian cannon, but he did not have a lot of gunpowder. Therefore, he could not conquer the world. Where did Bai Yanqing get these 2 bundles of gunpowder? How many did he have? Countless questions flashed through Mu Qingwu's mind. Was Bai Yanqing using him to deal with Long Fei? Mu Qingwu's eyes flashed with a complicated look. He quickly threw the gunpowder to Bai Yanqing. What are you trying to do? Young general, if you don't believe me, I'll give you a chance to go to Tian, an imperial city, and take a look, as long as you help me do one thing. Bai Yanqing's eyes flashed with a sinister look. Can you let me go? Mu Qingwu asked anxiously. Haha, it seems that you really want to see those heads in person. Bai Yanqing sneered. You. Mu Qingwu looked at Bai Yanqing for a long time. He seemed to be hesitating, but in fact he already had a plan in mind. Back then, he'd pretended to join the Eastern Palace to help Han Yunqi investigate the matter of the disaster relief grain. But he hadn't been of any help at all. Instead, Han Yunqi had misunderstood him from then on and didn't treat him kindly. Although he had never explained it, he still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Today might be another chance. After pretending to hesitate for a long time, Mu Qingwu finally said, What do you want me to do? Bai Yanqing did not throw the gunpowder to Mu Qingwu again. Instead, he smiled mysteriously and said, Come with me. He turned and walked out of the stone room, leaving Mu Qingwu standing there alone. After he left, the stone door slowly closed. Mu Qingwu knew that Bai Yanqing did not give him much time to think. Once the stone door closed, he would not have another chance. However, Bai Yanqing had no other choice. Besides Mu Qingwu, he only had Duanmu Yao. Compared to Mu Qingwu, he trusted Duanmu Yao more. Unfortunately, Duanmu Yao could not help him complete this task. Thus, he could only take a gamble. Just as the stone door was about to close, Mu Qingwu suddenly rushed out. Tell me, what do you want me to do? Mu Qingwu asked cold. Bai Yanqing smiled but did not say anything. He personally helped Mu Qingwu open his outer robe and tied the gunpowder to him. Then he turned and left. A trace of unease flitted across Mu Qingwu's eyes. He turned and chased after him. Bai Yanqing brought him to a fork in the road. In a moment, I'll lure Long Fei Yi and the others here. Wait here and tell them that I ran this way. Mu Qingwu grew alarmed. Long Fei Yi and the others are here too? If the East Qin Crown Prince is here, then what about the princess? Did she come with him? Are they here to save Su Xiaoyu? Bai Yanqing smiled. Old man has brought the people who killed your father and sister to you. Mu Qingwu gave a cold snort. They won't believe me, especially the Western Qin princess. We've long stopped being friends. Don't worry, they'll definitely believe you as long as you do as I say. As Bai Yanqing spoke, he stroked the gunpowder hidden in Mu Qingwu's stomach and back to make sure it was securely tied. Mu Qingwu looked towards the path Bai Yanqing had pointed out, but couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. He guessed that the path was either filled with traps or gunpowder. Everyone in Cloud Realm Continent knew that Bai Yanqing had an undying body, so Mu Qingwu naturally knew as well. Mu Qingwu couldn't figure out why Bai Yanqing would go through so much trouble to deal with the princess and the rest. Young general, let's make a deal. If you try to trick the old man will burn you to smithereens. Bai Yanqing grinned. As soon as Bai Yanqing tied the gunpowder to Mu Qingwu's stomach and back, Mu Qingwu knew that Bai Yanqing was going to threaten him. Let's make a deal. If you go back on your word, I, Mu Qingwu, won't let you off even if I become a ghost. Mu Qingwu said coldly. Don't worry. Bai Yanqing's face was full of confidence. He turned on the switch and brought Mu Qingwu to a stone room on the side. Then he fed him a poison pill before pressing it against his ear. Mu Qingwu nodded. He assumed that Bai Yanqing would leave, but Bai Yanqing didn't budge from his spot to sit with him. Mu Qingwu really didn't understand. Wasn't Bai Yanqing supposed to lure the princess and the rest here? Why was he just sitting there without moving? After a while, Mu Qinggu finally spoke up. Weren't you going to lure them here? Don't worry. The princess of Western Qin is the most gifted genius in the history of our poison sect. She'll definitely find her way here and know you've been poisoned. Bai Yanqing was confident. Mu Qinggu was even more bewildered, but he didn't ask any questions. At the same time, Han Yunqi and the others were still searching for Bai Yanqing in the secret room. They'd used a secret passage to reach the highest floor, then searched all the way down. Han Yunqi hadn't reached the 3rd level yet, so her telepathy with Lil Thing was still a bit weak. Lil Thing's senses were better than hers, so she had to be very close to sense its exact location. They searched all over the place, but still couldn't find Bai Yanqing. By the time Han Yunqi's group reached the 2nd floor, they'd just turned a corner when Han Yunqi told them to stop. There's poison. Someone's been poisoned, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Who else could be poisoned here? Gu asked suspiciously. The young general of the Mu family, Mu Qinggu, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Duanmu Yao, who kidnapped the 3rd venerated lord, should be with Bai Yanqing as well. Bai Yanqing wouldn't even let his own subordinates off. Who knows who he'd poison? Let's go take a look first, Han Yunqi said. Could it be a trap? Long Fei Yi pulled her back. A trap is even better. We'll beat them at their own game. Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. She couldn't wait for Bai Yanqing to be waiting for them there. Poison lass, which way? Gu hurriedly asked. To the right. There's still some distance left, Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu immediately ran to the front to clear the path. Gu Beiwe said in a low voice, This is a long path. There's a fork in the road about half a li away. There's a stone room at the side of the fork, and there's a secret passage at the top of the stone room that leads to another stone room. We'll probably encounter a trap about 20 steps ahead. Everyone be careful. Long Fei Yi commented. Your memory's not bad. Gu Beiwe smiled. Your Highness, please don't laugh at me. Gu Beiwe walked behind Gu, while Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi followed behind. The 4 of them walked very slowly, moving forward silently. As they got closer, Han Yunqi came to a conclusion based on her judgment of the maze's layout and the detoxification system's feedback. She said in a low voice, The poison person is in the stone room. The poison should be acting up soon. I can detoxify the poison, but we're still a little far away. I can't tell when the poisoning will happen. They were in the tunnel. There was still some distance between them and the stone room, but there was no place to hide. There's no trap from here to the fork in the road ahead. There's only a secret passage at the top of the stone room. The fork in the road ahead is safe in both directions, Long Fei Yi said in a low voice. In other words, other than the secret passage at the top of the stone room, there were no other traps in this part of the maze that could trap them. If Bai Yanqing had an ambush, it would be here. Gu also remembered all the mechanisms in the maze clearly. He said, That secret passage has 2 mechanisms, both inside and outside. I'll be in charge of keeping an eye on it. I'll leave the person in the stone room to you guys, Gu said as he walked forward. At this moment, there was a sudden movement in front of them. Someone fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Han Yunqi said in a low voice, The poison is acting up. The poisoned person is in danger. Everyone sped up and walked forward. Soon, they saw the stone room's door open in the distance. Mu Qinggu was crawling out of the door bit by bit. His face was pale, and there was black blood at the corner of his mouth. Mu Qinggu. Han Yunqi was still a little surprised. She didn't expect to see this young general again under such circumstances. Bai Yanqing had just left not long ago, so Mu Qinggu didn't know where he went. However, he knew that Bai Yanqing must be secretly watching him. Bai Yanqing had just taught him a set of words to deceive Han Yunqi and the others. If he didn't follow Bai Yanqing's instructions, The gunpowder in his stomach would explode at any time. How would he choose? Chapter 1138. Although Mu Qinggu was an upright person, he wasn't stupid at all. Even if he really lured the princess and his highness to that path, would Bai Yanqing really let them pass and help him detoxify the poison and remove the gunpowder? That was impossible. Bai Yanqing was definitely a cunning man who'd give up on his lackey. Moreover, even if Bai Yanqing would save him, he wouldn't harm Han Yunqi and the rest just to save his own life. Your Highness, Princess. Mu Qinggu was just about to tell Han Yunqi and the rest that there was an ambush on the right path ahead and they couldn't take it. But who knew that the secret passage at the top of the stone room door would suddenly open and a torch would fly towards Mu Qinggu. At this moment, Mu Qinggu finally realized that he had fallen into Bai Yanqing's trap. Bai Yanqing actually didn't fully trust him, and Bai Yanqing didn't really want to lead the princess and his highness to the path ahead. Bai Yanqing tied the gunpowder to him just to make use of him to lure the princess and the rest, and then detonate it to kill them all. Damn it! The torch was thrown fiercely at him. Mu Qinggu was poisoned and didn't have much strength left. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. Although he was lying on his stomach, there was still gunpowder tied to his back. Mu Qinggu could only shout, "I have gunpowder on me. Hurry up and leave! Hurry up and leave!" Han Yunqi and the rest were shocked. They didn't expect it to be like this. Seeing that the torch was about to hit Mu Qinggu, Gu Beiwe instantly shifted to his side and caught the torch in time. At this moment, Gu had already rushed up the secret passage at the top of their heads. Gu Beiwe and Gu's reaction was so fast that it was out of Bai Yanqing's expectations. If they didn't know that there was a secret passage at the top of their heads, how could they have reacted so quickly? But how could they have known that there was a secret passage at the top of their heads? Bai Yanqing didn't have time to think too much. If he didn't have any hostages, he wouldn't be able to take advantage of Han Yunqi and the rest. He could only escape and lead Han Yunqi and the rest to another trap. After Gu caught up, Gu Beiwe threw the torch to one side and immediately caught up. Long Fei, you wanted to bring Han Yunqi along. But Han Yunqi still took a pill and threw it at Mu Qinggu. Antidote. She didn't know if Mu Qinggu knew about the Li clan's annihilation, but based on his honest words, she had to give him the antidote. If they hadn't run into the maze by chance, they never would have guessed there was a secret passage at the top of the stone room, much less Bai Yanqing's ambush. If that fire earlier had burnt Mu Qinggu and exploded in such a secret passage, even if he tried to escape, he would most likely be crushed to death by the huge rock. That hateful Bai Yanqing, he even used such a method. Long Fei Yi quickly brought Han Yunqi and caught up with Gu Beiwe and the rest. Mu Qinggu looked at the antidote in his hand and went into a daze. After some time, he finally realized that he had to take the antidote. He didn't think that he would be able to escape this calamity. One must know that he was already prepared to die. He laid on the ground for some time before he regained his strength. Once he sat up, he hurriedly removed the explosives from his body. He wanted to chase after the princess and the rest, but after hesitating for a moment, he didn't. Since Bai Yanqing had an immortal body, even if he had the explosives, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If he went, he would only add to the trouble. Helpless, Mu Qinggu could only wait in the same spot. At this moment, Han Yunqi and the rest were engaged in an intense chase with Bai Yanqing in the secret passage. This passageway made a turn upwards and went all the way downwards. The further down they went, the narrower it became. Gu Beiwe was still afraid of Bai Yanqing's poison and didn't dare to chase at the front. Han Yunqi was pregnant and was always protected by Long Fei Yi. Hence, they maintained the state of letting Gu chase at the front. Gu's thorny vines almost touched Bai Yanqing several times, but he still thought that he had escaped. The speed of escaping downwards was always faster than the speed of escaping upwards. Although they couldn't catch Bai Yanqing, they couldn't lose track of him either. Han Yunqi and the rest knew clearly that this secret passage led to the stone room on the third level of the maze. There was only one door in the stone room, and after exiting the door, there was another passageway. It would be best if they could catch Bai Yanqing in the stone room. Unfortunately, once Bai Yanqing landed, he immediately injected a needle into the mechanism at the side and activated the mechanism to close the secret passage. Gu kicked open the stone door and saw Bai Yanqing escape from the stone room. Luckily, there was only one direction outside the stone room. Actually, I'll bring you along. Gu Beiwei said seriously. Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at him, rejecting him in his heart. However, Gu Beiwei grabbed his hand and dragged him away. His speed was like a gust of wind as he chased after Bai Yanqing. With Gu Beiwei's speed, he quickly caught up with Bai Yanqing. However, Bai Yanqing suddenly scattered a cloud of poisonous powder, forcing Gu Beiwei to retreat. Gu faced the poisonous powder and continued his chase. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi arrived quickly. Han Yunqi dealt with the poisonous powder before they continued their chase. Your Highness, Princess, there's a trap in front. It's the abyss of the third level of the maze. It belongs to the metal element. Gu Beiwei said softly. Got it. Han Yunqi was alert. When they caught up with Gu, they saw that Gu and Bai Yanqing were facing each other from afar. Gu's thorny vines had already reached in front of Bai Yanqing, but Bai Yanqing grabbed the vine. Between them was the location of the abyssal trap. This abyss was different from the first level's abyss of fire. This was not a bright abyss, but a dark abyss. The activation mechanism was on the wall between Gu and Bai Yanqing. As long as the mechanism was activated, standing at any position in the tunnel would cause one to fall. At the same time, there would be a large rock on the tunnel that would quickly press down, making it impossible to escape and could only fall into the abyss. Other than the second level of the maze, the remaining 5 levels of the maze each had an abyss. Some were bright, some were dark, and they belonged to the 5 elements of metal: wood, water, fire, and earth. The abyss of fire was a raging fire. What would the abyss of metal be? Metal was a weapon, just like the metal of 10,000 poisons was a dagger. Could it be that there were countless weapons under this abyss? No matter if it was a weapon or not, or what kind of weapon it was, Han Yunqi thought that it would not be a good place. She looked at Bai Yanqing, who was in a deadlock with Gu, and suddenly a plan came to her mind. When Bai Yanqing saw Han Yunqi and the others coming over, he knew that he could not escape. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the mechanism hidden by the wall and had an idea in his mind. The activation of this trap was the fastest among all the traps in the maze. As long as the mechanism was activated, the large rock would immediately fall, and the trap under their feet would immediately activate. The speed at which the rock fell was so fast that even Gu Beiwei might not be able to escape. He wanted to see how many of the 4 of them could escape. Bai Yanqing grabbed Gu's thorny vines tightly and was about to pull Gu over when 2 thorny vines flew out from Gu's other hand. Bai Yanqing pulled out his sword and swung it away. Gu Beiwei had already been pushed to the back. At this time, he could not be of much help. He might even be poisoned and delay everyone's time. He stood guard at the side, constantly vigilant of his surroundings. Long Fei Yi did not dare to put his arm around Han Yunqi's waist and could only put his arm around her shoulders. The 2 of them were so close that Han Yunqi's poison storage space could help Long Fei Yi block all the poison. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not go over to help Gu. Instead, they stood behind him and watched. If they guessed correctly, Bai Yanqing wanted to take advantage of the abyss trap in front of them. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness. She shot a hidden needle at Bai Yanqing's hand. Long Fei Yi also attacked Bai Yanqing's hand at the same time. It could not kill Bai Yanqing, but it was enough to make him unable to defend against Gu's thorny vines. Bai Yanqing looked anxious, but he was actually very calm. He deliberately avoided Long Fei Yi's sword and let the thorny vines wrap around his left hand. Haha, let's see if you can be arrogant again. Gu laughed. He pulled hard and pulled Bai Yanqing a few steps away. Bai Yanqing gritted his teeth and held on. His right hand pulled on the thorny vines and pulled Gu a few steps away. The two of them were very close to the trap hidden in the ground. The two of them were evenly matched and fell into a stalemate. Han Yunqi suddenly shouted, "Long Fei Yi, let's capture him!" Although they had not communicated their thoughts, Long Fei Yi could roughly guess what Han Yunqi really wanted to do. Long Fei Yi used his usual domineering tone and said cold, "Gu, if you can't do it, then scram to the side." They did not know if Gu understood what the two of them meant. He smiled cold. "Long Fei Yi, let's make a bet. I can tie this old fart up like a dumpling in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea." With Gu's words, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were relieved. At crucial moments, this guy was still reliable and understood what they meant. Gu Beiwei, who was watching from the side, had already seen through everything. He glanced at the mechanism on the wall under the moonlight, and the corners of his mouth curled into a beautiful arc, shameless boasting. Bai Yanqing said angrily, "Take this." Gu took out 2 more thorny vines and attacked Bai Yanqing's legs. Actually, Bai Yanqing could have dodged a kick, but both his legs were tied up. Once the thorny vines bound Bai Yanqing's legs, Gu immediately retreated and pulled Bai Yanqing over. Bai Yanqing staggered a few steps and stood on top of the trap. A cold smile flashed past his cold eyes. Of course, he knew that he was standing on top of a trap. However, he did not struggle and allowed the thorny vines to wrap around his body and bind him tightly. He waited, waiting for Han Yunqi and the rest to walk over. He hid a golden needle in his mouth. As long as they walked over, he would immediately spit out the golden needle to activate the mechanism. He was willing to accompany Long Fei Yi and the rest to fall into the abyss. There was a sea of arrows at the bottom of the abyss. Countless arrows were stuck in the ground with the arrowheads pointing upwards. As long as a mortal's body was pressed down by a large rock, it would be pierced by tens of thousands of arrows. Gu did not pull Bai Yanqing over and turn to look at Long Fei. "Not even the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I won." "Humph, humph. So what if you tied up the old man?" "You can't kill the old man." Bai Yanqing deliberately provoked them. "Relax. This prince does not want to kill you. This prince will personally properly serve you." Long Fei Yi said this and walked forward with Han Yunqi. Step by step, they were just a few steps away from stepping into the trap. Bai Yanqing was waiting for this moment. He gave a cold laugh in his heart as he looked at Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. The needle in his mouth was already prepared. But who would have thought that at this time Gu Beiwei would suddenly throw out a small throwing knife that landed on the mechanism? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi suddenly stopped. In that instant, a large crack appeared under Bai Yanqing's feet. At the same time, the large rock above them fell down, pressing down on Bai Yanqing as fast as lightning. Long Fei Yi immediately chased after him with Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwei and Gu also chased after him. The large rock's falling speed was truly shocking. When they chased after him, before they could see what the abyss was like, they heard a large pung sound. Chapter 1139. Pung! With a loud sound, Bai Yanqing's huge rock fell to the ground in an instant. Bai Yanqing was pinned under it. Han Yunqi, Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwei, and Gu were standing on top of the big rock. They didn't need to exert any pressure. With Bai Yanqing's internal strength, it was basically impossible for him to shake off this rock. Although they had seen the model of this abyss in the maze model, but seeing it with their own eyes, Han Yunqi and the others were still amazed. This abyss belonged to the metal element. Looking around, the entire abyss was an incomparably huge stone room. The ground was filled with sharp arrows. These sharp arrows were bigger than the spears used on the battlefield. Moreover, the arrowheads were sharp and were all dipped in poison. Looking around, this was simply a sea of sharp arrows. TSK, if we fell, we would definitely die. Gu said with emotion, "With this speed, I can't escape." Gu Beiwei wasn't being modest. He was telling the truth. This abyss was very deep. The speed at which the big rock fell was simply in an instant. The bottom of the abyss and the top of the big rock were very far away. Bai Yanqing couldn't hear what they were saying. At this moment, not only was he pinned under the big rock, but there were also several arrows piercing through his body. If he said that it didn't hurt, it would definitely be a lie. If he didn't have an immortal body, just this big rock alone would be enough to crush him into pieces. Not to mention those sharp arrows that pierced through his body and limbs. Adding up the arrows that pierced through his body and limbs, there were at least 20 arrows. He was in pain. It was the first time in his life that he suffered so much. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. It was so painful that he broke out in cold sweat. It was so painful that for the first time in his life, he thought of dying. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Since Mu Xian left him, there was only one obsession in his heart. Before this obsession was settled, how could he want to die? He wanted to live well. He wanted to see whether he was right or Mu Xian. Obsession arose, and so did hatred. Hatred calmed Bai Yanqing down quite a bit. He also realized that he had been tricked by Han Yunqi and the other three. They must have known that there was a trap here. So not only did he fail to scheme against them, he fell into the trap himself. Thinking of this, Bai Yanqing's hatred grew even stronger. Those young people, especially the descendant of the East Qin imperial family, Long Feiyi, how could they beat him? He would wait for them to move the boulder away. He knew that they wouldn't accept this, and their unwillingness was his opportunity. Bai Yanqing was not overestimating himself, but he had underestimated Long Feiyi. At this moment, Long Feiyi had already asked Gu Beiwei to check the surroundings. After walking one round, he found that this abyss was indeed like the model of a maze. It was hidden deep in the maze, and it was an incomparably huge sealed stone room. The only exit was the one above them. Long Feiyi said, "Gu, seal the exit." Gu raised his head to look at the huge exit. After pondering for a moment, he quickly raised his hand. Several thorny vines immediately flew out of his sleeve and soon grew into a huge net of thorns at the exit. Han Yunqi looked up and was shocked. So many thorny vines. Gu rubbed his head. "I'm a bit dizzy after raising so many. I'll leave Bai Yanqing to you guys. I'll be in charge of guarding the exit." As he spoke, he flew up and sat on one of the thorny vines to swing. He was as relaxed as he could be. Han Yunqi and the other two really couldn't tell why he was so dizzy. "Your Highness, Princess, I'll guard the exit with 7th Young Master. I'll leave the rest to you guys." Gu Beiwei said seriously. In such a confined space, they didn't have to worry about Bai Yanqing escaping. With the princess around, no matter how good Bai Yanqing's poison skills were, they would be useless. Although Bai Yanqing had an immortal body, it would be difficult for Bai Yanqing to catch up to them with her highness's martial arts skills. Gu was also standing guard at the side. If there was any danger, Gu could block it at any time. At this time, they had the absolute advantage. Gu Beiwei couldn't be more relieved. He had retreated to the side because he knew that the princess and her highness wouldn't be merciful this time. They would be very cruel. He didn't like cruelty, but he wouldn't object to her highness and the princess being cruel. When Gu Beiwei and Gu flew up, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi flew down and stood in the gap between the sharp arrows. This big rock completely covered Bai Yanqing. Not even his head was exposed. Long Feiyi pulled out his profound frost sword and pried the big rock to the side. They finally saw Bai Yanqing's head. Bai Yanqing's head was deeply buried in the ground. He slowly raised his head. "Hee, didn't you want to trap old man? If you have the ability, don't let old man out." Bai Yanqing sneered. Who knew that Long Feiyi would suddenly pull out his sword? The big rock instantly pressed down heavily. In that moment, Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi clearly heard Bai Yanqing cry out in pain. Long Feiyi's eyes flashed with a sneer. He brought Han Yunqi to the big rock. He took a step forward and heavily stepped on the rock. Very quickly, the full-level lust bite power gathered at his feet, forcing the big rock to sink down, pressing down on the ground. Not long later, the big rock had sunk down by 3 inches. In the process of sinking, who knew how much pressure Bai Yanqing was under? His back, internal organs, and bones were all pressed down, including his face. The pain was so much that he couldn't bear it anymore and exploded out with his inner strength to block it. But after blocking it, he realized that his inner strength was not even half of Long Fei Ye's. He couldn't block it. Pain. The pain was unbearable. Still, Long Fei kept going. He had no intention of stopping. Just how long was this torture going to last? Meanwhile, Lil Thing, who was trapped in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space, could sense that Mama Yunqi was nearby, as well as Bai Yanqing's pain. It was so happy that it ran all over the space, jumping up and down. It was no longer a little squirrel, but a tall and mighty snow wolf. When it jumped around like this, it looked like an idiot. Bai Yanqing had trapped it for so long that it had long swept clean the poison storage space. Although those things were disgusting, it endured the disgust and ate them, recovering quickly. Now it was not only fully recovered, but even stronger than before. It bared its fangs and claws in excitement before suddenly turning back into a little squirrel. It flew high into the air, then landed back on the ground as a snow wolf. Very soon, it seemed to be addicted to playing, turning into a snow wolf one moment and a squirrel the next. In the end, it tired itself out from playing. Bai Yanqing, on the other hand, was still suffering in pain. It sat on the ground with its paws tucked in front of its chest like a little squirrel, wondering what Mama Yunqi and the rest were doing outside. How did they torture Bai Yanqing? Why did it take so long? It couldn't figure it out, so it picked up its secret stash of poisons and was about to eat them when it saw its own white paws. It gave a start before realizing that its snow wolf form wasn't suited for such adorable movements. It immediately stood up and raised its noble head. Whoa! It gave a howl to salvage some of its wolf image. Lil Thing had already messed up its own form. Bai Yanqing was still suffering from unbearable pain. He had already sunk an entire foot into the ground. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore. But even if he wanted to shout, his face was buried in the ground. Besides enduring the crushing pain of his flesh, bones, and organs, there was nothing else he could do. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi naturally wouldn't let Bai Yanqing suffer alone. They wouldn't be able to quell their anger until they paid back everything Bai Yanqing had done to them. They wouldn't be able to calm down until they avenged Ningjing. It was good that Bai Yanqing didn't die. They wanted him to live a life worse than death. On top of the boulder, Long Fei Yi was looking at Han Yunqi and waiting. Meanwhile, Han Yunqi was sitting leisurely on the boulder, leisurely eating her rations and drinking warm water. Han Yunqi was used to chewing slowly, so now that she was eating rations, she chewed even slower. But Long Fei Yi didn't think she was slow at all. Instead, he asked her to eat slowly and not choke. Gu Beiwe and Gu, who were sitting high up on the thorny vines, were also waiting and watching. If Bai Yanqing knew that Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwe, and Gu were leisurely watching Han Yunqi eat, how would he feel? After a while, Han Yunqi finally filled her stomach. Long Fei Yi found that this woman's appetite seemed to be bigger than before. Not to mention that she had to feed 2 people. Even when Han Yunqi wasn't pregnant, Long Fei Yi often asked her to eat more. Eat more. Long Fei Yi asked seriously. No, it's uncomfortable to eat too much. I have to eat more. Han Yunqi touched her stomach and said seriously, Don't you want to rest for a while? Long Fei Yi asked again. It's okay, I'll work when I'm full. Han Yunqi said with a smile. She smiled so contentedly that Gu and Gu Beiwe also unconsciously smiled. The 2 inadvertently looked at each other and their smiles suddenly froze. They were a little embarrassed. Gu took out a small bag of dry food here. I'm not hungry, leave it for the princess. Gu Beiwe declined. I'm not hungry either. Gu said to himself. Were these 4 guys here to deal with Bai Yanqing or to take a vacation? Of course they were here to deal with Bai Yanqing. Han Yunqi stood up and moved her hands and feet a little. She gently patted her stomach. "Little guy, let's go deal with the bad guys with Daddy and Mommy." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi finally landed on the large rock. Long Fei Yi used the profound frost sword to pry up the large rock like before. Bai Yanqing was in so much pain that he almost couldn't raise his head. At this time he realized that his undying body was not bottomless, it could still be destroyed. "Bai Yanqing, if you beg this prince will let you out," Long Fei Yi said. Bai Yanqing slowly raised his head to look at them. His eyes filled with hatred. Would he beg? Chapter 1140. Would Bai Yanqing beg Long Fei Yi? He was still thinking of escaping, so he figured he could only make a move against Gu Beiwei under these circumstances, using Gu Beiwei to divert their attention, then escape the maze. Han Yunqi and the others must have discovered the maze model. In that case, he would not have any advantage in the maze. He could only escape. Han Yunqi could protect Long Fei Yi from being poisoned, but she definitely could not protect the world from being poisoned. Once he escaped, he would make them regret it. A cold light flashed past Bai Yanqing's eyes, and he said without hesitation, "Long Fei Yi, old man, I beg you, let go of old man." "Bai Yanqing, you should act like you're begging," Long Fei Yi said. Actually, he had been hoping that Bai Yanqing would come out from under the rock. If Bai Yanqing did not come out, how could he and Han Yunqi torture him? If he did not beat this old thing full of holes today, he would not be able to face Tang Li's tears. Long Fei Ye's anger had been suppressed in the bottom of his heart, and he could no longer suppress it. If he did not take it out on Bai Yanqing, who would he take it out on? "Your Highness, old man, I beg you to let me go." Bai Yanqing finally had a pleading tone. Unfortunately, Long Fei Yi was not satisfied. "Say it again." He used a commanding tone. Bai Yanqing was furious, but he still held it in and repeated it again. However, Long Fei Yi was still not satisfied. He said expressionlessly, "Say it 10 times. "You." Bai Yanqing was furious. Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunqi and turned to leave. Bai Yanqing had no other choice. In order to get out, he could only compromise. In one breath, he begged Long Fei Yi 10 times. However, Long Fei Yi refused to let him go. He said, "It's a pity that this crown prince can't decide whether to let you go or not." Long Fei Yi, Bai Yanqing finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He roared furiously, "Long Fei Yi, don't push your luck." "Then you can stay here. Gu, find some firewood for this prince. This prince will burn it for 3 days and 3 nights, Long Fei Yi said. Bai Yanqing's face immediately turned pale. The pain of being burned was extremely unbearable. "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." Gu shouted, but he still sat high up and didn't move. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would look up and ask cold, "Still not going?" Gu was shocked. He looked at Gu Beiwei and asked in a low voice, "Is that guy serious?" "I'll go. You guard it well, just in case." Gu Beiwei smiled and immediately left through the thorny vines. "How do I burn it?" Gu pondered. Bai Yanqing finally understood what it felt like to be afraid. He said, "Princess of Western Qin, old man begs you. I beg you to let the old man out. Then, if you want to take revenge, the old man is yours, as long as you let the old man out of here." Long Fei Yi said that he couldn't make the decision. It was clear that he wanted him to beg Han Yunqi. "How about this, you beg me 10 times. I'll let you out and we'll fight again. If you're still tied up by us, you'll tell me what's your relationship with my mother," Han Yunqi said seriously. Han Yunqi's words were much more believable than Long Fei Ye's. Bai Yanqing saw hope, but he still pretended to be angry. After a while, he agreed to Han Yunqi's request. He begged Han Yunqi 10 times, but Han Yunqi laughed loudly. "Bai Yanqing, didn't it feel good to play with us back then? I think it's quite fun to play with you now." Finally, Bai Yanqing's face darkened completely, and he stopped talking. He only stared coldly at Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Not long after, Gubeiwe brought over a pile of firewood. Long Fei Yi personally threw the firewood into the cracks in the rocks, filling Bai Yanqing's eyes. Undying? Hee hee. Long Fei Yi sneered and casually threw in a torch. He said, Bai Yanqing, this crown prince said, you should act like you're asking for help. Just stay here properly. The fire quickly spread to the firewood and gradually burned. Bai Yanqing buried his head in the ground. Although he wasn't burned, he soon felt the scalding heat rush over him. After a while, the surrounding rocks started to heat up. The temperature of the rocks was much higher than the temperature of the flames. The rocks were stuck to Bai Yanqing's body. He was undying, but his flesh would be injured. Although the injuries would heal quickly, they would continue to be injured. If he was injured, it would hurt. How long could he last? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi stood far away and watched as the flames gradually engulfed Bai Yanqing. However, the two of them were indifferent. They didn't feel that Bai Yanqing was pitiful, nor did they feel that they were cruel. Even if it was 10 times or 100 times crueler, it wouldn't be enough to redeem the heinous crimes that Bai Yanqing had committed all these years. The falling out between the eastern and western Qin camps, the massacre at the peak of Tianshan Mountain, Bai Yuqiao's death, Ningjing's death, Xiao Yu'er's suffering, and so on. All of these were things that Bai Yanqing couldn't make up for by cutting him into 1,000 pieces and burning him in flames. As the flames burned, the rocks became hotter and hotter. Bai Yanqing's back was stuck to the rocks, and it was scalded until it festered. The poison Gu human's physique allowed these injuries to heal quickly. However, because it was stuck to the rocks, the skin immediately festered again. The pain that Bai Yanqing endured was far greater than being burned by the flames. He gritted his teeth and endured it. What supported him was none other than his hatred for Mu Xian and Han Yunqi, his hatred for Long Fei Yi, the descendant of the East Qin imperial family. How long could hatred last? Hatred actually couldn't support anything. It could only give birth to hatred and make people go crazy. Madness couldn't support anything, but madness would make people stop at nothing. It seemed like a kind of support, but was actually a kind of destruction. The fire burned for an entire day and night. Long Fei Yi began to admire Bai Yanqing's willpower. But who knew that Bai Yanqing would compromise the next morning? He begged them in an extremely pitiful tone. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, old man, I beg you to let go of the old man. Long Fei Yi knew that this begging was still not sincere, but he still looked down on Bai Yanqing. If Bai Yanqing persisted, perhaps they would take the initiative to let him go. He didn't need to beg like this. Long Fei Yi glanced at Gu and Gubeiwe. The two waved their hands, indicating that they should be on guard. Han Yunqi hugged Long Fei Yi and whispered, "Don't worry about the poison. I'll guard." "I know." Long Fei Yi had absolute confidence in her. He gently hugged Han Yunqi with one hand and held his sword with the other. The sword that was originally prying up the big rock suddenly rose. The sword light shone brightly and cut the big rock into 2 halves. At this moment, Bai Yanqing suddenly rushed up to the sky and broke free from the thorny vines. He was about to rush to the exit when he saw Gu and Gubeiwe guarding the exit. He immediately raised his hands and made a knot, riding the wind. Gubeiwe immediately dodged. The wind blew past, only hitting Gu. Gu sneered and waited for Bai Yanqing to come over. He used the thorny vines to bind Bai Yanqing to death. This time, without the big rock holding him down, he would definitely not let go. Bai Yanqing immediately turned around and continued to attack Gubeiwe. He didn't notice that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were already behind him. Just as he was about to control the wind with his hands again, Long Fei Yi suddenly slashed a sword aura at Bai Yanqing's back. Not only did it cut open his flesh, but it also sent him flying. Bai Yanqing flew out uncontrollably and smashed heavily on the ground. Once again, he was pierced by thousands of arrows. Pain! It went without saying. He immediately flew up. The pierced wounds on his body were also bleeding. Gu Beiwe had already returned to Gu's side. The battlefield was left to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Bai Yanqing stood in the air. Only then did he realize that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had let him out not to tie him up and leave the maze, but to torture him. He had to admit that he realized this when he didn't have the chance to deal with Gu Beiwe. He was very vexed and regretful. All his begging had been in vain. The more Bai Yanqing thought about it, the angrier he got. He said coldly, "All right, this old man wants to see what you can do to this old man." He stood in the air, motionless. Long Fei Ye's sword didn't stop. The sword slashed again and again, slamming Bai Yanqing to the ground. Sharp arrows pierced through his body. Bai Yanqing didn't move. He just lay there with a sneer on his face. Long Fei Yi raised his sword from bottom to top. Bai Yanqing was lifted into the air by the sword aura. Long Fei Ye's sword slashed down again. Bai Yanqing fell to the ground again. Long Fei Ye's sword moved faster and faster. In a short while, Bai Yanqing's body was riddled with holes. His healing speed couldn't keep up with the speed of his injuries. He didn't look like an immortal person. Instead, he looked like a soulless body that could be tortured by Long Fei Yi. Pain. He admitted defeat. He suddenly laughed. "Long Fei Yi, you can't kill me. One day, I'll watch you grow old and die. Han Yunqi, do you think the child in your womb will be a match for me?" After saying that, Bai Yanqing immediately laughed maniacally. Maybe Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's son could learn their ultimate martial arts, but he might not necessarily have the poison storage space. He would win for sure. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were indifferent. They knew that no matter how powerful their child would be in the future, he wouldn't have anything to do with Bai Yanqing, because they would definitely get rid of Bai Yanqing. They definitely would. Long Fei Ye's sword didn't stop. He slammed Bai Yanqing down again, facing the sharp arrows head-on. "Old man, let me tell you, everything that the old man suffered today, I will return to your child 100-fold. Definitely." Bai Yanqing roared. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi still didn't make a sound. Long Fei Ye's sword continued. Sword after sword, again and again. Bai Yanqing was tortured until he was in a sorry state. He didn't look human anymore. Finally, Bai Yanqing couldn't keep up the act anymore. He roared, "Long Fei Yi, what's the point of this? You just—" Long Fei Yi directly slashed his sword at his face. He didn't even want to listen to him. Gu watched with interest. "Haha, the old thing can't take it anymore." Gu Beiwe watched. "Isn't he being pressed under a big rock now? Ask him if he's willing to kneel down and beg for mercy." Gu immediately shouted, "Bai Yanqing, if you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, I will plead for mercy for you." Before Bai Yanqing could answer, Long Fei Yi replied coldly, "Gu, don't even think about it." Long Fei had plenty of energy. He'd like to see how Bai Yanqing would admit his wrongs and beg for mercy in the end. Who knew that just as Bai Yanqing crashed into a corner and the ground was covered in blood, the ground suddenly caved in. Bai Yanqing instantly fell down. There weren't any hidden traps in the maze model. What was going on? Chapter 1141. Long Fei Yi and the others clearly remembered that this abyss was completely sealed off aside from the exit at the very top. There were no secret passages or traps. After him, Long Fei Yi didn't want to let Bai Yanqing escape again. Han Yunqi and the others had the same idea. Gu was the first to give chase, followed closely by Gu Beiwe, Han Yunqi, and Long Fei Yi. However, they didn't go far before they fell into darkness and lost all control. No matter how hard they tried to fly up, they couldn't. It was as if a mysterious force was pulling them down. What kind of place was down there? Long Fei Yi held Han Yunqi tightly while Gu's vines wrapped around Gu Beiwe and the two of them to ensure that they wouldn't be separated. It really didn't feel like they'd fallen, but more like they'd entered some kind of formation. However, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe knew that this wasn't a formation. No one could explain what kind of place they'd fallen into. What was Bai Yanqing's situation? Was Bai Yanqing familiar with this place? Seeing that there weren't any threats around them, Han Yunqi relaxed a little. She murmured, Bai Yanqing probably doesn't know about this exit, or he would have escaped long ago. Princess! This subordinate has been watching him the entire time, but I didn't see him trigger any traps. This is very likely a coincidence, Gubeiwa hastily said. No matter where this place is, it's still the poison sect's territory. Poison lass, you're still a descendant of the poison sect, but you're not even familiar with your own territory? Gu wasn't complaining, but teasing Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi was about to speak when she suddenly blurted out, Lil Thing, what is it? Long Fei Yi was a little nervous, thinking that the little thing could help Han Yunqi advance. Unexpectedly, Han Yunqi said, the little thing is in pain. It's crying. Han Yunqi had also sensed Lil Thing's presence earlier and knew that Lil Thing was very happy. She even imagined that with Lil Thing's temperament, it would definitely be jumping up and down in Bai Yanqing's poison storage space. However, at this moment, she could feel the little thing's intense sadness. What's wrong with the little thing? Even if they let Bai Yanqing escape, Lil Thing shouldn't be so sad. What's wrong with that little toy? Gu asked curiously. Yes, the little thing was too small. In Gu's eyes, it was like a small toy. What's wrong with the little guy? Could it be related to this place? Does it recognize this place? Gu Beiwei asked with concern. It's possible, Han Yunqi agreed with Gu Beiwei's guess. Perhaps it was because she was connected to Lil Thing's thoughts and was infected by its feelings. But Han Yunqi suddenly felt a little sad as well. She silently prayed in her heart that they wouldn't fall into a bad place. But right now, Lil Thing was crying. It had already transformed into a little squirrel and curled itself up into a little ball, sobbing quietly in the darkness of the poison storage space. Grief filled the entire poison storage space. In the darkness, Lil Thing seemed tiny, lonely, and helpless. It had lived for too long, so long that it had forgotten its past, its parents, how it had grown up, and how it had come to be. It had even forgotten how it had ended up in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Lil Thing didn't remember either. It only knew that since it followed Mama Yunqi, it had to protect her for the rest of its life. It only knew that since it liked the gentleman, it had to like him for the rest of its life. Lil Thing's life was eternal. Even if Mama Yunqi and the gentleman left one day, Lil Thing would still like them. Even if Lil Thing lived for so long that it forgot everything, it would still remember them. But when Bai Yanqing fell and fell all the way down, the familiar scent of Lil Thing's aura grew stronger and stronger. It didn't need to think about it anymore. Lil Thing didn't need to try to remember, because those memories that it had deliberately forgotten began to surface in its mind. In those memories, back then it was very, very small. When it was a snow wolf, it was about the size of this squirrel. Back then, it was still a cub. It was a sacred beast worshipped by the blood wolves, an undying poison snow wolf. They lived carefree in the forests of the poison sect. But that day, someone used a mysterious force to slaughter all the snow wolves. Lil Thing hid in the sky pit and escaped by luck. It never knew why it liked the sky pit so much, or why it waited there for its master to come. As it turned out, the poison sect sky pit was its refuge. In the fragments of its memories, it saw swords rising and falling, splattering blood everywhere. Snow wolves fell one by one to the ground in a heap of corpses. Lil Thing was scared out of its wits. It didn't even dare to make a sound as it turned tail and ran, diving into the sky pit to hide. That massacre happened a long, long time ago. Back then, the poison sect didn't even exist. Before the poison sect appeared, the sky pit in the mountains of the poison sect's forbidden grounds was the territory of the snow wolves. A group of people who worshipped the snow wolves lived there. They called themselves the Snow Wolf Clan. They have the ability of the poison storage space, and through the cultivation of the poison storage space, they can obtain extremely high poison skills. After the snow wolves were slaughtered, they changed their names and hid in the mountains of the poison sect's forbidden grounds, rarely appearing in public. They erected wordless steels in the western forests as a memorial to the snow wolves. Then they built a sacrificial altar to worship them every year. Lil Thing was already sobbing uncontrollably at the memory, its tiny body trembling non-stop. It remembered everything. It was Lil Thing who told the Blood Wolf clan about the poison goo humans. It was Lil Thing who led the Snow Wolf clan to dig up 10 stalks of poison grass in the sky pit. The Blood Wolf clan had eaten those poisonous grasses to obtain an undying body. Those poisonous grasses needed 300 years to bloom and bear fruit, and another 300 years to ripen. The Snow Wolf clan had planted those 10 stalks of poison grass in the glazed walls of the sacrificial altar. Bai Yanqing had used those 10 stalks of poison grass to cultivate his undying body. Later on, the Snow Wolf clan's population dwindled, and the poison sect's forbidden grounds was taken over by Medical City. Once Medical City was established, it split off from the poison sect and took over the entire back mountain. The daughter of the Snow Wolf clan secretly married the head of the poison sect, forming the poison sect. Together, they ruled over the poison sect's forbidden grounds. With the Snow Wolf clan's help, the poison sect began to plant poison grass in the poison sect's forbidden grounds. Gradually, the poison sect began to develop. Lil Thing also grew up and became mentally connected with the Snow Wolf clan. It could enter the Snow Wolf clan's poison storage space to cultivate. Lil Thing used to be a god worshipped by the Snow Wolf clan, but it was reduced to the poison sect's poison beast and became infamous. Later on, its master died of old age, while Lil Thing lived on forever. Lil Thing watched as several of its masters left and went into hiding in grief. But one day, Lil Thing returned to the poison sect to find that it had been destroyed. The people of Medical City captured Lil Thing everywhere, so Lil Thing decided to stay obediently in the sky pit. One day, Lil Thing ran all over the mountain and discovered that there were still orphans of the poison sect. Lil Thing remembered that one of the 2 people was Bai Yanqing. Even now, Lil Thing didn't know who the other one was. However, Lil Thing was certain that the other person had the purest blood of the Blood Wolf clan. Bai Yanqing was only a direct descendant of the poison sect, a descendant of the Blood Wolf clan and the poison sect. After the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect's direct descendants intermarried, the Snow Wolf clan no longer existed. The 2 clans shared the name of the poison sect. Later generations of the poison sect's direct descendants were all descendants of the Snow Wolf clan and the poison sect's direct descendants. Thus, the poison sect's direct descendants also inherited the ability of the poison storage space. However, the later generations didn't know that the Snow Wolf clan actually had the purest bloodline. The Snow Wolf clan's direct descendants had far more poison storage spaces than the poison sect's direct descendants. Lil Thing hated the poison sect's direct descendants. Back then, Lil Thing had avoided Bai Yanqing and sought refuge with the Snow Wolf clan, but was rejected. Lil Thing had no choice but to stay alone in the sky pit. Later on, Mama Yunqi and the gentleman arrived. Lil Thing's memories ended here, from the time it was a naive little snow wolf until now. Lil Thing remembered everything. Slowly, it raised its head and transformed into a white wolf. It raised its head and gave a long, mournful howl. Although Lil Thing couldn't see what was happening outside, it could sense and smell that familiar scent. It was a scent that it missed and feared at the same time. This passage had been set up by the Snow Wolf clan in the past. Whether it was the blood of a Snow Wolf clan member or a direct descendant of the poison sect, anyone could open the door. This passage led to the Snow Wolf graveyard beneath the sacrificial altar. Back then, the Snow Wolf clan members and Lil Thing's parents had all been killed by that mysterious force. They were all buried there, buried in a barrier that allowed them to rest in peace. Lil Thing didn't know when it had started to forget these things, but it knew that it wasn't truly forgetting them. It would never remember the things it had truly forgotten. It was just trying to forget them on purpose. Because it was too sad to recall them, it was too much to bear. Thus it could only forget. If Bai Yanqing hadn't accidentally fallen here, perhaps Lil Thing would never remember these things. Gradually, Lil Thing quieted down. It was waiting for Bai Yanqing to fall into the graveyard. Even more than before, it hoped that Mama Yunqi could save it. It felt like it wanted to see the place where its clansmen were buried. If a place with its clansmen and parents was home, then this graveyard was its final home. Bai Yanqing was the first to fall to the ground. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the darkness vanished, to be replaced by a grassy plain and a snowy mountain in the distance. Bai Yanqing was covered in pain and wounds, but his mind was still clear. He knew that this was either a barrier or an array formation. There was no way he could see the sky from the underground palace. He was bewildered. He'd spent so many years exploring the poison sect, but he didn't even know of this place's existence. What was this place? Was it a barrier or an array formation that he couldn't see through? Bai Yanqing couldn't see through it, but he didn't have time to think. He looked around and saw a forest, so he immediately ran over. Long Fei Yi and the rest would definitely chase after him. No matter where he was, he had to hide first. But by the time Bai Yanqing reached the forest, he was stunned. He saw rows upon rows of wordless steels, identical to the ones on the poison sect's sacrificial altar. The only difference was that each steel had 2 fangs hanging from it. This was a graveyard. Chapter 1142. If the wordless steel didn't prove anything, then the fangs on it were proof enough that this was the Snow Wolf grave. Snow wolves might belong to the wolf clan, but their fangs were much larger and sharper than regular wolf fangs. Moreover, their fangs were filled with lethal poison. Bai Yanqing had once dug up the poison sect's sacrificial altar in hopes of finding the bones of the snow wolves. After all, snow wolves had undying and indestructible bodies. Their bones were extremely valuable poison-making treasures. Unfortunately, he couldn't find any at all, so he could only give up in the end. Looking at the graveyard before him, Bai Yanqing understood that the Blood Wolf clan must have built a secret underground maze deep beneath the sacrificial altar and sealed it with a barrier. But the entrance wasn't at the altar, but at Clear Breeze Peak. If the poison sect's blood could open the barrier around the wordless steel, then it must be able to open all the other barriers here. It was very likely that his blood was the only reason he could enter the maze. If that was the case, then the entrance to the Snow Wolf grave had to be in the underground maze beneath Clear Breeze Peak. Bai Yanqing might be familiar with Clear Breeze Peak's labyrinth, but he had no idea why it was built there. Thinking about it now, the maze of mechanisms must have been built to cover the entrance to the Blood Wolf clan's graveyard. After all, the barrier arts weren't unique to Cloud Realm Continent, but originated from the continent beyond the Winter Crow clan's northern Icy. If they ran into an expert in barrier arts, they might not even need the poison sect's blood to break through the barrier. Building a labyrinth would be an extra layer of protection. Bai Yanqing suddenly remembered something and hurried forward to pick up one of the fangs. He examined it carefully to make sure there was no more poison in it before he relaxed. The poison sect's poison beast's blood was one of the main ingredients for the perplexing butterfly illusion. He'd kept Lil Thing in the poison storage space because he didn't want Han Yunqi to get her hands on the beast's blood. As long as Han Yunqi could not obtain the poison beast's blood, she would never be able to break the perplexing butterfly illusion. She would never be able to create the antidote to cure his poison goo. After confirming that these fangs were not poisonous, Bai Yanqing wanted to find a place to hide. However, after walking around, he found that the enchantment was not big. It was just an unobstructed grassland and a small forest that could be seen through at a glance. As for the snow mountain in the distance, it was just an illusion that could never be reached. He had nowhere to hide. Bai Yanqing was still very calm and collected. He carefully looked at the wordless tombstones of the Snow Wolf grave one by one. Soon he began to laugh sinisterly. He picked up 7 small stones and walked into the Snow Wolf grave. His figure could be seen flying back and forth between the wordless tombstones. Not long after, he disappeared. Not long after, Han Yunqi and the others landed. Just like by Yanqing, the darkness in front of them disappeared as soon as their feet touched the ground. In its place was a grassland, the sky was blue, and the snow mountain in the distance was pure and holy. Gu Beiwe looked around and said doubtfully, "It doesn't look like a formation. Long Fei was very certain. It's a barrier. Let's go to the forest in front and take a look. The two of you, stay close and don't get lost." He gripped Han Yunqi's hand even tighter. There was no place to hide in this barrier except for the forest. A barrier? Does this place have anything to do with the poison sex altar? Gu muttered to himself. When they reached the edge of the forest and saw the wordless tombstones and piles of white fangs, they immediately knew that this was the Snow Wolf Grave. Lil Thing's emotions are very unstable. It keeps crying, Han Yunqi said in a low voice. Long Fei Yi, we should be in the underground palace, under the altar. This barrier, how do we break it? Is there an illusion here as well? Gu asked suspiciously. Illusions came from the heart and could reveal a lot of secrets. He really hated it. Gu looked at the blue sky and then at the holy snow mountain. He suddenly exclaimed, "This can't be an illusion created by Lil Thing, right?" Han Yunqi had the same suspicion. However, Gu Beiwe and Long Fei Ye's attention was focused on the forest. The two of them seemed to have noticed that something was off. Long Fei Ye quickly said in a low voice, "Bai Yanqing is hiding in there." Gu Beiwe smiled but didn't say anything. He knew that His Highness had noticed the same thing about the forest. Both Gu Qishao and Han Yunqi were still at a loss. The trees in this forest were sparse, so it was possible to count a few of them in total. Although there were 20 or so wordless tablets in the middle of the forest, they could be seen at a glance, and there was nowhere to hide. Where was Bai Yanqing? Abruptly, Long Fei pushed Gu Qishao into the woods. As soon as Gu Qishao took a step forward, he realized something was wrong. It was an array. An array had been set up in this forest of wordless tablets. It's very possible that Bai Yanqing was the one who set up this formation. Is he hiding inside this formation? It's an array. No matter what you see or encounter, don't let go. Long Fei Yi whispered to Han Yunqi. Holding her hand, he stepped in with Gu Beiwe. Han Yunqi's face was filled with disbelief. When did this fellow and Gu Beiwe learn about arrays? Furthermore, he was able to tell even before he stepped in. After they stepped into the array, everything around them changed. They were surrounded by darkness. The grass and trees had all disappeared and were replaced by dusk. Bai Yanqing is nearby, but I don't know which direction he is in, Han Yunqi whispered. She could sense the little thing's presence. Long Fei Yi nodded and vigilantly observed the surroundings. Gu Beiwe stood to the side with a frown, seemingly calculating something. Han Yunqi knew that the two of them were looking for a way to break the array, so she didn't dare disturb them. Gu hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but whisper, Long Fei Yi, what array is this? He had been looking at it for a long time, but he couldn't tell what array it was, let alone calculate a way to break it. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything and continued to look left and right at the disorderly wordless tablets. Seventh Young Master, this is one of the most dangerous arrays in the Chiman sect. It's very dangerous. You and the princess shouldn't move. Gu Beiwe lowered his voice. Could it be the 7 kills array? Gu was alarmed. Gu Beiwe nodded and motioned for 7th Young Master to keep quiet. Gu really didn't dare to make a sound. The 7 kills array was different from other arrays. The person who said it had to stay in the array, otherwise it would break apart. At this time, who knew if Bai Yanqing was watching them from somewhere? Han Yunqi whispered, You've learned about arrays too? Gu was about to answer, but he thought for a while and shook his head. I know a little. I haven't learned it seriously. Han Yunqi didn't ask any more questions. Gu Qishao felt gloomy. They had both learned it for 3 months. But why was there such a big difference in their standards? Although he had been looking for people all over the world these 3 months and hadn't been learning all the time. Long Fei had personally gone to the battlefield to kill enemies, while Gu Beiwa had been busy cleaning up the mess in Tianan. How the hell did these two guys learn it? Could it be that they had hired a famous expert? However, Bai Yanqing was a descendant of the Feng clan and was an expert in this field. Who else in this world was more capable than him? The 7 kills array was the best of the hundreds of arrays. It wasn't easy to set up and even harder to break. The reason why it was called the 7 kills array was because once you entered this array, you would encounter an evil spirit every 7 steps. Each evil spirit represented a danger. As for what kind of danger it was, it depended on the ability of the person who set it up. Bai Yanqing's power couldn't be underestimated. If they didn't move, they would never be able to break the array and would be trapped forever. In fact, wasting time was the most energy-efficient way to break the array, and it was also the smartest way. The person who set up the array couldn't leave the array. If they didn't eat or drink, they would be exhausted to death in 3 days. Unfortunately, they had encountered an undying and indestructible formation master. They simply couldn't afford to waste time. The general 8 trigrams array was divided into 8 gates according to the 8 trigrams: rest, life, injury, stop, view, death, shock, and open. The 7 kills array had another characteristic, which was that there were only 7 gates. The death gate was hidden in the other 7 gates and wasn't fixed. The death gate would change according to the direction of the intruder. It could be hidden in the life gate, which was the life and death gate, or it could be hidden in the injury gate, which was the death gate. In other words, the 7 kills array wasn't set up according to the 8 trigrams array. Therefore, even if someone who was proficient in arrays entered, they might not even be able to figure out the location, let alone break the array. Long Fei Yi and Gu were seriously pondering the array, while Han Yunqi and Han Yunqi were vigilant of their surroundings. And Bai Yanqing was indeed hiding in the dark. At this very moment, the life gate was the death gate. The life gate was hidden in the death gate. He was lying in ambush, waiting for Long Fei Yi and the rest to break in. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa were able to break the 2 arrays at the entrance of the maze. Bai Yanqing was surprised and also impressed. But this time he absolutely didn't believe that Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa had the ability to break into this array. Even if their abilities were monstrous and they could find the location of the life gate, so what? They were still courting death. If he didn't die, if he didn't leave, this life and death gate array would exist forever, unbreakable. He wanted to see how Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi would be able to duel, cultivate, after trapping them for a few months. Bai Yanqing waited, but after a long time Han Yunqi and the rest still didn't move a single step. Bai Yanqing hid behind the wordless tablet in the dark, his face filled with contempt and disdain. He was still thinking that they might be able to find the location of the life gate if they spent 1 or 2 days' time. But he didn't expect that after entering for so long, they actually stood in the same spot, not even daring to move a single step. From the looks of it, Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa breaking the array in the maze back then was very likely a blind cat catching a dead mouse, just coincidentally bumping into a familiar array. He really overestimated these 2 youngsters. Seeing that they still didn't dare to move, Bai Yanqing was originally rather prepared, but after waiting for such a long time he slowly relaxed. He thought that perhaps he could have a good rest and play with them again. If they didn't move, he also had a way to torture them. However, not long later, Long Fei Ye's voice was heard. "Gu Beiwa, I've found the location of the life gate. What about you?" Bai Yanqing was first shocked, but then he sneered secretly. This kind of trick, how could he believe it? Long Fei Yi didn't move a single step, so it was impossible for him to find the location of the life gate. Moreover, even if he really found it, would he dare to say it out loud? Chapter 1143. Bai Yanqing didn't believe that Long Fei Yi had found the life door, and thought that Long Fei Yi was deliberately saying it for him to hear, to lure him out. However, Gu Beiwa replied, "I've found it too, it's on the Kuin position." Once these words came out, Bai Yanqing was stunned. The life door was indeed on the Kuan position, which was also where he was hiding. They hadn't even taken a single step. Yet he could tell just by looking. Bai Yanqing's face was filled with disbelief. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never believe it. Shocked, Bai Yanqing became alert, and at the same time, a sinister cold light surfaced in his eyes. Since they were so capable to find the life door, he would definitely stay here and wait for them to come over. This time he wanted Long Fei, this stinky brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to know what it meant to be caught in a trap of one's own making, and what it meant to seek death. The life door was also the death door, and this place was definitely the most dangerous place in the 7 kills array. As long as Long Fei and the other 3 walked over, he had full confidence in separating them. In the abyss, Long Fei had made him beg so many times. This time, he wanted Long Fei to kneel down and beg him. Bai Yanqing's anger was burning fiercely. He stood behind the wordless monument and slightly turned his body and saw Long Fei and the rest from afar. But who knew that Gu Beiwe and Gu had disappeared? Long Fei said, "Life and death door, this array is unsolvable. There's only one way to break it, and that's to change it." What? When these words came out, Bai Yanqing was so shocked that he was dumbstruck. Not only was he shocked, but he was even frightened. One had to know that this unsolvable 7 kills array was the most profound array he had learned in his life. It was his greatest pride and also his trump card? How did Long Fei know? How did he see through it? No. While Bai Yanqing was still in shock, Long Fei had already thrown a stone that he had been hiding in his hand towards Bai Yanqing. Formations were like a game of chess. To an expert, a small change, a small step, could disrupt the overall situation and even create a new one. The disguised, wordless steals beside Bai Yanqing instantly disappeared, leaving only one wordless steal in the darkness. Bai Yanqing was still standing in the same spot, his heart filled with shock. Long Fei actually changed the entire 7 kills formation, restoring the original 8 trigrams position and the 8 gates. The gate of life and the gate of death were not in the same position. In other words, Bai Yanqing's position was the death gate, and the master of this formation was no longer Bai Yanqing, but Long Fei. Bai Yanqing was so shocked that his mind went blank. Even in the history of the Wind Clan, there had never been such an expert of the Qimin Duanjia technique. Although the art of controlling the wind was the innate talent of the Wind Clan, the Qimin Duanjia technique was just a compulsory homework for every generation of the Wind Clan. But for hundreds of years, the Wind Clan had always been proud of the Qimin Duanjia technique. Whenever the Qimin Duanjia technique was mentioned, people would first think of the Wind Clan. Today, the head of the Wind Clan, would actually fall in the formation that he was most proficient in, not to mention whether it would be a laughing stock if it spread out. Even Bai Yanqing himself could not accept this matter. Such a blow was too great. Once the death gate was formed, Bai Yanqing's surroundings suddenly became cold and gloomy. There seemed to be a person in the darkness that could charge at him at any time. Very soon, this person transformed into several figures. Bai Yanqing, all of this was an illusion. There was only one person lurking in the darkness, but he could not tell. A gate was a trap. A trap hid at least one real person. All the other dangers were illusions. Who would Long Fei hide in the Death Gate's trap? In the midst of Bai Yanqing's panic, he still retained the last bit of calmness. This person was extremely likely to be Gu. He did not die, but he would be bound by Gu's thorny vines. His only way was to leave. Bai Yanqing hurriedly escaped from the Death Gate, and the moment he reached the center of the array formation, he took a look and nearly collapsed. Long Fei actually changed the 7 carnage array that he was most proud of to the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams array. The 9 palaces, 8 trigrams array was precisely what he used in the backyard of General Mu Manor back then. It was precisely the array formation that trapped the 4 of them back then. Since Long Fei Yi had such a tremendous ability to change the 7 carnage array, then he had the ability to lay down an even more powerful array formation. Why did he lay down such an easy-to-crack array formation? Just what did he want to do? Even if Bai Yanqing could see the life gate with a single glance, he still did not dare move. He pondered over it and was on guard. Just what kind of trap did Long Fei Yi have for him? Long Fei Yi had already left the array while protecting Han Yunqi. At this moment, the husband and wife were standing outside the forest. In Han Yunqi's eyes, she could only see the forest and the graveyard. As for Long Fei Yi, he could see Bai Yanqing's every move in the palm of his hand. The life and death of this array was in his hands. Bai Yanqing, this prince, was defeated by this array formation in the past. Today, I'll return it to you. Long Fei Yi said. Bai Yanqing's heart was already restless, but he still did not move. He said, "You think you can trap old man to death like this? Since you didn't kill this prince in the past, this prince will give you a reminder. Gu is at the death gate and Gu Beiwe is at the life gate. Let's see. If you dare charge in," Long Fei Yi said. Once these words were said, Han Yunqi was first shocked. She looked at Long Fei Yi in disbelief. Gu Beiwe had already come out with them. The only one left in the array was Gu. Moreover, she had heard Long Fei Yi order Gu to guard the death gate, so the life gate should be empty. As long as they found it, they could easily leave. Long Fei Yi doing this, wasn't it too risky? Seeing Long Fei Yi's serious and cold eyes looking at the forest, Han Yunqi did not dare disturb him. She looked at Gu Beiwe with a worried gaze, but Gu Beiwe just smiled without saying a word. Han Yunqi raised her head to look at Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi rubbed her bangs and did not say a word. All right, since these two fellows were so calm, why should she be anxious? Let's just watch the show. Inside the array, Bai Yanqing did not reply for a long time. He could guess that Gu was hiding in the death gate, but as for the situation at the life gate, he was unable to determine. Perhaps there was another mystery in the life gate. Or perhaps Long Fei Yi was just deliberately mystifying him. This array was just a normal 9-palace, 8 trigrams array. As long as he walked out of the life gate, he could break it. This was a contest of heart skills. How should he choose? Bai Yanqing, why, this prince is giving you a way out. You won't take it? Long Fei Yi sneered. If you don't leave, don't blame this prince for being merciless. A complicated look flashed past Bai Yanqing's eyes, and he actually turned around to walk towards the death gate. Rather than letting Long Fei Yi trap him with an array that he was not familiar with, he might as well take a gamble. He gambled that Long Fei Yi was deliberately mystifying him. To break this movement technique, it was definitely not the life gate, but the death gate. Gu must be hiding in the life gate, and the one hiding in the death gate should be Gu Beiwe. He's walking through the death gate, Long Fei Yi calmly said. Gu Beiwe gave a faint smile, as gentle as the spring breeze. It made people unable to tell if he was merciful or ruthless. Han Yunqi was overjoyed, although she did not understand. She knew that as long as Bai Yanqing walked through the death gate, he would definitely meet Gu. In this place, once Bai Yanqing was trapped by Gu, there was nothing he could do. Very quickly, Gu's wild laughter came from the array. He and Bai Yanqing began to fight. In the darkness, thorny vines surrounded them from all directions. One by one, Gu stood around them, laughing arrogantly. Bai Yanqing could not tell which one was the real Gu, nor could he tell which were the real thorny vines. He held the treasure sword in his hand and desperately slashed. Sometimes he hit the thorny vines, sometimes he hit empty air. Ha ha ha, Bai Yanqing, don't be anxious. Father has plenty of time to slowly play with you. Father won't be able to trap you that quickly. Gu laughed loudly. Bai Yanqing's face was pale. Panting, he turned around and escaped from the death gate. He did not know how pathetic he was at this moment. Once he escaped from the death gate, he immediately flew towards the life gate. Long Fei Yi did not lie to him. He was deliberately mystifying and playing with him. The person guarding the life gate was really Gu Beiwe. To deal with Gu Beiwe, he only needed to use poison. No matter how many figures he saw, he did not need to care. He only needed to use poison. However, when Bai Yanqing walked towards the life gate, he saw Gu standing in front of him and smiling at him. "Old fool, Father said that today I will play with you properly. Why don't you believe me?" "No," Bai Yanqing exclaimed. Why was Gu here? In every position in the array, every person who was hiding could not move casually, especially the life and death gates. Once they moved, it would definitely affect the operation of the entire array. Gu was guarding the death gate. Why would he come to the life gate? Gu was at the life gate. Then where was the death gate? Could it be that Gu Beiwe had gone to the death gate? Bai Yanqing did not believe what he saw. He brandished his sword and slashed out. Gu stood in his original position and allowed him to slash. It did not harm his life. Could it be? Could it be that he saw wrongly? That Gu in the death gate was not real. Could it be that the truth was that Gu was guarding the life gate while Gu Beiwe was guarding the death gate? This was an array with the death gate as the exit? Bai Yanqing immediately retreated out of the life gate and dashed towards the death gate. But as soon as he entered the death door, he saw Gu Qishao standing there with a brazen smile. Bai Yanqing slashed out with his sword. Gu still stood in his original position, laughing arrogantly. What was going on? Bai Yanqing did not believe that he could not figure it out. He retreated once again and dashed towards the life gate. But Gu was still waiting for him there. Bai Yanqing was in a mess. He was almost driven mad. In the array that he was best at, he was played by Long Fei Yi like a deserter. At this moment, Long Fei Yi had already explained the mystery of this array to Han Yunqi. This array was very similar to the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams array that Bai Yanqing had set up previously. But it was not the 9 palaces, 8 trigrams array. This array was the same as the 7 killings array. It was a deadlock with no solution. The reason why there was no solution was because this array's life and death gate changed according to the intruder. When an intruder entered the life gate was death. Once the intruder entered the death gate became life. This array could only be modified based on the 7 killings array's life and death gate. Bai Yanqing was purely spinning a cocoon around himself. Unless Long Fei Yi broke the array, he would never be able to leave. If he did not go through the life and death gate, he would never be able to leave through the other 6 gates. And the life and death gates were all guarded by Gu. So Bai Yanqing only had 2 choices. One was to be trapped forever. The other was to be tied up by Gu. Haha, this is too fun. Han Yunqi laughed loudly. Do you like it? Long Fei Yi gave a rare smile. I like it very much. Teach me when you have time. I also want to learn this strange technique. Han Yunqi's heart was itching. Unexpectedly, Long Fei Yi said seriously, Take it as my apology to you and your child. I could not break the array and save you. Chapter 1144. Facing Long Fei Ye's apology, Han Yunqi's heart was filled with gratitude. She looked at him foolishly, not knowing what to say. She knew that Qimin Dunjia wasn't something that anyone could learn, and it wasn't something that could be mastered in a year or so. How long had it been since she was kidnapped? Not only did he learn it to perfection, but he also put in so much effort. Han Yunqi stood on her tiptoes and lightly kissed Long Fei's cheek. In a low voice, she murmured, I forgive you for your crimes. Long Fei smiled, finally feeling a little better after suppressing his emotions for so long. Let's look for the exit, Han Yunqi said seriously. Gu Beiwe then spoke. Princess, since the blood of the direct descendant activated the spirit formation gate, I'm afraid that only the blood of the spirit formation can open it, right? Last time, they encountered an illusion spirit formation created by the human heart at the altar. But now it wasn't an illusion created by the human heart. This spirit formation was the spirit formation that protected the Snow Wolf tomb, so it couldn't be broken. They could only leave by opening the exit. Having Gu guard by Yanqing, Han Yunqi, and the others returned to the place where they fell. She dripped her blood on the ground, but who knew that before the blood touched the ground, it disappeared into thin air. The three of them thought that the spirit formation gate was going to open again, but they waited for a long time, but the spirit formation didn't move at all. How could this be? The blood disappeared into thin air, so it must have been absorbed by the spirit formation. But why didn't the spirit formation open? Han Yunqi didn't believe it, so she tried a few more times, but there was no result. Do we need Bai Yanqing's blood? Gu Beiwei quickly asked. Han Yunqi had already collected the blood of the poison Gu human, and later, for future research, she secretly hid some in the poison storage space in the abyss. She took out a few drops and found that Bai Yanqing's blood was also collected by the spirit formation, but the spirit formation still couldn't open. How could this be? Gu Beiwei felt uneasy. Long Fei Yi also realized that there was a big problem. If they couldn't get out, wouldn't they be trapped here with Bai Yanqing for the rest of their lives? Does Bai Yanqing know? Han Yunqi asked suspiciously. When they returned to the forest, Bai Yanqing realized that he had been tricked by Long Fei Yi. He was so tired that he was gasping for breath. Finally, he stopped running between the gates of life and death and stood in the middle of the formation to rest. Han Yunqi knew that if she asked Bai Yanqing directly, Bai Yanqing would use this to threaten them. She said in a low voice, "Long Fei Yi, we have to set a trap for him." Long Fei Yi whispered a few words, and Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei understood. Gu Beiwei quickly and quietly sneaked into the formation to find Gu. After he came back, Gu took action. A thorny vine quietly stretched out from the gate of death, wanting to sneak attack Bai Yanqing. Bai Yanqing had already noticed it, and a sneer flashed across his eyes. He knew that his chance had come. As long as he had the chance to catch Gu and make Gu leave the gate of death, this formation would reveal a flaw, and he would have a way to break the formation. Although Bai Yanqing hated Gu's mouth, compared to Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei, he was still willing to fight Gu. After all, dealing with an impulsive guy like Gu was much easier than dealing with sly old foxes like Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. If Gu attacked him openly, he might not be able to defeat the thorny vine. But if Gu launched a sneak attack, then he would be in for a fight. Bai Yanqing allowed the thorny vine to approach him. Just as the thorny vine was about to wrap around his body, he suddenly grabbed it and immediately retreated. At the same time, he pulled the thorny vine fiercely, and in an instant, he pulled Gu out from the gate of death. Actually, Gu had been waiting for Bai Yanqing to do this. He could have broken the thorny vine, but he still pretended to be angry and said angrily, "Bai Yanqing, you tricked me." Bai Yanqing had no time to argue with Gu. As soon as Gu left the gate of death, the entire formation changed immediately. Bai Yanqing glanced to the side and immediately fled. After Bai Yanqing escaped, he did not see Han Yunqi and the rest. Only Gu's thorny vines chased after him. Bai Yanqing did not care so much. He fled to the place where he fell and immediately cut his finger, dripping blood. But soon he was shocked. It was his blood that activated this formation. Logically speaking, his blood should be able to activate it again. Why was his blood absorbed before it fell to the ground? And the formation did not move at all. Bai Yanqing and Han Yunqi's reactions were different. He did not believe it and tried again, but still failed. At this time, Han Yunqi and the rest chased over from the small forest. It had to be said that Bai Yanqing's actions surprised Han Yunqi and the rest. "Bai Yanqing, you can't get out either?" Han Yunqi muttered. Bai Yanqing immediately retreated. He understood what was going on. Gu deliberately let him out by accident. This group of people had tricked him again. Bai Yanqing was angry, but soon he laughed loudly. "Hee hee, looks like you guys can't get out either. Great." Bai Yanqing stopped retreating and laughed wildly. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, in the end, old man won. Old Man 1. You guys just wait for the great limit of dual cultivation. Old man, just you wait. Just you wait. Ha ha ha. Han Yunqi's group of 4 stood in place in silence. Bai Yanqing was right in front of them, laughing madly as he lost his sense of measure. Everything he did, wasn't it to scheme against Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi? Wasn't it to make the 2 of them fail in dual cultivation and go crazy and kill each other? After going around in circles and fighting so many times, he did not expect that after he failed, he still won. Haha, Old Man 1. Old Man 1. Long Feiyi. Han Yunqi, Old Man, let me tell you, Old Man has been waiting for this day for a long time. A long time. How happy was Bai Yanqing? Or rather, how crazy was he? Why did he do this? Why did he hate the 2 of them so much? Han Yunqi frowned as she looked at Bai Yanqing's complacent expression. She only felt that he was pitiful and hateful. Long Fei Yi held onto the rope on his body. Other than contempt, there was only contempt in his deep and cold eyes. One must know that the black cloth he was carrying on his back was not a guqin, but a sword. And not only the Ganjiang sword, but also the newly cast Emo Xie sword that he wanted to give to Han Yunqi. Where did Bai Yanqing get the confidence to think that their dual cultivation would fail? Han Yunqi felt that Bai Yanqing was pitiful and hateful, but Long Feiyi felt that Bai Yanqing was like a jumping clown. He expressionlessly looked at Bai Yanqing and casually threw the profound frost sword to Gu Beiwei. With his other hand, he untied the rope and took out the Ganjiang sword and the newly cast sword. Ganjiang? Bai Yanqing still did not believe it. He had already expected that the Ganjiang sword at the top of Heaven Mountain was a fake. Long Feiyi did not answer him. Instead, he lifted the black cloth. In an instant, the Ganjiang sword and the newly cast Emo Xie sword were revealed. Bai Yanqing recognized the Ganjiang sword. His attention was immediately attracted by the newly cast sword. A feeling of unease immediately welled up in his heart. He was also a swordsman. He could see that this unsharpened sword was not ordinary. His face finally revealed an expression of fear. He began to retreat. Impossible. What's impossible? Long Feiyi asked. I don't believe it. It's impossible. He roared. If this sword had been sharpened, he would have believed that Long Feiyi and the others had found a sword to capture Emo Xie's sword soul. However, this sword had not even been sharpened. It was clearly a newly cast sword. How could they have forged such a sword in such a short time? Even if it was placed next to the King of Swords, Ganjiang, this unsharpened sword would not be inferior at all. Long Feiyi would not waste time explaining to Bai Yanqing how this sword was forged. He still looked at Bai Yanqing and casually handed the sword to Han Yunqi, saying, "This is for you. You can sharpen it. There is no diamond here, but you can make do with your undying body." What? When Long Feiyi said this, even Gu Beiwei and Gu were dumbstruck. This guy did not sharpen the sword in the medicine-requesting cave because he wanted to keep it for Han Yunqi to play with. Wasn't this gift a little too domineering? He actually wanted to sharpen it on Bai Yanqing's undying body. Ha! Gu finally could not help but laugh. Long Feiyi, I admire you. I admire you. Ha ha ha. Gu Beiwei laughed but did not say anything. Han Yunqi did not laugh. She used the power of nirvana to hold the sword and said coldly, Long Feiyi, I like this gift very much. Even if she could not kill Bai Yanqing, she could still toy with him to death. By Yu Qiao's grudge, Ning Jing's grudge, Little Yu, Er's grudge, and the suffering of all the innocent people in the world who were suffering from the chaos of war. Today, she was going to take revenge on Bai Yanqing with her own hands. Han Yunqi held the sword in one hand and hugged Long Feiyi with the other. She let Long Feiyi carry her up into the sky and said coldly, Bai Yanqing, this princess will use you as a sacrifice to this sword today. After saying this, the power of nirvana instantly poured into the sword. The sword rose and fell fiercely. It was not a slash or a stab, but a cold sweep across Bai Yanqing's body and rubbed against it. the sharp air produced by the friction between the power of Nirvana and Bai Yanqing's body could sharpen the sword. The thick blade had not been sharpened yet. How many times would it take to sharpen it into a sharp and thin blade on Bai Yanqing's body? Bai Yanqing was in so much pain that he almost couldn't stand. He never thought that things would turn out like this. His mind was blank as he turned around and fled. Long Fei Yi immediately chased after him with Han Yunqi. Not long after, the sword swept across again. Gu Beiwei and Gu watched from afar and did not chase after them. "Seventh young master, let's go take a look in the forest," Gu Beiwei said with a smile, with His Highness and the princess around. And this was a space where they could not escape. He could wait for the princess and the others to sharpen the sword without worry. As Gu walked into the forest, he summoned Amo Xie's sword spirit and muttered to himself, "I really can't bear to part with it. Without it, wouldn't my martial arts be too weak?" Yes, Gu Beiwei was very honest. Gu frowned and sized him up. "Gu Beiwei, you can't be as unkind as Long Fei Yi." This easygoing doctor had followed Long Fei Yi for a long time and had picked up all the bad things. Gu Beiwei seriously inspected the snow wolf grave. Gu sat cross-legged and watched Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi chase after Bai Yanqing to sharpen the sword. His heart itched to go over and ask Poison Lass to let him sharpen the sword a few times. However, in view of Long Fei Yi's deterrence, he still waited obediently. Chapter 1145. If Bai Yanqing was like a deserter in the array formation, then at this moment he was like a stray dog being chased by Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. One had to know that he was so pleased with himself just now. He must have never thought that there would be a day when he would be in such a sorry state. The sword and his body fiercely rubbed against each other again and again, causing him unbearable pain. This kind of pain was far more unbearable than the suffering in the abyss. Finally, he couldn't help but shout, "Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, old man has lost." Did he take the initiative to beg for mercy? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were indifferent and continued, "Old man, I beg you. Old man has lost." Bai Yanqing had no choice but to say the word beg. However, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi only pretended not to hear him. Han Yunqi's sword continued to swing. The originally thick blade was almost worn down, and its sharpness was gradually revealed. Bai Yanqing's word beg was too cheap in their eyes. How could it compare to Ning Jing's life, Tang Li's tears, little you, Er's suffering, Han Yunqi's fetus risk, and all the suffering? If the word beg could redeem everything, then how many people in this world would be evil? It would have been fine if Bai Yanqing didn't beg. Once he begged, Han Yunqi's resentment in her heart grew even stronger. Not only did the sword in her hand not stop, it became faster and faster. Bai Yanqing didn't even have the strength to escape. At this moment, he would rather die, rather be killed by the sword. At this moment, being undying and indestructible was not his heaven, but his hell. "Girl, for the sake of your mother, spare me." Finally, Bai Yanqing gave up all his dignity and face. "Why should I? Don't tell me my mother is already dead. Even if she's standing here today, I won't let you off." Han Yunqi angrily rebuked. "Girl, your mother and I were originally in love with each other. The old man had never done anything wrong to her. She was the one who had wronged the old man. She was the one who had wronged me. It was her." Bai Yanqing choked with sobs. "It has nothing to do with me." Han Yunqi's sword didn't stop. Old man doesn't want to lie to her. Old man told her the truth about the civil war between the Black Clan and the Wind Clan. She actually. It was hard to tell whether Bai Yanqing was crying or laughing, but the resentment was obvious. The old man didn't hide anything from her, but she treated the old man as a traitor and an enemy. What did the Wind Clan do back then have to do with old man? Based on what did she blame everything on the old man? Based on what? Bai Yanqing seemed like he was crazy as he roared at Han Yunqi, as if Han Yunqi was Mu Xan, but he quickly began to cry again. Based on what can you be together? Han Yunqi, you are Mu Xan's daughter. Based on what can you be together with the East Qin Crown Prince despite your hatred? Based on what? The truth of the civil war between the Eastern and Western Qin had yet to be revealed. The Eastern and Western Qin had an irreconcilable national hatred, and the two camps were like fire and water. However, these two people, the only descendants of the two royal families, were actually able to disregard their hatred and stand side by side. How could he accept this? Mu Xan had rejected him and even hated him, running away from him. However, his daughter had turned her back on the entire Western Qin camp to be with the East Qin Crown Prince. He would never allow this. He wanted Mu Xan to pay the price. But by the time he found Mu Xan's whereabouts, not only had she become Han Kongan's wife, she had already died in childbirth. No one knew how long he cried, how long he resented, and how much he hated after learning of this. Back then, Mu Xan wanted to leave him, but he refused. In order to obtain her, he even drugged her with an aphrodisiac. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed. A black-robed man who had suddenly barged into the poisoned sect's forbidden grounds had saved her. He didn't know who that man was, but he remembered that he had chased them all the way to the forest near the altar. He had searched the mountains and plains for an entire night without finding anyone. The next afternoon, he had intercepted that black-robed man at the foot of the mountain. He didn't know who that man was, but he was certain that he was an orphan of the poison sect. Otherwise, there was no way he would be so familiar with the forest near the altar. He had intercepted the black-robed man, but there was no sign of Mu Xan. When he couldn't get anything out of him, he had killed the man in a fit of rage. But he regretted it as soon as he did, because he searched for days and nights without finding Mu Xan's whereabouts. It wasn't until 2 years later that he happened to hear rumors in Medical City that Tianning's Han clan's Han Kongan and Lady Lianxin were having an affair. Lady Lianxin had spent a lot of effort to help him get a position as a director of the medical academy. That was when he began to suspect that Mu Xan had something to do with it. After all, Lady Lianxin's position in the medical academy should have been Mu Xan's. If Mu Xan hadn't barged into the poison sect and met him, she would have followed him. Lady Lianxin would never have made it to Medical City. Lady Lianxin had always looked down on those below her, so how could she have taken a fancy to Han Kongan? He had rushed to the Han estate as soon as possible, but instead of Mu Xan, he saw her memorial tablet and the daughter she had sacrificed her life to give birth to. From that moment on, he had probably lost his mind. No matter how much he resented or hated her, as long as that woman was still alive, he could still maintain a bit of reason. But she wasn't here anymore. She'd left without a word. She'd left for good. She'd rather choose a useless man like Han Kongan, who relied on women, to climb up the social ladder than accept him. She was even willing to give birth to Han Kongan's child. He'd almost killed that child, but he didn't know why he hadn't done it then. He returned to the poison sect's forbidden grounds and opened up the poison plants in the sacrificial altar. He found the recipe for poison goo humans and raised himself to look neither human nor ghost. He hated Mu Xan, the 2 imperial clans, the 7 noble families, and everything about the great Qin Empire. He hated the world. After he began to search for the 7 noble families, he wanted to destroy everything in this continent. He took in Jun Yixia as his disciple and planted Helian Zuexiang in the Han estate. He killed the true sect master of the evil sword school and replaced him. He wanted Mu Xan's daughter to grow up well and publicize her status as Western Qin's princess. Everyone in the world would fight over her. But he never expected Tianning's, Duke of Qin, to be the East Qin crown prince. Jun Yixia's discovery of the mermaid blood had allowed him to track down Long Fei Ye's identity. This made him even more excited. He wanted Mu Xan's daughter to have a taste of her lover's hatred. That taste had been bestowed upon him by her mother and had almost ruined his entire life. When he fought with Han Yunqi, he discovered that Han Yunqi actually knew poison arts and had a poison storage space. Only then did he realize that Han Yunchi wasn't Han Kongan's daughter, but the daughter of the man who'd saved Mu Exan all those years ago. His mother was a descendant of the Wind clan, while his father was a descendant of the Poison sect's main bloodline. He'd always assumed that he was the only direct descendant of the Poison sect, but never expected that man to have a direct bloodline as well. He'd killed that man with his own hands, but he still couldn't find out his origins. He only hated Mu Exan. That woman would rather submit to a strange man than accept him. Damned girl, tell that to old man. What right does your mother have to blame everything that happened to the Wind clan on old man's head? Why, this isn't fair. Han Yunchi and Long Fei Yi quietly listened to Bai Yanqing's mutterings. They finally understood the grudge between Bai Yanqing and Mu Exan. So Mu Exan really had died in childbirth. She'd been too paranoid. So her father had long died to Bai Yanqing's sword, and she'd never been able to find him again. So Bai Yanqing's love had turned to hate. But did they give him the right to hurt an innocent person? Bai Yanqing asked her why, but she had to ask Bai Yanqing why. Why do you think you don't have to shoulder the Wind clan's crimes, but come to me to collect the debt my mother owes you? Han Yunchi didn't pity Bai Yanqing, only rage. Didn't he understand the principle of don't do unto others what you don't want done unto you? Bai Yanqing, do you know the real reason my mother didn't accept you? Han Yunchi asked coldly. Bai Yanqing looked up at Han Yunchi, who only laughed coldly. The Wind clan's instigation of internal strife in the great Qin Empire was only an excuse. The real reason was, my mother didn't really like you. Long Fei Yi only scorned Bai Yanqing even more. Yunchi, this kind of person isn't worthy of your mother's love. If Mu Exan hadn't died in childbirth, would a madman like Bai Yanqing with no principles or bottom lines have let her go? Back then, he'd even drugged Mu Exan to get his hands on her? Bai Yanqing, a woman's betrayal only proves your incompetence. Long Fei Ye's lofty contempt stunned Bai Yanqing. At that moment, he actually felt like a pitiful worm. You shut up! Bai Yanqing flew into a rage out of humiliation and suddenly rushed over. Long Fei Yi immediately retreated with Han Yunchi, but Han Yunchi didn't show any mercy with her sword. She not only used her Nirvana heart arts, but her Phoenix heart arts as well. Her sword slashed out from the side as the two powers collided violently with Bai Yanqing's body, creating a powerful gust of wind. Amidst this gust of wind, the sword's edge suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. The sword's edge had opened. The powerful sword immediately knocked Bai Yanqing far away. Han Yunchi held him up while Long Fei Yi helped. Gu and Gu Beiwe rushed over as soon as they saw the sword on. Seventh young master, quick, the sword's opened. Gu Beiwe said urgently. Poison lass, are you ready? Gu Qishao asked. No problem. Han Yunchi was very confident. Gu immediately summoned Mo Xie's sword soul and poured it into the sword. It had to be said that Mo Xie's sword soul seemed to have a mind of its own. It actually circled around Long Fei Ye's Ganjiang sword before flowing into the newly forged sword. Han Yunchi didn't have to use much strength. The moment Mo Xie's sword soul entered the sword, Gu chased after Bai Yanqing. He had to take advantage of the fact that Bai Yanqing was heavily injured to tie up Bai Yanqing. Mo Xie's sword soul quickly fused with the sword, turning it into a true Mo Xie sword. And after the sword's soul fused with the sword's light became even more powerful. It was so powerful that Han Yunchi almost couldn't hold on to it. At this moment, everyone realized that Han Yunchi hadn't really subdued Mo Xie's sword. The real thing was that Han Yunchi had to put in the effort to subdue. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe were quite worried when they saw this powerful sword's light. With Han Yunchi's strength, there was naturally no problem. What they were worried about was whether the little fellow in Han Yunchi's stomach would be injured by this power.